shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind joined is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of coming sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church to bring the fed. Mortals, no illusions, no hollow incompare. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist dead. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the melodies right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I became the chaos and fell to every shadows will consume the world cracks open, ushering down. So read the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed more the overlord.
Welcome back to the part. Oh, where's Morty? He's behind the chair. That is our co-host and overlord Morty, and there he is, and I am your host, Watch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Shout out to Dick Johnson in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got our boy King Nirvana. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party, guys. This is gonna be another fun one. Shout out to Michael Knowles. What are you doing? You want to come up here? Nope. I was like, maybe he'll come back and sit in my lap again. Nope. But shout out to Michael Knowles for doing this, this bar fight thing. I think it's a really good way to, talk about the issues that are, whatever issues are du jour. But it's more lighthearted. And because of the fact that it's lighthearted, it's a lot easier for these libs to come in and say, okay, yeah, I'm willing to participate in that. So this time, it's the white dudes from Harris. You probably remember Harry Sisson. That was he was like the main dude. He was also the one that got in trouble for like sexting with little girls and stuff. And then the Temu version is Chris Mowry. And again, especially before the 2024 election, it was the two of them, just like white dudes for Harris. This is so cool. Well, so let's see Michael Knowles and the crowd destroy them. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me. Where's Harry?
Joe Biden was one of the most productive presidents in modern American history.
We got to boot him out. I think most Americans agree with that. I think most Americans agree. Only enforce the law when I want to. What happened to No King?
You voted for No King. You voted for a felon. She was breaking into the Florida house at a time when cops were being beaten, and your daddy pardoned the cop beaters.
Let's go.
Well, welcome to Bar Fight. I'm Michael Knowles. I'm joined tonight by two guests. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. He is the Roy to Harry's Siegfried, Chris Mowry.
Joe Biden signed more fiscal legislation into law. Hold on.
Did he sign it?
And I saw you get walked by Adam Mucker on this.
Automan.
Can you be quiet?
The crown prince of left-wing social media, Harry Sisson.
Boo. Boo.
Now, here is how it works. We will be debating three of the most controversial topics of our day. The bell will ring. We will duke it out for that round. And then our friends in the crowd can come up to the microphone to pick a fight with any of us. Anyone who comes up to the mic can win special prizes and a seat at our VIP table sponsored by Redneck Riviera Whiskey. Gentlemen,
Redneck Riviera.
are you ready?
Shout out to Dylan Soup. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. You are right on time. We are just getting into it.
Good. Round one.
Hey, come on.
It's now round three, I think, actually.
That's right.
Harry, it's your topic.
Oh, we're going with me
What is your claim?
My claim is that the Trump cover-up of the Epstein files is one of the worst scandals in American history.
It is pretty bad. But what's the exact wording that he's using? Trump's cover-up of the Epstein files is the worst scandal. So no, obviously the cover-up is not the worst scandal. The Epstein story itself is the biggest scandal. But the cover-up, it is covering up the biggest scandal. So it's not, the cover-up is not the biggest scandal, but he is covering up the biggest scandal. Words matter. Words matter.
Okay. All right. What's your argument?
I mean, look, what we've seen from Donald Trump in the past, 6 months or ever since he got into office, has been nothing short of gross. And this is a serious, we're having fun, but this is a serious topic, right? We're talking about kids, women, and even some men being abused. He never wanted the files to come out when there was the discharge petition. He was calling up Lauren Boebert and all the Republicans and telling them, don't put your name on it. And he was threatening them, essentially. And that's even what Lauren Boebert said. She's still in Congress. She's still in his good graces. And
God damn it, Michael. Why'd you got to start here? I don't like agreeing with a white dude for Harris.
even when the files are out, it's kind of been a trickle, right? We've had some and then some and then some. And even the files we've all seen now, which they're claiming, all of them, they're not. Some redactions are there that make me a little nervous, make me uncomfortable. And I think they should unredact everything that they can within the law. But there's emails out there where they're pretty clearly talking about committing crimes and it's still redacted. I think the American people deserve to know who those names are. And I think Donald Trump should have to answer for his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein, which goes much deeper than I think the right.
Well, who knows about that part? But yeah, I mean, damn. So far, I got to call the balls and strikes. I kind of agree.
Likes to let on. You disagree? I'll talk.
Except for the fact that it's probably deeper than,
Talk to you. We'll talk about the conversation.
Okay, so your claim really has two claims.
Sure.
The first is that Trump has covered up the Epstein files, and then the second claim is that is the worst scandal in American history.
It's one of the
Right. Taking it apart. So the first part he definitely is doing. He is definitely doing his best to cover it up. From the moment we were in that press conference with Bibi Netanyahu, the reporter asked Pam Bondi something about Epstein, and Trump is like, "Oh, whoa! Why are we talking? Nobody cares about that. It's a Democrat hoax." What? Now I've got millions and millions and millions and millions of pages. And yeah, of course, not every single thing is the worst thing ever. A lot of people are saying like, look, it's not even that bad. It's mostly just parties and hookers. It's like, no. Then why is Ghislaine Maxwell in jail? That all made no sense. Don't say it's bad, but I think there's other more pressing ones, especially ones where you get called a conspiracy theorist for criticizing it. Well, exactly. I mean, the Epstein goings on themselves is obviously a much bigger scandal than the cover-up. Obviously.
worst. Yeah.
One of the worst.
Sure.
Okay. I think you are impressively wrong on both counts.
I'd love to hear.
The first being...
Don't forget, guys, if we hit that swole goal, Morty gets a special treat, and I've got to do all those push-ups.
The fact that Trump not only has not covered up the Epstein files, but he has, in fact, to date, released 3.5 million Epstein files, which is the single largest declassification in American history. And
So that's the other side of it, is that we do have those millions of pages now. So it can't really be that much of a cover-up if we know about it. Right? Just because it failed doesn't mean it's not a cover-up. But there's obviously, it's not that simple. Otherwise, we wouldn't know about it.
it's not even
And
really
why,
close.
why did he do that? Did he want to?
He did it.
Oh, but did he want to? Did he try to stop it?
Well, he released some files along the way,
But
he arrested
did he try
Jeffrey
to stop
Epstein.
it?
Shout out to Jimbolina. Welcome. Lots of redacted pages. But again, I thought it was all a hoax. Yeah, think about what exactly was the timeline between when we got this most recent drop and the day with the influencer Bibles. That was pathetic. And so even that right there, the fact that they did that photo op, that in and of itself is if not part of the cover-up itself, I'd say at least knocking on its door.
He redacted some of the files, and he opposed the release of all of them,
then he was calling
some
up-
of which is child
And he was calling
Yes.
up Republicans, telling them not to vote.
But
If he wanted the files to come out, why was he telling Lauren Boebert not to do it?
The claim that you made is that Trump covered up the Epstein files.
That's
The
part of
fact-
my claim. That's part of the cover-up, right? Him
No,
calling
that
members.
is your claim.
Yeah,
And-
right. So him calling up members of Congress, telling them not to release the files,
But
not
so-
to vote to release the files. is
we have
part
to
of the
establish the
cover-up.
first fact before we get to the second.
Sure.
The first
Good job, Michael, because Harry's actually right, but Michael is keeping it in the territory of where, he is strongest. Shout out to quality and deference because vagina. Over on Rumble, welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. My goodness, thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff, like and share and all that stuff. It's free, it's easy, it just takes a second, and it helps out this channel so very much. It doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you share. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you. Quality said, in this battle, soy boy versus pussy worshiper, who will win? Well, wait, is one of those Michael or soy boy and pussy worshiper the two white dudes for Harris? I don't know, because they both do pretty bad. So the quarter date was December 19th, so they were late. Yep, and the question stands as to why.
first fact is you're claiming he covered up the Epstein files,
Yes.
but then you are admitting that Trump not only released all of those Epstein files, Joe Biden didn't release a single Epstein file.
Well, we'll talk about that in a
Donald Trump released 3.5
Absurd.
million of them, which is the single largest release of
Wait,
classified information in American
If
history.
you're attempting a cover-up, that's still a cover-up, right? So Donald Trump just failed. He got pressured by the law and Congress, but he still tried to cover them up. Don't you think that him calling Lauren Boebert, telling her not to put her name on the discharge petition is concerning?
Well, I actually do agree that not all of those files should be released. I think some of that is a little bit reckless. I think it undermines certain principles of American justice, like innocent until proven guilty. I think a lot of those claims have been debunked, which we saw in the files. And I think some of it is actually child sexual abuse material, which obviously should...
All right, and so the fact that that is there, unfortunately, you got to crack some eggs, and when the omelet is this big, there's going to be a lot of cracked eggs. And I understand the notion that the court of public opinion is not going to be is not going to be in anyone's favor, but that's still not enough of a reason to just say, well, we're not going to do anything. This is the exact opposite of the argument that the lefties make about immigration. And like, oh, who's going to do our jobs? That was the same argument they made for slavery. And guess what? We got rid of slavery and we're still here. Okay, so I didn't realize it was Mike versus 2. Knowles is the vaginal sycophant. I like that colloquialism.
claims have been debunked, which we saw in the files. And I think some of it is actually child sexual abuse material, which obviously should not be released.
But we know that there are still more documents out there.
Like...
No. Aside from
should not be released, and some claims that have been disproven, even in courts, even by judges. So obviously, those names shouldn't be released. Nevertheless, on the first point, there is no arguing. It is the largest release ever in American history. Therefore, he didn't cover it up. To this,
That's slimy. That's slimy. That's just not the case. I think Harry was right when he said a failed cover-up is still a cover-up.
Second point, that if it were true that he had done the opposite of what he actually did, would that be one of the worst scandals in American history? And I can think of a few others. I'll try to go through.
Wait, how did he? What?
To the second point, that if it were true that he had done the opposite of what he actually did.
If it were true that he did the opposite of what he actually did. Oh, so he's saying if it was covered up and nothing was released.
Would that be one of the worst scandals in American history? And I can think of a few others. I'll try to go through them quickly. Aaron Burr, former vice president of the United States, tried to establish a brand new country in America. That seems to me like a bigger scandal. Teapot Dome. Do you remember that one from social studies? Teapot Dome, where the secretary.
Put one in the chat if you learned about Teapot Dome. In social studies. I did not.
The Interior went to jail because he took bribes to sell Navy oil. I'm thinking of another one more recent. Let's say
Trump stealing classified documents might be.
Which classified documents?
Trump stealing classified documents.
Oh, hold on. The documents that he stored at a lower degree and less egregious ways than Joe Biden, where he had them next to his grandson.
Robert Hur found no intent on Joe Biden's behalf.
It's not one of the worst.
Yeah.
But just a couple others that come to mind. A few others come to mind. U.S. Grant, 100 people went to jail over a scandal that also implicated his private secretary. That's probably a bigger scandal. Bill Clinton using his intern as a human humidor in the Oval Office and then perjuring himself about it. I think that's a bigger scandal. And then
what about Trump actually assaulting women?
Hold on,
yeah, I think Lewinsky is very clearly, because it's in the same vein. And it's a bit more directly related, like it was in the Oval Office. So that's definitely bigger than the cover-up of Epstein. Not the island itself, but that's definitely worse than the cover-up.
We'll get to that in 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
The last scandal I'll mention is when a sitting Democrat senator drunk drove his mistress into a pond and then left her there to drown and remained the lion of the Senate. I think all of those and many others are much bigger than the supposed scandal of Trump not declassifying the Epstein documents, which he would
completely disagree. Trump won 2020. He was just a really nice guy and had a peaceful transfer of power.
Would have been well within his rights to do. I actually might have favored some of that, but regardless, he didn't do it because he declassified 3.5 million.
So everything you just mentioned in terms of scandals, I agree that those are bad. That's why I said it's one of the worst.
But it's
scandals.
not worse than President Trump hypothetically not releasing criminal information.
We're talking about
right. But if you're going to say one of in a debate prompt like this, okay, we got to define what does one of mean.
Rich, powerful men connected to the government, connected internationally, abusing children, trafficking children. I think that's a pretty bad scandal. And I think covering that
indeed, but covering it up is its own thing.
Up and protecting the men who did it,
which he didn't
is
do.
A bad scandal. What?
Yeah. Which he obviously didn't do.
He tried to, though. He tried to. Shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Nutta Copa said, I hate people for Trader Trump. I'm still there. I'm not completely off the Trump train. There's a strong desire to be like, well, because I don't like what he's doing, then people who will see someone who voted for Trump saying, I don't like this, that. And the underlining thing being, well, you regret your vote. Like that's a big jump between I don't like all of these things and I regret my vote. And his daughter is hot. A little weird for him to say it, but
protecting the men who did it,
which he didn't
is
do.
A bad scandal. What?
Yeah. Which he obviously didn't do.
What Donald Trump not protecting them?
He didn't cover it up.
So we just found an email in the Epstein files of somebody, their name is redacted, we don't know who it is. It's sent to Jeffrey Epstein saying, last night was fun, your littlest girl was a little naughty. Should that be unredacted?
Whoever is implicated in that should be prosecuted. I agree with that.
Okay, great, but they're not doing that. The name is redacted. We don't know who it is. Why? If it's not a cover up, why is the name redacted?
I mean, how do you get around that?
Who do you think in the Epstein files? Who do you think we should prosecute?
Oh no, I'm asking about this in particular. This name that's redacted, right? Because we don't.
Come on, Michael. Don't answer a question with a question.
Know who it is. I can't give you an answer in terms of this specific email. Yeah. So should that be redacted? Is Donald Trump wrong for redacting?
The question.
Shout out to Angry Amputee. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir.
About the redactions or not redacting
Can you talk
names.
about the specific email?
Well, I could talk about the specific email. The question is, are Is there sufficient evidence of a crime, and have there been investigations?
Do you think that's sufficient evidence of a crime?
Not necessarily, because there are a lot of false claims.
Really?
You mentioned that Trump
was
Really?
email to Epstein's personal
Here's a
email
good
saying
example.
your littlest girl is a little naughty. You don't think that's evidence of a crime?
It certainly could be evidence of a crime.
Do we think that's evidence of a crime? Does anybody disagree?
I think without the context, it sounds like it might be evidence of a crime, but because of exactly what Michael Knowles was just saying about the court of public opinion, you, Harry, are the type of person who is giving credence to maybe we shouldn't let this out because people are going to take this one little thing and blow it up into everything instead of genuinely looking for who were the real people who did all this bad stuff. I don't know, man.
Okay, good. We have some people agreeing. How about the Republicans?
Yeah, I fucking hate when people answer questions with questions. So do I.
I see a MAGA hat there. Do you guys think that's evidence of a crime?
Harry,
no? Come on, guys. That's a bad position to take.
Let's try to bring it to a tangent.
And see, that's the wrong question because we don't know if it's evidence of a crime. That doesn't mean it can't be, but you can't say at this point that it is.
Tangible question.
Sure.
You said Trump's all over the Epstein files. What are the charges? What are the claims? Do you think he should be
I think you guys, I don't know exactly how it works, but I know you guys can like add your own emojis. We have like the CIJ one that doesn't actually work on StreamYard. But yeah, if you guys know how to do that, definitely add the memes and the stuffs. Zero Cool said, at least we don't have a woman in office. Exactly. And I mean, I don't even necessarily think that would be the worst thing in the world because it's a woman. I have not ever seen a woman where I'd be like, yep, that's I would want that person in charge.
Question.
Sure.
You said Trump's all over the Epstein files. What are the charges? What are the claims? Do you think he should be prosecuted?
I mean, if we don't have all the files, so maybe there is something in there that implicates Donald Trump. Well, what we know, I think, the behavior is morally abhorrent, and it's not just information that's contained in the Epstein files. We got a Wall Street Journal article that was published December 30th of 2025 that talked about how Donald Trump in the 1990s and early 2000s would send young girls to Epstein's house to give him massages. That is only a perk that was given to members of Mar-a-Lago. Epstein was not a...
What is it? The Mar-a-Lago spa employees. Mar-a-Lago sent spa employees to Epstein's house for massage services, which ultimately led to Trump banning Epstein from Mar-a-Lago's spa. Sounds about right.
Epstein's house to give him massages. That is only a perk that was given to members of Mar-a-Lago. Epstein was not a member of Mar-a-Lago. He specifically made an exception for Epstein to get massages at his house, and everybody in the spa knew that Epstein was creepy. Donald Trump continued to send them. I'll read.
Quality said, dilly to Zero Cool, saying at least we don't have a woman in office. Like I've been telling you guys, at first I was like, that seems like archaic and silly. Like, yeah, okay, women can be women, but there's a lot of fucking beta dudes here, so what's the difference? But I really, as time goes on, I keep just saying more and more and more that it's like, oh, I think this really is a thing. I think that it really is hurting the way that the country moves forward with women voting. And that's not an indictment on any individual woman. It's the demographic women.
Marla, my question.
Wait. I'm not done yet. Marla Maples, Donald Trump's wife at the time, even confided in Donald Trump, said that Epstein is creepy. You shouldn't hang out with him. He continued to do it.
Will you answer my question, though? Is there any evidence of a crime that Donald Trump committed that you alluded to that you think he should be prosecuted for?
Well, I mean...
Well, you mean what? I'll let you answer if you want to.
Perfect. In the Epstein files we have so far, because there are still millions out there, I don't think there's enough evidence to prosecute Donald Trump. However, when you're looking at Donald Trump, if he had knowledge that he was sending young girls to Epstein's house to be abused, do you think he should be prosecuted?
That's a big if. If wishes were...
Yes. If he did that, he should be prosecuted.
We have dozens...
a Wall Street Journal op-ed.
We have dozens...
Wow, really interesting.
Not an op-ed. It was fact-checked by the entire Wall Street Journal department fact-check. Do you think...
Wall Street. Right.
Think that if Donald Trump was found, and we have all these Mar-a-Lago employees saying that this happened.
This is what I'm asking you. What is the evidence of a crime that he committed?
So
Give me the evidence.
Okay, so that Wall Street Journal article. If Donald Trump,
what is the specific crime?
He knew that Epstein was creepy, and he was actively
knowing somebody creepy is a crime. They can never say the crime is going to come back up with 34 count felon.
Sending girls.
Knowing someone's creepy is not a crime. What is the crime?
Wait. So
wait. Hold on. If he's sending young,
trust me, there would be a lot of prosecutions if we could go after everyone we think is creepy.
Wait. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
If he's sending young girls, you said in this article, sending young girls to
what
Jeffrey
is the
Epstein.
Circumstance? How old
is that not
girl?
facilitating sex trafficking?
it's all based on hypotheticals, the details of which neither of you are providing.
Right, and that's giving credence to what Michael Knowles is saying, that, well, if we let all of these out, then exactly what they're doing right now. We're like, well, what did this happen? What do you think that happened? It's all circumstantial stuff, and if people aren't willing to accept that we have, okay, well, this looks bad versus this is clear evidence of a crime, then it's not going to go well. I still don't think that is a reason for these people to be protected, but I mean, they're kind of proving his point.
Everybody in the spa.
When did it happen?
Wait, it doesn't. If they're 18,
it doesn't matter how old they are. It doesn't matter how old they are. Harry Sisson. It doesn't matter.
Everybody in the spa.
When did it happen?
Wait, it doesn't. If they're 18 and getting abused, it's still a crime, right? So it doesn't. Like they could. The age is.
What do we mean by abuse?
Assaulted.
Assaulted. What do we mean by assault?
Virginia Giuffre was picked up from Mar-a-Lago and assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein.
What claims did Virginia Giuffre make?
I mean, it was awful. I mean, it was rape. It was everything.
Yeah. Well, against whom?
Against Jeffrey Epstein.
Against Jeffrey Epstein?
And Ghislaine Maxwell.
Hey, shout out to Box. That's the vertical poll. You're on the vertical stream. I always do that because they don't. People come in and out, and whatever. And it works. But welcome to the party. And who that here picking that man? What the fuck?
Everything.
Yeah. Well, against whom?
Against Jeffrey Epstein.
Against Jeffrey Epstein? Who else?
Oh, yeah, guys, if you are on the vertical stream and you would prefer the landscape stream, always, I will pin the link to the landscape stream at the top of the chat. So that pinned link will bring you over to the regular stream. It looks better, and you can see the puppy. Shout out to Hector. Welcome. He's doing the Patterson thing. Did I say that? But I don't remember saying that. What did I say? He's doing the Patterson thing. Did I say that? I'm confused. Yeah, you're on landscape. So landscape is the regular video. So if you can see my hands right now, you are on landscape. If you can't see my hands right now, then you're on vertical. If you can see Morty right now behind the chat here, you're on then you're on the landscape. It's this way. Oh, it's this way versus that way. Either one. Where are we at? Oh! I thought you were asking me what I meant by that. Well, it depends on what you mean by. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, all right, right over my head. Box said, as a white dude for Harris, white dudes for Harris is just horrible all around. Yep. Welcome, welcome to the party, blah. Let's dive back in.
Rape. It was everything.
Yeah. Well, against whom?
Against Jeffrey Epstein.
Against Jeffrey Epstein?
And Ghislaine Maxwell. And Prince Andrew.
And who else?
I mean, I don't know. Who else?
There was the biggest case involving Virginia Giuffre involved Alan Dershowitz. That's one of the biggest guys.
Throw him in jail.
Right. Now, here's one of the problems for this, and it's one of the problems for all the claims you guys are making.
Sure.
She retracted that claim. In the case of the allegations about Donald Trump, there's a case in which they say that a 13-year-old girl decades ago was raped by Donald Trump. So you say, well, we should look into that if that really happened, shouldn't we?
Yeah. But again, the problem is that even though I still think we should have all this information, it's people like Harry and Chris here who are making a strong argument that the court of public opinion will not be able to handle this.
And then when we look a little deeper, we find, actually, this has been adjudicated. There was not only one court case, there were multiple court cases.
They
one in
withdrew
California,
voluntarily.
one second. One in California where it was dismissed by a judge. 2 other times she brought it up, represented by Lisa Bloom. And
they're not kids. I mean, they're in their 20s. They're grown men who are of voting age. What is this thing? Ben Shapiro had it when he was doing his thing. Steven Crowder had it when he was doing his thing. Charlie Kirk had it when he was doing his thing. I mean, they're not little children. Don't infantilize these people. They also have a lot of influence. So it's not about punning kids. It's about dispelling the bad ideas that they put forth because kids are watching it and internalizing it.
Both times she retracted her lawsuit.
You're not arguing against what I'm saying. I'm bringing up the specific.
I am. I'm saying these are unsubstantiated claims, and you say, "Well, I've got the Wall Street Journal."
And I mean, hey, they do debate a lot better than most of y'all. So I don't really know what the issue is.
That's what I'm saying. I'm bringing up the
I think
specific.
I am. I'm saying these are unsubstantiated claims, and you say, "Well, I've got the Wall Street Journal making big allegations."
We have the Wall Street Journal
That's
talking.
not sufficient
We have the
legal
Wall Street
predicate,
Journal
Harry.
talking to multiple Mar-a-Lago employees, not just random people.
Okay, but we can't name any crimes. Very interesting.
I think it's kind of, again, it's an infantilization. It's an undercutting of, oh, well, they can't handle themselves. Okay, well, then don't be an influencer in the political space. Like, you don't just get to go out here and influence millions of children and then not have the counterweight, as you're saying. I don't see why it's low-hanging fruit. These are people who are at the top of their game in political influence. Just because we have better ideas doesn't mean that it's low-hanging fruit. Have better ideas then. Because I guarantee you could take a bunch of 22-year-old conservatives and David Pakman. Probably wouldn't go too well for David Pakman, depending on who the kids are.
Talking to multiple Mar-a-Lago employees, not just random people.
Okay, but we can't name any crimes. Very interesting.
I think that's a crime.
What is the crime? I just asked you.
Okay, great.
You just said you wouldn't prosecute Donald Trump.
Facilitating sex trafficking.
You just said you wouldn't
facilitating sex trafficking.
Okay, on what occasion and what circumstance?
In the
Dilly. Yeah, I'm right all the time about everything. Dilly to you, sir. You know, sometimes you convince me, sometimes I convince you, and the world goes round and round.
Sex trafficking.
You just said you wouldn't
facilitating sex trafficking.
Okay, on what occasion and what circumstance?
I just told you, in the 1990s and the early 2000s, Epstein was actively having young girls come to his house from Mar-a-Lago Spa. They were a variety of ages.
Give me some numbers.
There were a variety of ages.
Okay, those are not numbers. This is precisely what Michael was saying, that people like you, well, there were young girls there. It says in the email, young girls. Okay, but if you're 60, then a young girl could be 30. What did we just see from Bucks? Saying that these are just, they're just kids. They're just young bucks. So if that's in an email that Michael Knowles invited two young men to, you know what I mean? I don't like the argument. I don't like the argument.
Mar-a-Lago Spa. They were a variety.
Oh, yeah, no. Sorry, I got mixed up. So, yeah, they're saying all this young girls and when they don't actually know that, and they're claiming it as if they do.
Variety of ages.
Give me some numbers.
There were a variety of ages.
Okay, if you know the ages, what are the ages?
They were a variety. There were some kids. Virginia Giuffre was a kid when she worked at the Mar-a-Lago Spa.
But she did not retracted her claims. That's the point that I'm making.
Do you think that Virginia Giuffre lied about the assaults from Epstein?
She said that she lied about the assaults.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Do we have questions?
I thought we believe all women. What happened to that?
I'm just trusting her. I believe all women.
Hey!
So you agree that Donald Trump's a rapist?
All right, Harry, I have a question for you. Let's establish one fact first. Jeffrey Epstein died in 2019.
Yeah.
Joe Biden became president in 2020. The liberal media will do anything to hate on Donald Trump, whether he solve world hunger or, even find peace in Gaza or something crazy.
There's no peace in Gaza right now.
Yeah, all right. There's no peace in Gaza, but he's trying.
So they'll do anything to hate on him. If Biden could find something in the Epstein files to, have against Donald Trump, why?
Damn it. I hate that StreamYard does this. I can see him in the chat over here, but god damn it.
In the Epstein files to, have against Donald Trump, why would he not release those?
Sure, happy to answer it.
He had 4 years to do it. Why didn't he do it?
Happy to answer that.
4 years.
I heard you the first time.
Unlimited access to these documents, and he didn't release them. What's that about?
I heard you. We were just so Ghislaine Maxwell's case was still working the way through the courts, right? She was still appealing. There was still a lot going on there, which does restrict certain documents from being released because that's DOJ law. If they're part of an active criminal investigation or prosecution, they can't be released. But Kamala Harris was actually asked this question on Jimmy Kimmel recently.
And I'm sure she gave a very eloquent answer, right?
Said, Kimmel said, why didn't you release the Epstein files? And Kamala Harris said, we had an independence between the presidency and the DOJ, which has disappeared under Donald Trump. So Joe Biden nor Kamala Harris went to the DOJ and said, well, we'll release all the Epstein files because we want to hurt Donald Trump. They respected that independence, which should exist.
They just cared so much about Donald Trump that they were willing to cover up a sex trafficking ring. What? Is that really what you're putting forth here, Harry? That the Joe Biden administration and all of Congress and all of that, everybody was like, okay, we got the Epstein files, but hold on, Donald Trump is in there, and we don't want to hurt him. What?
which has disappeared under Donald Trump. So Joe Biden nor Kamala Harris went to the DOJ and said, well, we'll release all the Epstein files because we want to hurt Donald Trump. They
What do you mean? They just dropped 3 million more pages.
respected that independence, which should exist, but no longer exists under Donald Trump.
That's very interesting, Harry.
The same.
So,
the
hold on,
same
that's a very good point that
DOJ
Harry-
Wait, hold on.
that-
Excuse me.
The same DOJ that terrorized people that they shouldn't have. The same DOJ
Terrorized
that
who?
Biden militarized.
Yeah, well,
that
they-
same DOJ that
Catholics
had
and nuns.
independent.
Wait, terrorized
oversight.
I don't want to lose the point because you make a
Well, I mean, Box is saying if you want to know who's on the list, ask the victims. But we just had an example of somebody who was lying. This is why Believe All Women has become a meme, because women lie. Now, that doesn't mean that you believe no victims, but, the fact that they're just, and I mean, I don't even disagree. That's a good place to start. That's a good place to start. But we have to treat each individual thing as an individual situation.
Biden
And we see Harry and Chris already trying to lump everybody together.
militarized.
Well,
that
they-
same DOJ that
Catholics
had
and nuns.
independent.
Wait, terrorized
oversight.
I don't want to lose the point because you make a
Sure.
very good point. You say, well, hold on. It would have been inappropriate
Yeah.
for Joe Biden to intervene with the DOJ
Yeah.
and to encourage them to release these files. But weren't you just criticizing Donald Trump for not releasing the files,
No,
which he
you're-
actually
you're-
did end
you're
up
misunderstanding.
releasing?
Yeah, it's so nice and good because they wanted to help Trump, and that's why it's okay that Joe Biden covered up a sex trafficking ring. But now, Trump is wrong because he hurt himself. Is that what they're saying? Is that what they're saying? That Trump shouldn't have released any of the files because it hurts him, and people like them are going to take all of the information dishonestly. Now I get it. Now I get it. I just said, full on, yes, and I'm actually on his side. They are this corrupt. Their basement is full. I mean, I don't even know specifically who you're talking about, but I agree. They're all dirty. They're politicians. That's what they do. Bob said it's not what you know, it's what you can prove in court. If anything can be proven in the files, it would have been. I mean, okay, if you believe that, I don't know how you would know that, but okay.
Criticizing Donald Trump for not releasing the files, which he actually did end
You're
up
misunderstanding
releasing?
my point.
I'm very confused.
You're misunderstanding my point.
Okay.
There was an active law working its way through Congress, and Donald Trump got involved in that, and he's obviously been communicating
A
with
law
the
to
DOJ.
mandate this unprecedented release of classified material.
Yes.
I agree, which I'm circumspect about myself.
Okay,
I think there are plenty of good reasons to keep
he was
classified
actively
material
involved
classified.
in this. He was
Yeah.
actively,
Wait, what does that mean? What did he say?
and he's obviously been communicating
A
with
law
the
to
DOJ.
mandate this unprecedented release of classified material.
Yes.
I agree, which I'm circumspect about myself.
What does circumspect mean?
Stupid.
Circumspect.
Circumspect.
Worry and unwilling to take the risks.
Mandate this unprecedented release of classified material.
Yes.
I agree, which I'm circumspect about myself.
Okay,
I think there are plenty of good reasons to keep
he was
classified
actively
material
involved
classified.
in this. He was
Yeah.
actively taking a role in it. Joe Biden took no role in releasing the Epstein files. He led
But
the
it would-
Yeah, but that should be a bad thing to you, Harry. If he took no role in releasing the files, but you want the files released, that's a bad thing. Am I not understanding?
involved in this. He was
Yeah.
actively taking a role in it. Joe Biden took no role in releasing the Epstein files. He let
But
the
it would be
DOJ
bad-
do its own thing.
So if the DOJ under President Trump decided not to release the Epstein files, you would support that.
Donald Trump
No,
went
because-
regarding the release of the
because you
Epstein
were just
files
complaining
following law.
about that.
No, listen, you're misunderstanding my point.
Okay,
The president
what's the point?
should not take a position in this. They should be independent. So Donald Trump took a firm position of no files released. Joe Biden took no position, said, hey, you guys are the lawyers, you're the experts, you're the DOJ, we don't want to be involved.
So you would prefer if President Trump had
Yeah, so if Trump had done nothing and then the DOJ decided to drop all the files, then it would be fine? Is that what I'm understanding?
You guys are the lawyers, you're the experts, you're the DOJ, we don't want to be involved.
So you would prefer if President Trump had never voiced an opinion on this hot political
Yep,
matter.
there you go.
You would prefer
Yes,
if the
I would-
DOJ
I would
Yeah, because it hurts my narrative, all right? I don't want you to be saying things that's hurtful to the things that I want. I'm a white dude for Harris. Hey, a shout out to the Funk Master General. Welcome. And look at the size of that one for the big 20. Thank you so very, very much. And again, guys, if you're on that vertical stream and you want to see Morty enjoying his snacks, come on over to the landscape side. Thank you so very, very much. So the Overlord is waiting for the victory treat horn. And there it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very much, sir. We also got Behave. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also good to see you as well. And indeed, I'm an Indian dude. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party, guys. Very good to see you. Let's dive back in.
Voiced an opinion on this hot political matter. You would prefer
Yes,
if the DOJ...
I would prefer Donald Trump not interfere with the process.
You would prefer if the DOJ did not release a single document under Trump.
I would prefer Donald Trump, on this point in particular, DOJ independence, I would prefer Donald Trump not take a position and be involved.
And therefore, you would prefer the DOJ
if
not to release a single document.
Well, I mean, they're mandated by law to do so. So if the DOJ...
The law that President Trump did campaign against.
Hold on. I would...
You see that the principles don't follow. It's not like, okay, here's our principle, but, and so we're following that. It's whatever is going to help my team. It's a game to them. It's a game to them. This isn't real life. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Out sponsoring himself already with the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir. And of course, guys, remember, our Discord server is absolutely free to join, but if you got gifted a membership just now, you definitely want to join because you get extra stuff, including the after party. As soon as we are done here on YouTube, we're headed over there where we don't have to worry about TOS or anything like that, and you are not stuck behind your keyboard. You're actually on screen with me and everybody else, whether you want to cam up or not. It's a good time. Come on through. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Everybody put funk in the chat.
A law to do so.
Before
So if the
law
DOJ
was passed, the law that President Trump did campaign against.
Hold on. I would want the DOJ without a law to release the files regardless.
But they
once
didn't
the
do that
law is
under
passed,
Biden.
once the law is
hold on. Can I interject?
Maybe you can interject.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
The federal government right now is set up in a way that is unprecedented for modern American history. For all of modern American history, these three-letter agencies, the DOJ, the FBI, the CDC, they have been largely independent from the presidency, shielded from political pressure. Donald Trump ran on the idea of unitary executive theory, outlined in Project 2025. The idea, it's true, the idea...
Unitary executive goes a little further back than Project 2025.
No, of course. It's been a theory forever, but conservatives have been arguing... Conservatives have been arguing that the president should have sole control over these agencies for decades. Donald Trump, on his first day in office, signed Schedule F, giving him the ability, for the first time ever, to mass fire civil servants at these three-letter agencies. That's never been done before.
Not for the first time ever.
Okay,
the civil service has existed for a long time.
Okay, well, I mean, fine, I've got all the details wrong, but the thing that I'm trying to say is kind of there, right?
It's at these three-letter agencies. That's never been done
not
before.
for the first time ever.
Okay,
the civil service has existed for a long time.
Of course, but the idea that he could, without any reasoning, fire whoever he wishes at these agencies.
No, he has reasoning.
And fill these agencies with loyalists. Now the DOJ does whatever Donald Trump wants him to do. And so if the DOJ...
But hold on, they just released all...
Katy Perry was on a French radio show. She said they went to a big banquet where they ate a human. Her rep scrubbed the net and made sure scrubbed the net and made sure the media would say it was false. The elites do eat people and babies. I wish I was wrong. It does really seem that way. We're about this far away from actual proof. I mean, if it's something else, then it is the weirdest coincidence that it matches up perfectly with sex trafficking and eating children. That's all I got. That's right.
Jay does whatever Donald Trump wants him to do. And so if the DOJ...
But hold on, they just released all those documents. Yeah, but you said that Trump didn't want him to release
They released all the documents after he needed a political off-ramp.
So the DOJ doesn't... Wait. Hold on.
No.
So the DOJ does what Congress wants them to do, or the DOJ does what Donald Trump wants them to do?
Congress is useless because it's a bunch of...
but I thought you said it was only the documents were only released because of Congress, not because of Trump.
Hold on.
So then you said that...
No.
If you actually break down what they're saying, if you actually follow the logic, they're also... Notice how this is not sped up at all. Normally, when we watch, the standard is 1.2x speed. That's normally how we watch. But these, it's definitely a Zoomer thing. It's definitely a White Dudes for Harris on Fuck America tour thing, where you just talk really fast. And I think that gets them so far especially again because mostly they're talking to children, actual children. And they, like, if you actually try to nail down, okay, so you said this, so then that should apply here. They're like, no. I said, well, that, but like, okay, but it was 6 of these. Not, well, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Like, it does matter. This is what you're talking about. You have to know what the fuck you're talking about.
Documents were only released because of Congress, not because of Trump.
Hold on.
But then you said that
No. They were forced by the law. They were forced by the law because Trump and all his Republican friends in Congress who listened to whatever he says needed a political off-ramp. He's getting killed on this issue.
Yeah, I know what I mean.
Because he said, I'm going to release the files on day one. He can do whatever he wants. He can force his DOJ to release all the files. Then Pam Bondi says, I have the files on my desk. Then the files don't exist. Then the whole thing's a hoax and we want to stop talking about it.
List didn't exist.
And that's the part what he was just talking about, where like we know there's stuff like this. So again, the question is if all that means something else, well, okay, what does it mean? What does it mean? Shout out to Lone Wolf and Cub. Welcome to the party. So Democrats' logic, it's like oil and Democrats and logic. It's like oil and water. They're dumb as fuck. I remember when I was first getting into politics around 2015, and Facebook was still the main platform, and there was the Occupy Democrats page. And I loved it. I was like, oh, well, they're so based. But we weren't saying based, but it was like, essentially saying that. And then a little bit later, as I was getting red pilled, I found the page Occupy Democrats Logic. And most of it was like, the show, that page of just like Defiant L's or something. Same kind of thing where it's like Occupy Democrats says this. But if you actually, it sounds nice. It sounds like a catchy slogan. But if you actually break down what it means, it's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. Shout out to Edge of the South. Welcome. We also got Jack Burke said, bullshit. Biden weaponized the government along with Clinton and Obama against Trump. And Willis, James, Bragg, Smith, Comey are going to pay. They definitely should pay. I don't know, man. I wouldn't hold your breath. Politicians are very good at squealing, snaking their way out of all the bullshit that they do. So, I hope you're right. But that was another thing that people were saying is that, like, well, nobody's going to get arrested, so who cares about releasing the files? And I agree that we're probably not going to get any real arrests of anybody in power, but that doesn't mean we should just, hide all of it. Shout out to AMAC. Welcome. I think, you know what? Dilly to you. I think I might start using this. Disenfranchised MAGA. I like that because I'm so far away from, I regret my vote as a Trump voter. I'm so far away from that. But there's a lot of stuff that Trump has been doing that I really don't like. There's a lot of stuff that he has done and continues to do that I really do like. But I think I'm approaching that point where it's like, okay, clearly this side is better than that side, but I'm not really riding for any of them. I hear ya. We also got Old Texas Techman. Welcome. Said I tried being a Democrat and a liberal, but my head just wouldn't fit up my ass. Yep, unfortunately, mine did. Mine did for a good few years. And yikes. Welcome to the party, guys. Let's dive back in.
Have the files on my desk. Then the files don't exist. Then the whole thing's a hoax and we want to stop talking about it.
The list didn't exist, which it doesn't.
But for weeks, it was, we don't want to release these files. The files don't exist. They may exist. Yeah. And politically, he's getting murdered on this issue. So his friends in Congress passed the law, and he's forced at that point.
So the problem with Trump is that he didn't release all the files, and he did release all the files.
I think the problem...
the problem is that he didn't release the files, just like Joe Biden didn't release the files. But Joe Biden didn't release the files, according to the White Dudes for Harris, because Joe Biden was just, so nice and didn't want to get Trump in trouble. But now that Trump's in charge, he and files have been released, whether or not he was as forthcoming about it as he wanted, then that's still bad because reasons. No logic. Guys, it's like religion. It makes sense until you think about it. I didn't say it. He did. I didn't say it. He did. Shout out to P&W guy. He said, years back, I was a Democrat until they were okay with men in women's sports being able to use women's bathrooms. Also allowing rainbow flags in our school. Yeah, that was a big one where people were like, I'm not, hating on anybody, but I'm not really about this. So I hear ya. They push me right with everything they say and do. Pretty much. Pretty much.
The problem with Trump is that he didn't release all the files, and he did release all the files.
I think the problem. I don't know. Hold on. I think the problem. The problem is the premise of the question. To the person over there who asked, Biden had these files for 4 years. It's just that is
okay. And why didn't he release them then? Why didn't he release them if he had them for 4 years? And if it's good that he didn't release them, then why is it good that he didn't release them? So reckless Democrat. Yeah. That's one of the big ones. And that's the problem is that the economy is a very big deal. Obviously, even when it comes to what they call the kitchen table issues. Around people vote on the economy. It's the economy, stupid. That whole thing. But the problem is people don't really understand how it all works. And I mean, I'm not a fucking expert in our economic system. I know capitalism is good and supply and demand and all that stuff. But there seems to be a lack of interest in learning. Like, okay, they say that, oh, you're just going to get everything for free. But what does that actually mean? How does that actually affect our lives? Because ain't nothing free. And I think that, that's why I like to do more of these grounded entry-level things where I'm not talking about highfalutin, political philosophy and stuff, because people need to get in there and start realizing, oh, wait a minute, Democrat spending and fraud, and yeah, nobody cares about it. Well, so I wonder what TDS sufferers would say if Trump sent his FBI to rummage through the panty drawer of the wife of his political opponent like the Democrats did. What happened here? What? Who are you referring? What is this? I never heard of that. Shout out to Rick from Oregon. Said, I want some free stuff. I said, shit, me too. But there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. This is the arc of becoming a real person. You go from, well, I want free stuff. And you go, I have to work? Oh, okay. That should be that's a condensed version of if you're not a liberal when you're young, you have no heart. And if you don't get more conservative as you get older, you got no brain. Stupid. So you get sick of the reckless Democrat spending and fraud. Fraud is part of their spending. It's not a bug of their system. It's a feature. Indeed. All right, welcome. Let's dive back in.
Over there who asked, Biden had these files for 4 years. It's just, that is a gross misunderstanding of how the American government works. The Department of Justice was largely independent from the presidency through all of modern American history up until right now. So Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were not going to hyper-politicize whatever was going on.
You think the DOJ was independent and not politicized when it was spying on Catholic churches under Joe Biden?
That's it.
You think it was not political?
Actually,
you think the DOJ was independent of Barack Obama when they were suing nuns for not performing abortions?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
And to that person's point.
Well, then we got to clear out the DOJ. I'm glad Trump did that.
No.
Well, I mean, we kind of need to clean it out again, but fair enough.
No. To the person's point, it's like they're almost there. They say, oh, if Joe Biden had the file, if the DOJ was hyper-politicized, they threw all these charges on Trump, then, he didn't release the files because he didn't care. It's like, you're almost there, actually. The DOJ indicted Trump not for political reasons because Donald Trump committed crimes. The DOJ went after the groups you're referring to because there is right-wing extremism in the United States. It's one of the largest...
Right-wing extremism! Is there, though? Or is it significantly less than left-wing violence?
Just domestic terror issues of our time.
What was that crime that Trump committed?
These are just Donald Trump falsified business records in the first degree.
That's a common thing. It's not really a trend, I would say, but a common thing that you see on TikTok. I would guess that it's in shorts as well too. But TikTok is king, and it's just a 15-year-old, 16-year-old, 17-year-old getting their first paycheck, and they're like, wait, where's all my money? And life changed.
Trump committed.
These are just Donald Trump falsified business records in the first degree.
That was the case in New York you're talking about. What's the
classified documents case?
The classified documents.
We have another question over here.
To store those classified documents.
Hold on.
Next
The
question.
intent was completely different.
Where's Harry?
Who the hell is this guy? Who the hell is this guy?
Baby
Oh, he's over
Harry,
here.
sweet Harry. You've been talking about scandals, about obfuscation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's why. Well, you're on that one? Oh, you can't see the common sense thing. So yeah, if you're another reason, come on over to the landscape side, guys. If you can't see my background when in this position, it says here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. If that is what you're looking for, you are in the right place.
I knew we called it. Go ahead.
Hiding and cover-ups.
Nice.
Brother in Christ, brother in Moloch. We didn't have a president for 4 years, and you covered it up. How is that not worse?
No, you didn't go the direction we thought you were going to go.
Why?
So
Where'd you think he was going to go?
We had a man in severe cognitive decline for 4 years.
Yeah.
Not running the country.
I
you
hear
talk
you.
about the DOJ is independent because it was.
Yeah.
Because there was no head of state. How is that not worse?
Okay, are you done?
Yeah, I mean the scandal of the auto pen itself, I think is a worse scandal than the cover up of Epstein. The cover up of Epstein. They're both really, 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 really bad, and I don't like either of them. But the auto pen is just, I mean,
because there was no head of state. How is that not worse?
Okay, are you done? Yeah, no, it's hard to make that argument when Joe Biden, and you're going to hate this, Joe Biden was one of the most productive presidents in modern American history. Hey, go ahead.
One of the most productive, well, again, was it him or was it the auto pen? And even with that, what? So I said, what a dumb statement. No president. What do you mean by that? Which part of it is dumb? Because I mean, you know, there was a guy there, but we did not have a president. No, he did. He definitely.
Hey, go ahead. Absolutely.
Who this man?
I'm going to sit back. Go back, please.
I'd love to. I bet you and I.
I'd love to.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you start. You and I could go back and forth on legislation.
We go bar for bar.
I just want to hold on. Before Harry goes, I do want to point out, Joe, regardless of if you hated every piece of legislation that was signed into law under Joe Biden.
Ooh, that's going to be our first poll of the night on the Landscapers. Who was a worse president, Obama or Joe Biden? There's good arguments on either side, I think, but I'm curious to see what you guys say.
Point out, Joe, regardless of if you hated every piece of legislation that was signed into law under Joe Biden. Hold on. Joe Biden signed more fiscal legislation into law.
Did he though?
Hold on.
Did he sign it?
Hold on. Can I finish? I want to point something out.
Can I get to the
I'm gonna let you
finish.
speak. More.
All right, the poll is up. If you are on the landscape stream, again, if you are on the vertical stream and you would like to be on the landscape stream, just hit that pinned link, and we've got our running poll. Who was a worse president, Joe Biden or Barack Obama? Hey, shout out to Rick from Oregon with the $2. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, every donation. Move your neck, Morty. I can't reach any further. There we go. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Very much appreciated. I see this. There's a second coming of Ozzy. I see that. Where is it?
Legislation into law. Hold on.
Did he sign it?
Hold on. Can I finish? We
gotta find that. Yay, there he is. The second coming of Ozzy. Dilly to that. So Lone Wolf said Joe Biden's pen was the hardest working in American history. Tends to happen when shadowy figures control the pen. Indeed. Jason said Biden was worse, but the poll is reading 67% saying Obama. So get your votes in. Oh, wait, we were past that.
I want to point something out.
Can I get
He
to
said,
the
I'm
policy?
going to
I'm
let
gonna
you
let
speak.
you
I'm
finish.
going to let you speak. More fiscal legislation into law than any president in the last 70 years. Up to this point, Donald Trump, who many of you voted for, this huge mandate, he has better lines in Congress. Republicans control the House, Republicans control the Senate, Republicans control the presidency. Up to this point, Donald Trump has passed less legislation than any president
Congress
in
is huge.
70
We all know
years.
that.
All right, listen up.
Good. I mean, the whole issue was that Obama started with all these goddamn executive orders. So maybe the notion of just passing laws for the sake of passing laws, maybe not a good idea. Thank you again, Rick.
Donald Trump has passed less legislation than any president
Congress
in
is useless.
70
We all
years.
know
All right,
that.
listen
We
up.
all know
It's
that.
70 years.
Harry,
This
what's your
claim is
point?
absolutely true.
Hold on. So just to clarify, this is sort of a new. I wish this were its own debate.
I
topic.
submitted it.
Joe Biden is the most productive president
Yes.
in recent American
That is
history.
true. That is absolutely true.
Okay.
Sleeping.
By the way, Donald
He
Trump
did it all
is
while he
taking
was
credit for
sleeping.
some
That
of
was pretty
Biden's policies, so everybody's like booing it. Like he's taking credit. You're cheering for it then.
Can anybody name a
Hold
piece
on.
of legislation Donald Trump passed?
If I had $1 for every time somebody says, hold on, it's because these kids are so used to the TikTok debates where they just mute everybody and they just and dish gallop a bunch of things. Do you agree or disagree? No, do you agree or disagree? Just say yes or no. I just said 7 million different things, but do you agree or disagree? It's, hold on. And in this case, Harry was talking, and then, what's his name? Chris starts to talk, and he tells Chris to hold on. And he's like, oh, wait, you're allowed to talk. You're on my team.
Booing it. Like he's taking credit. You're cheering for it then.
Can anybody name a
Hold
piece
on.
of legislation Donald Trump
Hold on. You already asked the question, bro.
passed in his
I wanna
first
hear
or
from
second
Harry. I
term?
want Harry's point.
Who said that? We'll talk about that in a second.
This guy.
Defending the incredible efficacy of the Democratic legislature is not a defense of the
Really? So
sleeping
when Joe Biden passed the largest infrastructure bill in American history that rebuilt roads and bridges and
I did know. Okay, I didn't put it together. I did know about the Mar-a-Lago raid, obviously, but I did put together the underwear drawer. We'll say Melania bought new underwear because she felt as though her belongings had been contaminated. Ugh. I don't even. What does that even mean? Shout out to Andarius. Welcome. Said executive orders should be illegal, or at least that's the way, or at least the way it's being used. Great. Great. Shout out to No Name. Welcome to the party. Love you too, brother man. I was getting to it. All right, hold on. Longwolf said now that Trump is president, executive orders should be illegal. But they were perfectly fine with it when the Democrats were doing it. No principles, just positions. Jason said passing crazy laws turns into reckless spending. Yep. That pass a shit ton of laws with no way to pay for them. But you have to because it's the law. And we wonder why we're so much in debt. Shout out to Morgoth's Hammer over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Said liked and shared. Oh my goodness. Thank you again. All of that stuff is so very free and easy for you guys to do, and it helps out the channel so very, very much. And again, even if you share the link and you don't think anybody's going to click on it, it still helps. Just by you telling the platform that you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. And again, we've got the Michael Knowles versus the White Dudes for Harris. This guy's a questioner, but we got Harry Sisson, and the other guy is Chris Mallory.
and removed every single lead. Wait, be quiet, please. Removed every single lead pipe and.
Hey, we got Mike is making stuff. Welcome to be a member, suckers. Great. Great. Welcome.
Really? So when Joe Biden passed the largest infrastructure bill in American history that rebuilt roads and bridges and
yeah, right. People are acting like, oh, on the world stage, you guys are a laughingstock. Mostly because of Biden. It's been explicitly stated by multiple world leaders that Trump is tough in their eyes. So the laughingstock has nothing to do with Trump. It has specifically to do with Biden.
Biden passed the largest infrastructure bill in American history that rebuilt roads and bridges and removed every single lead. Wait, be quiet, please. Removed every single lead pipe in America, so everybody has clean drinking water. Just to be Everybody's against lead pipe removal. Everybody.
Dude.
No, okay.
Civics.
All right. So and then when Biden, and then wait, excuse me. I let hey, you over there. I let you speak.
I want to hear Harry's point.
Michael says he wants to hear me. You listen to him.
It's too good to miss.
Yeah, exactly. When Joe Biden passed the PACT Act, which invested in healthcare for veterans who were exposed to toxic burn pits abroad, who's against that? Anyone? Okay, right. So nobody's against it.
I like this from what Funkmaster's saying, that Biden was awful, or beyond awful, because he was incoherent, but Obama was worse because he was fully aware of what he is doing. And I tend to agree. And it seems like you guys do as well. 83% of you said Barack Obama was a worse president than Joe Biden. Sad. And yeah, that's a common thing. Like we're saying, oh, they love, like, okay, maybe they will take certain aspects and be like, but in reality, they fear us.
To toxic burn pits abroad, who's against that? Anyone?
Wait, against what?
Hear me. You listen to him.
It's too good to miss.
Yeah, exactly. When Joe Biden passed the PACT Act, which invested in healthcare for veterans who were exposed to toxic burn pits abroad, who's against that? Anyone? Okay, right. So nobody's against it.
Who loves the Candy and Puppies Act?
What about
I love the Candy and Puppies Act.
When Joe Biden passed the Chips and Science Act to invest in these little chips we have on our phones and these microphones, everything you're looking at, to make them here in America, not abroad? Anybody against that?
That wasn't an executive order. It was a bill. It came from Congress.
Wait, be quiet. What? When did they do that?
What?
Intel laid off.
Okay, so you guys know I have some little pet peeves when it comes to videos and stuff. You know, the dead air, answering questions with questions, all that kind of stuff. The other thing is having people who don't have a microphone yell out. Like, just get in line and ask your question.
18% of the workforce right after that act passed.
And has that
Harry?
Has that?
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with this story. Jason had no choice about the burn pits. The vets all had cancer. Just like the Mar-a-Lago thing. Maybe I've heard of it, but not in this context. Edge of South said Biden's big beautiful bill. That's BB, right? Also had a kill switch mandate for every vehicle made post 2026 to have remote kill switch that the government made and other third-party access, and has yet to be repealed. I did not know that. I think what year is my car? I want to say 20. I think it's 22. 22, I think. So I'm gonna ride that into the ground. So I'll be good for a while until we figure out how to get around that shit. Because you just say the wrong thing and your car doesn't work. Behave said, I had mango with sticky coconut rice, but I really need a medium rare steak. I think we all could use that. The worst answer question. You said it, not me, brother. You said it, not me. Love you.
Intel laid off 18% of the workforce right after that act passed.
And has that
Harry?
Has that trend continued or slowed or gotten better? Has that trend continued or gotten better?
The company, it's only going to get better from there.
And the economy continues to get worse under Donald Trump. You're talking about mass layoffs. Look at Donald Trump.
You're talking about all-time stock market highs.
With that, sorry, I missed that one. Quality. I think we were talking about this. Quality says, Funkmaster articulated my opinion concerning Bam Bam versus President Potato. Spot on, brother. Spot on.
You're talking about
and inflation still up, and gas prices going up, and grocery. What happened? What happened
jobs under Donald Trump?
What happened to inflation being eradicated on day one?
Manufacturing confidence has gone up.
We've lost manufacturing jobs for 14 straight months under Donald J. Trump.
It's hard to rebuild manufacturing after 50 years of deindustrialization.
So wait. Joe Biden did it. He created 800,000 manufacturing jobs in his 4 years.
Yeah, the thing is, when you shut an entire economy down artificially then you restart it.
Who was president?
It was
okay, well, when I'm not happy with the fact that Trump shut everything down for COVID, but he has much more of an excuse because it was much earlier on. In the beginning, we genuinely didn't know what the fuck was going on. And so, I don't think we should have shut down the country, but that's a bad decision based on an unprecedented, an unprecedented political situation. But by the time Biden was in there, we knew what the fuck was good. The people who weren't going to get, people who were going to be pure bloods. Shout out to the pure bloods. People were either going to get vaxxed or not vaxxed. People were either going to, do the distancing and the masking or not. No reason to keep the world shut down. Because don't get it twisted. If America had opened back up, a lot of other places would have been following our lead. That's what they do. Sean Stryker, welcome. C. Stryker said it's amazing. There are people who still pretend to like Biden or that Biden was anything beyond a patsy. It's a dogmatic belief. It really isn't about Biden. It's really about Trump bad. Trump bad. Sadly. I think shutting down really came down to state level choices. True. In my state, we gave it 0 fucks. So that's, I think, a different aspect of the conversation, because while it definitely was a state level choice, there was very clear messaging from the White House with either president. So you're absolutely right. But that doesn't, like, the fact that individual states didn't shut down doesn't mean that Biden and the Democrats didn't try to keep them shut down or, treat everyone like second-class citizens and all that stuff. Yeah, pure bloods. Wasn't political for me. I was just lazy and procrastinated my way through it. I mean, kind of me too. But, that was my original thing. I was just like, all right, well, I'll just wait until, it becomes inconvenient. But then they were all fucking shady with it. And I was like, hold up, what's going on here? I don't like that. Shout out to Quality with the $2 make you holla. Thank you. So very, very much. And of course, Marty gets a treat. Said, taking off. All right, well, you have a fantastic night. Peace out. Let's grab this. Lone Wolf said Democrats didn't blame Clinton for the internet taking jobs, but Democrats blame Trump for LLMs taking jobs. Did I realize that? I haven't seen that. That's not in the least bit surprising. I don't even know what to say. I honestly don't even know what to say. It's so stupid. I honestly don't even know what to say to that.
Shut an entire economy.
Not you. Just the concept.
Down artificially.
Who was president?
Then you restart it.
Who was president?
It was unfortunately President Trump allowed. Unfortunately, President Trump.
And see, again, you can see that. Oh, it's just a game. We got one. That's going on TikTok, bro. Oh shit, we got you to agree with something. It's not a good look. And so all the people who are, maybe not all the people, but a decent amount of people who are watching this and thinking, oh yeah, I love Harry Sisson. I love what's his face. And this guy is Trump. He must be bad. When you gamify it that way, then it's either going to normalize that and gamify it even further to other people, or people are going to understand, like, yo, this is not a game. This is serious. This is real life. Sadly, I think it's a little bit more of the former, but take what we can get. Mr. Trump was a player in the big game. Even then, there's a politician trade tracker, and it's quite damning for him if you look it up. Yeah, I mean, politicians gonna politician. But yeah, listen how excited they get.
President.
It was unfortunately President Trump allowed. Allowed the Democrat governors to destroy the economy. That's true.
But right. It's the Democrats somehow.
Hold on. Is Donald Trump?
Republican states reopened
can we
early.
just point out, though, that I just named 3 of Biden's biggest policies. Not a single person in this room, except that dude with the weird hat back there, objected to the policies. You all like it.
Yeah, because you named the easy policies that people like.
So what?
Yeah.
Wait. Hold on.
Let's protect our veterans.
Hold on.
Like, yeah, how about some of the policies that we didn't like? Because according to you, he was the most prolific president with all these bills and stuff. So if we go through them, what percentage do you think this crowd of people would agree with? You're just picking and this is exactly how Democrat polls work. They pick the framing that they want, and they pick the examples that they want to curate the message that they started out. Not even worrying about the truth or anything else. Hey, shout out to Mom Tech. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you said, liked, and shared again. Guys, that stuff helps so very, very much. Welcome. So far, they've been talking about how, the first prompt was that the Trump covering up Epstein was the worst scandal ever. And then a little bit of back and forth about that. And I'm like, yes, I agree that it's not good, but certainly not the worst scandal ever. I would say that, the Epstein Island stuff itself would be worse. And then we were talking about how Joe Biden and the auto pen was also pretty fucking bad. And then this prompt that they're on now is about Joe Biden being the best president. Wait, well, I don't know. They're talking about politics. Dislike. Well, hey guys, if you really hate the video, just double tap that dislike so I know for sure. Shout out to what the fucking make shit. So you're gonna forget that Trump literally sent out a poll where the only two answers was Trump's doing a great job or Trump's doing an awesome job. That's funny. Because there's no one who is going to look at that poll and take that seriously. But you cherry pick a few bills that that are super non-controversial and be like, see, you guys love Biden. That they are presenting as a serious claim. Welcome. Let's dive back in.
Yeah, because you named the easy policies that people like.
So what? Wait, hold on.
Let's protect our veterans Act
These
of
are
2011.
These are not easy policies to get done. Donald Trump said it was infrastructure week his entire first term. He didn't get any infrastructure bill passed.
The razor-thin Republican majority in the House does make it tough.
Joe Biden had a smaller majority.
The executive orders have been excellent, and his
Joe
economic
Biden had a
performance
smaller
has beaten
majority,
all
and he got it
expectations.
done. Joe Biden had a smaller majority and got it done.
Yeah,
What's Donald Trump's
because the Democrats are in lockstep, and the Republicans are like
well, the
herding
Republicans
cats.
voted for it.
Yeah, they're talking about COVID right now.
All of these are bipartisan. All Republicans voted for it.
This is
So
my
are
point,
you
the
against any of those
Republicans are
bills? Are you against any of those bills?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, because the infrastructure bill had a ton of pork in it.
What?
Oh yeah, and that's the one that you were. I apologize, whoever it was saying was, but the kill switch in the cars.
What pork?
What pork?
What you're talking about, like individual bridge projects?
Yeah, people being able to drive is a pretty good
not
thing.
Not only with the infrastructure bill.
Well, you can't pick out a specific bridge that was built that you don't like, therefore you like the policy. What? Democrat logic.
Not only the infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act. The problem with those bills is that they passed a lot of nonsense spending that damaged the economy broadly.
Wait, what specific damaged the economy? What specifically?
It increased inflation to 9% under Joe Biden.
There's no
9%.
Money printer, go.
What's the connection?
For the economy, I think.
What's the connection? When you print more money, all of the other money is worth less. That's the connection.
The connection. What's the connection? Where's the tie?
And even Bernie Sanders admitted that the Inflation Reduction Act.
I'm not asking what Bernie Sanders said. You don't like Bernie Sanders. What is the connection?
See, again, there you go again. So, of course, Jason Wright saying about saving billions. But here again, notice how their mind works. Michael Knowles is trying to say even Bernie Sanders, who I don't like and is more on your side, even he said that this was bad. And what is their immediate thought? Their immediate thought is, well, you don't like him, so he's on the different team, so you can't say that. What? Listen again.
Hey, what's the
9% inflation.
9% inflation.
What's the
connection?
connection?
For the economy, I think.
What's the connection? What's the connection? Where's the tie?
Even Bernie Sanders admitted that the Inflation Reduction Act.
I'm not asking what Bernie Sanders said. You don't like Bernie Sanders. What is the connection?
I'm not asking you about Bernie Sanders. You don't like Bernie Sanders. What does that have to do with anything? Bernie Sanders said a thing that Michael is appealing to. That doesn't mean he likes that person. So stupid. Great. Yeah, I started out as a Bernie bro.
The tie.
And even Bernie Sanders admitted that the Inflation Reduction Act.
I'm not asking what Bernie Sanders said. You don't like Bernie Sanders. What is the connection?
But I agree with him here because
what's the connection?
He agrees with the Republicans.
So when
I'll give it economics 101.
Sure.
When you spend a bunch of money on nonsense
over a 10-year period,
inflation goes up.
Over a 10-year period.
But I don't think
over any period. What do you mean?
But Donald Trump has spent a bunch of money. Donald Trump spent more money than Joe Biden did.
Yeah, because all of the infrastructure that was put in doesn't just disappear when the presidents change.
Stupid.
Under which law?
Under his entire term.
Under which law? His term.
Stupid.
Money than Joe Biden did.
Under which law?
Under his entire term.
Hold on, but which law are you
his first 4 years? His first 4 years.
First 4 years. Because you were previously criticizing Trump for not doing anything.
Yes.
But then when it was convenient for you, you criticized him for doing a lot of things.
No principles, just positions.
When you have the tax cuts, when you reduce revenue, you spend more money. There's more debt.
right? So under Donald Trump's first 4 years, he spent more than Joe Biden did in his 4 years.
Because of the lockdowns or because of the tax cuts? Are you counting the tax cuts
Joe
spending?
Biden, tax cuts, spending.
Got it. Okay. He cut taxes for people, and that is spending.
And he tax cuts for wealthy people. I don't think there's any billionaires in the crowd.
Okay, Mark.
Okay, hold on. Really quick. We've got some housekeeping to address, and I figured it's easier to do it here. We had a whole thing with the "you pick my next tattoo." We are still going to do that. However, there was an issue with somebody who was of a certain membership level, and so they felt like they had more. They should have more of a say in what was going on. And so, with one of we had the poll options, and so I picked 3 of those, and I said that he could pick anything else. Remember, this whole thing was the goal, the stream goal of you guys paying, so that I have to get whatever tattoo you guys say. Obviously, I was going to pick the poll, but whichever one you guys go with, then I'm going to get it. That's not necessarily a punishment, but it's just like, haha, you got to get this, even if you don't like it, because of all of that. And I think I might still get that on its own. But the and I see it, but the so then I let the poll go, and it turned out that his design was the one, the Sisyphus thing that won the poll. And so I was still down to get a Sisyphus tattoo. If you're not familiar with the guy who's tries to push the boulder up a hill for a turn, and then it rolls back down. He's got to push it up and then back down. And if we look at the let's actually pull up the original poll, because if you look at the other options, it's very clear that this is a fun type thing. And so we have, let me just do this. So we had the dilly dilly. We had Sisyphus pushes his boulder. We had Trump as a Hindu god, and Hillary Clinton has a dick. Those are all things that are something to do with the channel, something to do with the community, something to do with all of that. And Sisyphus is awesome, but it just doesn't really fit the thing. But I told him that he gets an option, and so he got an option. After that, I let him know. I was like, hey man, I don't even, I didn't think that one was going to win. I don't really know what that has to do with the channel. I was almost wishing for Hillary. And then I really do like the Donald Trump dilly dilly. But he did not really like the fact that I did not like it. And he got offended that I put in the Discord that, I didn't really think that it was a tattoo that I would get. If you look at this design, it's just, and then if you Google Sisyphus tattoo, they're all exactly the same. And so, and I mean, we're going to do it here on my wrist, so we don't have space to do something like this, but they're all the same thing. And so I was just saying okay, I'm going to get something a little bit more unique. And the story of Sisyphus is about, again, the pushing the boulder and always it falling down. And especially from the absurdist view, who I like, Albert Camus, the point is not really him pushing the boulder. The point is really that the boulder is going to fall down the hill again. And so I was thinking, all right, let me, put a spin on this, and I'll get him watching the boulder fall down the hill or something like that. Because remember, again, the original post says that, whichever design wins will be curated for my body. I can't promise the tattoo will look exactly like this. I can't promise anything will be exactly as pictured, but it's a jumping off point. And so, I'm thinking we're all in having fun, doing the thing. But he didn't like that. And he quit the server. And I don't know if I assume he's canceled his membership. And he told me that, his time and money is better spent elsewhere, and he's tired of watching me get drunk online. All right, man. Fair enough. If that's how you feel, then I'm sorry you feel that way. But I can't get that tattoo on me now. I'm not, I'm down with whatever you guys pick. But I can't get that tattooed on me now. So, before we do that, let me shout out our boy Box, a member for 14 months. 14 months, over a year. Thank you. Here you go, buddy. Said I bet there's a 3-drink minimum in the bar. Is that on the Dilly Dilly bar? Yeah. So the idea here now is, yes, we've got to do a new poll, but so I'm going to make the poll here on the landscape side. So if you care about this, then come over to the landscape side to vote. Should I just do another poll and just take this option out and have 3 options? Should I pick another 4th option? Should I just go with the second place winner? What do you guys think? So I'm gonna make that a regular poll as well, but just so that you guys have an understanding. That's what we're dealing with. Buck, so you blew my mind with that Calvin and Hobbes tattoo. I was not expecting that. My old cat was named Spliff the Space Cat. Yeah, I got a half chest piece of Calvin and Hobbes that goes all the way up to my shoulder. And then again, the reason that I wanted to do this is that Morty's getting up there. He's getting old, and he's not going to last forever. And it's been a long time since I got a tattoo. So when he does pass, the other side of my chest over my heart, that's where he's going. But I need to make sure that my artist who knows how to do shading on my skin is still around. And I also just want to, not have it, there's, a little bit more heavy that, it's the first tattoo I've gotten in forever. And so, like, the difference between how this is shaded up here, it's just black, and then a very tiny gradient. Versus if you look at this one, it's much, much smoother. And it that happens because I'm obviously not white, but I'm not like black. And so artists aren't usually good with the specific tone that they need when it comes to the shading. So that's the point. They're supposed to suck. That's the punishment. Hey, shout out to Futo. Welcome. Very good to see ya. So mine or the designs. These are the potentials. We have Trump and like the yellow hair and an orange little thing. We had Trump as a Hindu god with all the arms and stuff. Or Hillary Clinton has a dick. No, again, it's just a thing that people aren't used to. Whatever. I'm not okay. So I'm gonna put that poll up now on the landscape stream of what you guys think we should do regarding the community tab post. Right? Like that's fucking dope. I thought they were all good. And they're relevant to what we do here. They're relevant to, that's an inside joke for us. And if it's going right here, then every single time I lift my hand up, then you guys are going to be able to see it. And then the other thing is if it's like a face, then, the like, you can see that this one, the head is up near the head is up near the elbow and the bottom is down here. But because I'd be like this, again, all these are upside down, but I might even get the tattoo upside down just for you guys. That would be funny. Still pro dilly dilly. I like that one. And Hillary has a dick. And that, the other lore to that is, as I said, I started out as a Bernie bro. And I eventually, when they fucked Bernie over, I eventually voted for Hillary Clinton. Hurrah! And I deserve punishment for that. And so, all that stuff. So I think so we'll put up a poll and we'll see what we're going to do. Sorry for that little break. Let's jump back into the show and I will ask you guys in the poll. All right.
Taxes for people, and that is spending.
Any
in the
tax
mind of
cuts
a
for wealthy people. I don't think there's any.
Remember, you got to be on the landscape stream to weigh in on this.
Billionaires in the crowd.
Okay, Mark.
Hey, Michael, long time.
What's going on, man? I'm
long
glad
time
to see you
listener,
here.
first time caller. Yeah. First of all, I want to say, Chris and Harry, thank you for coming here. Like, it genuinely.
Thank you, man.
Like, to face
Thanks for
people
having
that
us.
disagree with you, and some may hate you, that really takes balls. Speaking of balls, the First Lady of France. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Good night, everybody.
But I do have an actual, substantive question. You talk a lot about subverting democracy and the will of the people,
but you endorsed a candidate who was nominated to be president without a single vote cast.
Yeah, wait.
How
All right, poll is up, guys, on the landscape stream. Remember, if you're on the vertical stream, you just have to click the pinned link to get over to where the poll is. What should we do for the tattoo poll? Answers being redo the poll with only the 3 options that were there, redo the poll with the 3 that were there and add a new one, or just pick the second place winner from the poll that we already have.
is that not subversion?
I think he's still alive.
I don't know.
Okay,
but
you got
can
it.
I
Go,
respond?
go. Yeah.
Well, a couple things here. Who?
Cool. That would be cool. You should comment this on the stream itself, like not in the chat. Comment this so I don't forget, because that might be if people say it to add a new one. I might do that. I
I don't know.
Okay,
but
you got
can
it.
I
Go,
respond?
go. Yeah.
Well, a couple things here. Who? First of all, with Joe Biden dropping out, there is nobody else at that point in time. The moment Kamala Harris announces that she's going to run for president.
So again, guys, it's not necessarily the pictures that are there are kind of just a bit more of an idea, so that you know what I'm talking about. Like if you didn't know Sisyphus, then it's pictured there. But it's more so the concept. And so like that picture with Hillary holding like a dildo or whatever. Like if we pick Hillary Clinton with a dick, it's not necessarily going to be that exact thing. It's more about the concept. And so depending on the space and the shape and all of that, we would figure out how to do the option that we pick.
There is nobody else at that point in time. The moment Kamala Harris announces that she's going to run for president, there is nobody whose primary is Kamala Harris. People say, why was there not an open primary? Why didn't we get to vote? Because nobody ran against her. Everybody immediately got their, threw their support. All Democrats threw their support behind Kamala Harris. Joe Biden threw his support behind Kamala Harris. And again, we actually did vote. We technically, the delegate process wasn't in Chicago, but to make it simple, we as registered Democrats got to vote for delegates who then went to Chicago and
Did they go to Chicago or did they go to Chicago? Like, what was that?
Registered Democrats got to vote for delegates who then went to Chicago, and every single delegate voted for Kamala Harris to be the nominee. So that's not subverting democracy. That's absurd. If Democrats wanted a primary process, then
they shouldn't have lied about Joe Biden and should have gone through it in the first place. It's almost like it's not, whoopsie, it's too late to have a primary. It's like, all right, let's stick with Biden so that we don't have to have a primary, and then we can install whoever the fuck we want.
that's not subverting democracy. That's absurd. If Democrats wanted a primary process, then somebody has to primary Kamala Harris. Nobody primaried Kamala Harris.
Why not? Because she was just such a great candidate.
She was a good candidate. Wait.
Wash it up!
She was I think to Harry's point, the Biden-Harris administration was incredibly productive. They did a lot of good things. Yeah, that's just wrong. That's just wrong.
Y'all can boo all you want. It's just not true.
Again, pass more fiscal.
I also notice that, talking about, what Boggs would say, you're, talking to poning a bunch of kids. You do see how we've covered every episode that a bar fight that they've done, that Michael Knowles has done. And this is the first one that the two guests are so heavily controlled by what the crowd says. Usually, if you're in this situation, you talk to the people on the stage. People are going to yell out, but you ignore them, and you don't give them the attention, because then more people are going to yell out. These young bucks, they ain't pros.
That's just
y'all
wrong.
Can boo all you
want. You can boo all you want. Yeah, we know that. That's why we're booing.
Stupid.
Wrong. Again, pass more.
For me, it's more about the time, the time period that I got it. Like, even if I have, tattoos that I don't love, I loved it at a certain point in my life, and I loved it at that time for a reason. And so that's always going to be good for me. Oh, Equality, I forgot to add you to the banner. My apologies.
Yeah, that's just wrong. That's just wrong.
Y'all can boo all you want. It's just not true.
Again, pass more fiscal legislation than any administration in 7 decades. They showed
that's not inherently a good thing.
For the first time in a long time, that with bipartisan
just
support,
jump
you can
in?
get things done. So yes, Kamala Harris was a very
With
strong candidate.
bipartisan support, you can make eggs cost $11
Wait,
a dozen. You're
Shout out again to Equality and all of the donations.
What did Joe Biden do to cause that?
Wait. Two things.
He answered the question.
Exactly.
What did Joe Biden do to
Well,
cause that?
You guys talk a lot about the
increased
DNC.
inflation.
Wait.
How did he do that?
Wait. Hold on.
That's
Hold
spending
on.
it down.
Hold on.
At this point, because you talk about, oh, we could vote on delegates. The DNC and the RNC, for that matter, are private clubs.
Yeah.
So they can make the rules. They can do whatever they want. And
Sure.
there is no actual democracy in those private clubs. They can pick whoever they want. They can change the rules to be like, oh, if Joe Biden falls down the stairs, then, Hillary Clinton is automatically the nominee. She would push him. I agree, Michael. But it's not really a democratic process.
Wait, but I don't understand that.
That's clear. That's clear, buddy. There's a lot you don't understand.
Then what's the question? Like you say, we talk about.
You guys are such
hold on.
I'll tell you the question.
Hold on, because we're talking about subverting democracy. I mean, Donald Trump lost an election, knew he lost an election, spent months perpetrating the lie that he won the 2020 election.
Hold on.
Right.
He went,
Yeah.
Oh, really?
He lost.
Stolen? Who said that?
Lost-ish.
Hold on. We're gonna.
Lost-ish is fair.
You're an idiot. Yeah. We're gonna.
You're an idiot.
But again, Donald Trump spent months perpetrating a lie that he won the 2020 election when all of his advisors told him that he lost. He still believes he lost the 2020 election. We're witnessing the largest expansion of executive authority in our entire lifetimes. Okay.
But you just said, oh my God, you just were making, touting that Joe Biden has passed so many laws. And I was like, now they're expanding executive authority. What do you think those auto-pen executive orders were? Rules for thee, but not for me.
We're witnessing the largest expansion of executive authority in our entire lifetimes. Okay, Donald Trump is interested in nothing but power. I don't understand
How has he expanded
Wait.
executive authority?
But to this person's point, I don't understand how that relates to
Because you guys
Kamala
say
Harris
you're
being the
such
nominee?
he's saying that you guys say you're such lowercase d Democrats and power.
So wait, Box is saying he puts the onus on the politicians and not the people. It's gross and anti-American to say the DNC can do whatever it wants. I would say the same for the RNC too. Agreed. And that's because you're not a sycophant of, well, I have these opinions, so I must agree with this team all of the time. Unfortunately, on both sides, there's way too many people who are like that. And that's why we are cooler than all of them. Yeah. Dilly fucking dilly. All right, I'll keep that poll up for a few more minutes, guys. Remember, if you are on the vertical stream coming over, to hit that poll.
Part of the people and more involvement from more people is good, and you don't even want voter ID.
I know that. I mean, I was saying passing legislation, the legislation that was passed did also expand the executive authority. So they're saying it's bad that Donald Trump expanded executive authority, but Joe Biden also expanded executive authority by passing all this different legislation. Maybe not every single thing was expansion of executive authority, but it's good when Biden does it. It's bad when Trump does it. Trump bad.
You want that many people to be involved, and you don't want to discourage anyone. And yet, then out of the other side of your mouth, you say, no, it's great. These parties are private clubs, and if they just pick the nominee, that's fine.
I don't think we've ever said it's great. Right? Like they make great.
You're defending. That was. I think that was specifically
No.
That's democracy, right?
No. What I was defending is that people say, why was there not a primary? And I just say there literally can't be a primary when there's nobody else running.
Okay, but then, so I think that I don't know. I think the fair thing there is that you decided to run Joe Biden. He won the nomination, so that's your guy.
Democrats won a primary. Someone else has to run. Kamala Harris was.
She was just too good. She was just too good. Okay,
I mean, it's just true.
Too good of health. Too good of health, says the doctor.
Question: who wins the VIP round? Who gets to go to the table?
Who do we like out of 1, 2, 3? These guys are all asking questions. I like the middle guy.
I hear number 1. I hear number 2. Mr. Davies. I don't. At the mic. Who was it?
Who votes for first?
Who says it was Mark? I don't know. Who do we say?
Mark. It's like Mark won.
All right.
Hold on. Can we do a recount of the?
votes for thee. And of course, you explain it that way. That doesn't make any sense.
Votes?
Can we get a
poll
recount?
watchers?
Yeah,
This is
exactly.
This is some Bush v. Gore stuff.
I think that was a Howard Dean thing. So if you guys remember the that politician, I think he was a Democrat, or he was doing pretty well. This was before when I was really paying attention, so forgive me for not knowing the details. But that guy who got famous, oh, that guy. Well, hold on, let me just pull it up. You guys fucking, you remember Howard Dean? Howard Dean. Me.
You know something? You know something? If you had told us 1 year ago that we were going to come in third in Iowa, we would have given anything for that. And you know something? You know something? Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. We're going to California and Texas and New York. We're going to South Dakota and
So this is January 19th, 2004.
Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
Was that it? Was it really just once? Was it really just once? I remember him doing it over and over.
We will not give up. We will not quit now or ever. We want our country back for ordinary Americans.
That's crazy. So this right here, this is what cost this man the election.
See to take back the White House.
Yeah! And so there was an interview with him some years later, and he was asked about it, and he was like, "Well, I was in a huge crowd, but I had a mic in front of me. So like for everybody else there, like I was just matching everybody's energy. They got louder, so I got louder. But because the microphone was in my face, then it sounded weird." Tanked his entire career. And so I think, we're in a similar situation with the angry chick, where when she was yelling at the microphone, that's because everybody else got loud, and she just happened to be in front of the microphone.
Lady,
Hanging
you are
Chaz.
coming over here. So this is very exciting. You are going to be drinking Redneck Riviera bourbon. We're all having our drinks up here, but you know what you have to have first? It's called
Okay, if you are just joining us, we had to read really quick. We have to redo the tattoo poll. I still want you guys to pick my next tattoo, but we had some drama, and the one that won, somebody said some not so nice things to me, and so I'm just not putting that on my body. So the question is, do we redo the poll with the other three options? Do we redo the poll with the three options that were there and add another new fourth option, or should I just pick the second place winner for the poll right now? Also, hi. Welcome. Please clap.
bourbon. We're all having our drinks up here, but you know what you have to have first? It's called Z-Biotics. You got to go to zbiotics.com. Okay. Chris, what's your topic?
My topic is Trump's ICE raids respect no limits.
Trump's ICE raid respect no limits. Debate 101. Debate 101. You don't want to be arguing on the side of an all or every, because then the other person just needs one example. All Michael needs to do is present one limit that they are respecting, and he loses.
Have no limits.
Okay. What's your argument?
Look, my argument is this. Donald Trump, especially with, again, the expansion of executive authority we have seen, there are masked agents running around our...
I mean, I don't really want to, make more of it than we need to, but like, welcome, angry amputee.
Our communities to obviously the dismay of the American people for political gain, okay? These people at ICE,
and I didn't say crazy.
Individuals within ICE themselves are not qualified to be ICE agents. A lot of them are being hired with little oversight, I should say. The organization itself lowering the requirements for ICE agents. They're running ads targeting.
Okay, so DEI is bad, but lowering standards for everybody is good. Sorry, DEI is good, but lowering the standards for everybody is bad for reasons. So Bonks, I'm not a fan of what Trump did to my state. Not a fan of what some of our Congress folks did to our state. So, yeah. So yes, can you say more on this? Because what it sounds like to me, and I may be wrong, is that you're saying that like situations like Renee Good and Alex Preddy were because of Trump doing X, Y, and Z, but then there's also you're including the aspect of a Congress. So which is which? Which is which? DEI doesn't lower standards. Are you certified in DEI? Are you certified in DEI? If you are, then we can have a debate about this. But if you're not, then you need to respect my authority. Respect my authority. Certified, baby. Certified. DEI certified. Standards lowered. Didn't expect that one, did ya? Okay, yeah. Show me your certification, and then we'll go.
Getting people who show up at specific bars, who are interested in certain conservative ideals. They're hiring people who are.
We got to get on the list for this show.
Right,
I think
right.
we got to get some ICE agents.
They're hiring people who are pro-Trump, who are very conservative, and they can frankly do whatever they want. They have the backing of the federal government. We saw 2 U.S. citizens executed in broad daylight on video. And though the DOJ was not interested in investigating those cases, Donald Trump backing it up and saying, I love it. There's no limits here, Mike.
So that's not no limits. That's just a limit that you don't like. And we all understand that when we have something this bad, again, people are going to fall through the cracks. That doesn't make it okay, but that's just how life works. Shout out to Nate. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Said DEI chooses someone based on race, not who is the most deserving. Yup. I do sometimes, like if we're, if there's a bunch of people here and we're having a conversation, it's not really, it doesn't really, it's not really getting across from the chat, then I'll drop the link sometimes. But I just like being the only one to talk, so not too often, but sometimes. Oh, so you go to the website, go to diversityinclusiontraining.com and tell me that I photoshopped it. And actually, I streamed the whole fucking thing. I streamed the entire fucking thing. So if you can show me the video of the Photoshop in the video where there's no Photoshop, then sure. Where are we at? Shout out to Manatron. Welcome to the party. Glowing Dog said I'm 12.5% Jewish. That's okay with me. That's okay with me. Nate says, based on choosing someone for their race, yep, instead of who's most effective. Indeed. Yeah, I like the attention too much. I'm being honest, right? I'm being honest. I don't like when other people get to talk. Just me. All right. All right, come on out, bitch. JK.
Getting those cases, Donald Trump backing it up and saying, I love it. There's no limits here, Michael. They do.
Okay,
They do whatever they want.
A few points here. One, there are no investigations into.
If they need help and they're getting help, then that's not the same standard as somebody who doesn't need the help. I agree with you. The system is broken, but that doesn't mean you break it more.
Michael, they do.
Okay,
They do whatever they
a
want.
few points here. One, there are no investigations into the officer involved killing. Renee Good. There's no federal investigation.
No, I think if we're being good faith, there is no investigation. Immediately after what happened with Alex Preddy, the DOJ came out and they said immediately. Pam Bondi said this guy's a.
No, I'm fully understanding of what my certification is. Again, if you'd like to show me yours, then we can have a debate. But other than that, have you been?
What happened with Alex Preddy, the DOJ came out and they said immediately, Pam Bondi said, this guy's a domestic terrorist. The administration, J.D. Vance said, he's a domestic terrorist. He was there to do all this horrible stuff. Yeah. It's pretty clear they immediately laid the groundwork for, we don't need to investigate this. And as far as I'm aware.
It's like a very factual question. Are there investigations into the shooting?
I am not aware of the DOJ currently investigating the shooting, the actual officer himself involved in Alex Preddy's shooting.
What about Renee Good? There are investigations into that.
I think that the DOJ, my understanding is that the DOJ is more interested in investigating.
I'm going to keep the poll up for 1 more minute. So if you have not voted, come on over to hit the pin link for the verticals and then hit the poll on the landscape stream to decide how we will decide what my next tattoo is.
What happened as opposed to potential wrongdoing. They're more interested in investigating if Renee Good is a
also,
criminal.
people
as opposed
resign
to
from the
what
Civil
ICE
Rights
did.
Division of the Department of Justice. Like,
Or as we like to say on this channel, oh, come on, don't, no, what's happening? No, come on.
8 or 10
Hold on, wait. I don't know why it's doing this, but hold on. Projection. You totally be in good faith. When you're in good faith, you typically don't need to say that. Good catch.
If Renee Good is a criminal,
also, people
as opposed
resign
to
from the
what
Civil
ICE
Rights
did.
Division of the Department of Justice, like 8 or 10 prosecutors, because the specific division that's used to investigate police shootings said that they were not investigating it.
Yeah, I would say that as many people as can.
I mean, the most voted answer when I was getting suggestions was Confluence's face, but I'm not getting somebody's face tattooed on me. I mean, within reason.
Resign from those civil rights offices is probably for the better.
Hillary Clinton with a dick.
Because it
Michael
often
Knowles,
is,
everybody.
That on my body.
If you're discriminated against, you love it.
Do you have any
That's
evidence
great.
of that?
That the civil rights offices
That
are run
these
by
places are.
Yeah, here's some evidence. And this actually does relate to another recent case, which is that on the topic of like the FACE Act, which is a version of a civil rights law, it's only ever applied to protect abortion clinics and virtually never applied to protect churches. Wait.
Well, and then fucking Don Lemon came around, but they're probably not going to charge him with the FACE Act either.
Even including the church that was at issue in Minnesota.
Wait, but that's not your.
This is within the realm of if we pick that option, then it's not what is shown. It is the idea. So that is in the running. That is already in the running.
Wait, even including the church that was at issue in Minnesota.
Wait, but that's not your claim. Is that there's like this almost.
My claim is that the civil rights regime tends to only track left and doesn't actually protect the rights of people on the right. That's my claim. However, it's a slightly side point. The chief topic you're making, or the chief claim you're making, is that Trump's ICE respects no limits.
Yeah. How about the differences between how ICE operates in red states versus blue states? In red states, the majority of people that ICE picks up are already in prison, have already been arrested. The majority.
And why is that?
Hold on, no.
Is it because in the blue states, the governors and the mayors will not cooperate with ICE to hand over the criminal illegal aliens?
They didn't lower standards. They just implemented DEI.
No.
You don't care about crime. You don't care about crime.
I do care about
crime. No, you don't. You voted for a convicted felon.
Here we go. Ask him what the felony was.
Criminals.
That's a real crime. It went to a jury. He got convicted. Falsifying business records in the first degree. He was also indicted in 3 other jurisdictions.
What's the penalty?
Well, he didn't get a penalty because he got elected president.
Hold on, the civil what's the civil penalty for that?
What do you mean? It was a criminal case.
In the case of falsifying business records, there was a penalty to be paid, which had a dollar number on it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and who was defrauded?
I mean, there's a fine or a possible jail time, but they didn't get any of that.
And why, even before he was elected president? Why would the penalty have been reduced by the judge?
Why would the penalty have been reduced?
Because it was excessive and it was obviously politically
it depends on a
motivated.
variety of factors. If he's a repeat offender, for example, that's why they might reduce or increase a penalty. But Donald Trump, the reason that Donald Trump is not sitting, and they're going to hate this one as well.
Dilly, and thank you for your service, sir. Appreciate you, brother.
The reason that Donald Trump is not sitting in prison right now is because he got elected president of the United States. And that's the truth.
Is it though?
In the case of we're getting a little far afield here.
Yeah,
but
sorry,
in the case of the falsifying business records, it is interesting that a judge actually weighed in and said this is an excessive penalty for what.
There's a bunch of my TikTok For You page has a bunch of people who talk about linguistics, and there's one dude who can guess wherever, like you could just say one sentence of anything and he can tell where your accent is from, like within, not being like, oh, well, you're from Texas. You'd be like, no, you're from the top part of Texas because you have the lower controverted vowel or some shit like that. It's pretty cool. English is fun.
Records. It is interesting that a judge actually weighed in and said this is an excessive penalty for what's basically a bogus crime.
No, the
but
judge,
it's a side
anyway,
point.
We'll get back.
So back to this point. Again, they're clearly operating. Can you name the instances? I mean, we're clearly seeing the majority of ICE agents in these blue states.
Are you a racist, Nate?
How dare you?
You goddamn racist.
It's clearly for political gain. I mean, Donald Trump is sending ICE agents into places like Minnesota, which is historically close to the southern border.
It's right there.
Got him.
I'm aware. And furthermore.
Hold on. Just to these blue states and these blue cities are openly declaring themselves sanctuary cities and states. They are saying we want illegal aliens to come here, and you're
and this is going back to Box when you were saying I don't like what Trump has done to my state and Congress. The reason I was asking for you to elaborate a little bit more is because you can't have a problem specifically with ICE removing illegal aliens. That was democratically voted on by the popular vote. So it has to be the manner in which it's being done, or the and I think a heavy factor in why it's not really going so great in Minneapolis, despite the fact that there's less than 2% of all deportations happening in Minneapolis. It's not even in the top 20, the top 20 states. Heavily influenced by the fact that local PD has been told to stand down. Both Renee Good and Alex Preddy would be alive, likely. Obviously, I don't have a crystal ball or counterfactual, but they very likely would be alive if we had beat cops, just regular local PD managing the crowd while ICE did their job.
Shocked that the Border Patrol and ICE will go in and say, well, maybe we'll arrest those illegal aliens where they say that they are.
Wait. So you believe that the role of the federal government is to
enforce federal immigration law? Yes.
Wait. Even against the will of states and against the will of...
it's federal law.
Even if
it's supremacy clause in our Constitution.
And I also want to point out that, again, this actually goes back to the premise, the idea that you, for some reason, believe that illegal...
normal people that just defraud the government by billions of dollars. Don't you do that?
Immigration, and Donald Trump believes that illegal immigration is this massive problem that requires...
there are like 20 million of them.
I'm sorry. I'll try to keep playing it. But DEI is not a quota system, therefore it's not lowering standards. So only a quota system is the only way that standards can be lowered.
First of all, there's no. First of all, there's not 20 million.
Democrat logic.
And there was a maximum of 10 million border encounters under Joe Biden. Obviously, if Border Patrol encounters somebody,
illegal immigration. I mean, that is a shocking number, but illegal immigration.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the actual Irish individuals who have done fraud. You're talking about the actual Somali individuals who have done crime.
Actually predates Joe Biden, believe it or not. It actually goes back a few more decades.
Hold on. But my point being here is that why are we demonizing these communities and demonizing...
Because they're criminals and they have no right to be here.
You voted for a criminal. You voted for a criminal. You can't get away from that.
You voted for a criminal, therefore you like crime, right? It's just it has to be that you don't see it in a different perspective. You just like crime, so you can't ever say anything about criminals. What a cucked argument.
Hold on. Besides the fact that they entered the United States illegally, why do you think that this is such a big problem? That Donald Trump needs to be sending federal agents into...
Well, to them, it's not stealing land because it just belongs to everybody.
Cities. Yes. Okay. Militarizing our cities.
Because many decades ago, the United States Congress passed...
Logic is evidence. Just because you're too stupid to understand it doesn't mean that it wasn't presented.
...the law about it. Hold on. Let me just answer your question. You say, why do I care that people are violating our basic laws and coming into our country and committing crimes and using our resources and living here illegally? That's what you're asking. That's what...
Disagree.
What they're doing. So my answer is because many moons ago, the American people elected legislators to Congress, and Congress passed laws about our immigration system. And they said some people can come in, some people can't stay here. There's a way to come in, and there's a federal law.
Okay, how about this? You steel man the logic that we've presented and tell me why it's wrong. You can't, bro. You can't. Because it's going over your head. You don't understand what we're saying. So prove me wrong and steel man the position about DEI and lowering standards.
That's how our democracy is supposed to function. Because of that, people elected Donald Trump with the popular vote in 2024, specifically to deport the illegal aliens who are here. Both parties agreed on this until very, very recently, well up through the Obama administration.
So you spoke up when
so that's why I care, because I want the law
when Kilmar Abrego Garcia was illegally deported, which, by the way, the Trump administration admitted in court themselves, and the Supreme Court ruled 9-0
when
against
the
them.
illegal alien gangbang.
No, he was deported to the wrong place. Not that he couldn't be deported.
Wife beater got deported to Bukele.
When
I did not shed a single tear.
Oh, wait,
I did not shed a
Michael,
single tear.
so see, you pick and
Okay, so again, we're just waiting for you to steelman our position on DEI and lowering standards. That's where we're at in the conversation. I'm willing to engage. I'm willing to do this. But we're having the conversation. So the starting point has to be that we've put out logic and evidence, which logic is evidence. And you're saying, nuh-uh. So if you can steelman what we've said, whether it's Nate or myself or anyone else who is anti-DEI, if you can say what the argument is, then you can just very easily say why it's wrong. But I don't believe that you understand what it is that we're arguing.
choosing to care about federal law.
I'm glad that he got deported.
That's what I'm asking you. We have presented what we believe is the logic that is evidence. What do you think that is? You can't say we're wrong if you don't know what we're saying.
But it's against federal law. The Supreme Court
ruled how? You're getting close. Okay.
Against Donald Trump.
Was Kilmar Abrego Garcia an American citizen, a legal resident, or was he?
Oh man. So this is why you have to understand that people are not. It's not that they're bad people. They just cannot grasp what you're saying. I'm literally saying, tell me the thing that I said and tell me why it's wrong. And he cannot do that because he does not understand what the position is. He just disagrees because he doesn't like it.
Wait,
illegal alien.
You're
simple
taking
question.
no.
Simple question.
You're misinterpreting my point.
It's a very simple question.
You think
you won't answer it though.
Wait, what was your question?
Abrego Garcia an American citizen or was he an illegal alien?
He was here legally.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia was not here.
We is all of us. This debate is not the only thing happening in the world, and we are watching it. Many people are influenced by Michael Knowles, by Chris Mowry, by Harry Sisson. So we is the people who are taking part in the political project. Not we in this debate.
Stupid.
Legal.
Yes, he was.
He was not here.
He absolutely was.
He was absolutely.
How did he come to America?
He had humanitarian parole.
There we go.
So wait. Okay. So wait. Are you admitting that you have no idea what our argument is? That's fair. I'm happy to restate it. But you were saying we were wrong. So how do you know if we're wrong if you don't know what we said? Logic.
Which is legal.
That's illegal. Wait, that's illegal.
You're talking about.
Hold on, Mike.
I'm an atheist. I don't have a God.
Michael, you can't claim to care. You can't claim to care about federal law. You can't claim to care about federal law while also endorsing Donald Trump, ignoring a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling.
Yeah, I would say
not if you're trying to convince other people
that when we have people who've entered this country illegally, whether they have a temporary protective status, whether they are on their path to becoming an American citizen, if they are people who are not good for our country, who have no legal right to be here permanently, we got to boot them out.
Wait. As soon as you state, yes, I do not know what your argument is because I wasn't listening, even though I said that I think you're wrong, then yeah, I'll restate it.
The law regardless. Hold on. Right. The law regardless.
We'll bring it back.
But hey, guys, this is Mary Margaret. I'm Daily Wire's White House correspondent.
Oh, my dear.
Wait, what's she said?
Hey,
she's the Daily Wire White House correspondent.
She's kind of my type. She kind of my type. It's always the Verdies. It's always the Verdies.
Very nice.
All right, I have a 2028 question for you guys. Do we think that JD Vance or Gavin Newsom has a better chance? And is Gavin Newsom telling the truth when he says that he doesn't really support men and women's sports?
So we'll go back on that. But first, real quick, let's shout out our boy Box with the big $5. Thank you. Are you on? You're on vertical, so I'll give you the view. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Come on, eat it, motherfucker. There you go. Thank you. Buck said, Mr. Garcia has no illegal pathway to citizenship. I say that from the left. You say that from truth. You say that from reality. No, and I know that you're just saying that you are on the left, but It's yeah. I mean that's it. There was an issue with the fact that he was not supposed to be deported to El Salvador. That was a mistake. Another one of those mistakes that's going to happen when you let millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of illegal aliens into the country. So yeah, that was wrong. But then we fixed it. Shout out to Morty. Thank you very, very much, sir. All right, let's go back.
White
to our
House
question.
correspondent Mary Margaret
Very
Owen.
nice.
All right, I have a 2028 question for you guys.
Oh,
Do we
boy.
think that JD Vance or Gavin Newsom has a better chance? And
Ooh, I'm gonna put up this poll for you guys too. So it looks like. So let's slow down a second. Let me add box here. We got 5 out of 15 super chats and 59 out of $75 for that stream goal. Remember, Morty gets an extra special treat, and if we hit the goal, I have to do a push-up for every $2, and I'm weak and puny, and I don't like doing push-ups. Thank you, sir. Then, what were we doing? What was I going to do? Oh, the poll. Okay, so we're ending this poll. Redo it with the 3 and a new one. Oh, boy. So, again, on this stream, if you would like to suggest a tattoo idea for the final 4 poll, leave it in the comments, not the chat, the comment section of this stream. Then we're going to do the new poll of who has a better chance in 2028? JD Vance or Gavin Newsom?
for you guys,
Oh,
do we
boy.
think that JD Vance or Gavin Newsom has a better chance? And is Gavin Newsom telling the truth when he says that he doesn't really support men and women's sports?
Nope.
That's a fascinating question.
That is fascinating.
Look at that.
He doesn't
Michael was
really
like, "Ooh."
support men and women's sports.
That's a fascinating question.
That is fascinating. Question.
I actually like that question. I
It's
appreciate that.
we
Hold
raised
on.
the caliber with Mary Margaret.
Yeah,
That's nice.
That's a great question.
Well, look.
You want to take it first? You want me to go?
Yeah. Let me start with the first question.
You got it.
Which was
Icky.
Gavin Newsom or JD Vance. Okay. The Trump administration is historically unpopular. They are underwater in every single issue that got them elected. I know. Hold. It doesn't matter. It
Don't
doesn't
matter.
matter.
You're losing now, brother.
Because I know.
See, again, you have the microphone, children. Just speak into the microphone. Every time you address somebody who yells out, it tells everyone in the crowd, oh, if I yell out, I can knock them off their train of thought and get them to talk to me. Just keep going.
Issue that got them elected. I know. Hold. It doesn't matter. It
Don't
doesn't
matter.
matter.
You're losing now, brother.
Because I know how we all feel about polls, right? But the polls that got him elected have flipped on their head. A CNN poll from October. From October of 20.
And they ask, why, oh, why do we need to talk about political conversations? This is where we're at. Sad.
No, I know. Hold on.
Don't cry.
Hold on. A
Don't
CNN
cry.
poll. This is just
All
one
right,
example.
well,
A CNN poll from October of 2024. From October 2024, Donald Trump was plus 11 on inflation and the economy. It's why he won the election. That same poll right now, he's underwater 27 points. A Fox News poll showed that like 68% of Americans felt like ICE was going too far in the things that they were doing. They're historically unpopular. JD Vance sucks. He doesn't believe in anything, okay? At least, no.
Projection. He doesn't believe in anything. No, you children, you believe in nothing. Projection.
No, he does. Hold on. How many of you like Donald Trump in this room? Okay. Pause. So in 2015, when JD Vance said that Donald Trump was America's Hitler.
Guess who else said that? Well, I mean, I don't know if I specifically said that, but guess who else said that Trump would be the worst thing ever because I was brainwashed in 2015? I was stupid. I was wrong. Both JD Vance and I learned that we had stupid, indoctrinated opinions and thought critically for ourselves and realized, well, Trump's a great vote.
That he was an awful guy. Did he just stop believing that? What happened there?
Yeah, it's called you taking in new information and changing your mind as opposed to being a sycophantic, dogmatic retard.
He was.
Oh,
yeah,
don't make mistakes.
Yeah, no, he was persuaded by evidence, like my friend Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro was very anti-Trump.
No. He wasn't persuaded by evidence. He lost all of his values and his morals because he got to be vice president of the United States. And in the Republican Party, you cannot be an elected official and not bow down to Donald Trump.
Are you accusing Ben Shapiro of losing his values and morals? Are you accusing Glenn Beck?
No, I'm not. No.
That's because you know he's a political threat in 28.
Wait, no. That's a strong.
Didn't earn it. Got him.
Man, I'm just.
They all said the same things about Trump in 2016. And they all changed their mind.
Hold on. I've changed my views over time. I'm just, in this particular instance, J.D. Vance obviously.
But you don't apply the same standard to Ben Shapiro.
I don't apply the same standard when J.D. Vance could become vice president of the United States.
That's the thing. You're afraid because he's a political threat to you.
No. His entire career depends on him loving Donald Trump, just like all these other Republican elected officials who hated Donald Trump previously, who we know they probably still hate him now.
Nope. I just stopped listening to stupid propaganda that made me hate somebody I didn't know. That's it. And there's a shit ton of us. That realized, oh, these people are, well, first of all, they're all fucking lying. But at least this fucking liar actually wants to do something, that even if it is only because he wants to be the greatest guy of all time. Well, fuck, I don't give a shit why he's helping the country. Help the country.
But they don't have a choice.
Why did the other Never Trumpers change their minds?
What? What?
What? I don't understand the words that you said. Just, buying time. Who believes that Chris doesn't understand what was just said?
Don't have a choice.
Why did the other Never Trumpers change their minds?
What Never Trumpers changed their minds?
Ben Shapiro and Glenn Beck.
And Lutch.
Okay, I would,
because he became the Republican nominee. They're going to vote for him no matter what.
So you think it was just, so now you're changing your opinion. Now you say they were just cynical, they're liars.
No. I mean, I feel like you're trying to.
I'm just trying to clarify why you're applying a different standard to J.D. Vance than you are to everyone else.
Because I think that J.D. Vance, it's just one unique person who's in a unique spot to be vice president of the United States. Everybody else might have their different reasons.
I agree. You're nervous about 28.
No. Hold on. Has J.D. Vance ever explained what caused him to change his mind?
Many times. Yes,
I've never heard a good answer.
Why is that not surprising, Chris? Why is that not surprising that you're accusing someone of something and you have no idea what they said? Kind of like somebody else on this stream.
President Trump's performance in office. Yeah,
I just want to point out. I just want to point out.
Damn, nobody thinks Gavin's got a better chance. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think Gavin's got a lot more. Like, what do they call it? Not face value, but the like face and name recognition. I think that goes really far. And I think people on the left hate Trump enough that they'd be like, well, I don't like Gavin. He's a slimy dude, but at least he's not Trump. And J.D. Vance would be Trump Jr.
I just want to point out,
in there,
we didn't go from, oh, I don't love Donald Trump to I like him. He said, quote, Donald Trump is America's Hitler, to apparently loving him so much he's now the vice president of the United States.
Turns out he wasn't.
Or maybe it was hyperbole.
Hitler to apparently loving him so much he's now the vice president of the United States.
Turns out he wasn't Hitler. It was actually pretty good. Well, Harry, before we go, you had a point. You said you're not afraid of.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Yeah, because you said I was wrong without understanding what I was saying. Why would I engage with a retard who talks like that?
I'm not afraid of J.D. Vance. And on her question, which
nobody should be afraid of J.D. Vance. I mean, look at the guy.
Yeah,
you sound a little afraid, but you don't.
I'm not afraid of J.D. Vance. I think Gavin Newsom as a better.
Act Blue paid these gentlemen lots and lots and lots of money to be white dudes for Harris. Yep.
Better chance. If you're just looking at it from a data standpoint, you can boo all you want. The data doesn't lie.
Say again, you can boo all you want. Yeah, that's why they were booing, stupid.
If you're looking at it from a data standpoint, Gavin Newsom, I believe, has a better chance right now. And then what was your the follow-up? Was that it?
Whether it was going to be Newsom or Vance. Mary Margaret, what was the follow-up?
Yeah, everybody here is wrong, but you have just a perfect understanding. I mean, is this not liberalism in a nutshell? You've got 25 people disagreeing with you. But no, everybody's just wrong. I don't know what you're saying, but you're wrong.
Stupid. Did we answer everything? Oh, women's sports.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
No, you think he's telling the truth?
Yeah, I think he's telling the truth.
So hold on. The truth about what? What
I
is
think
Newsom's current claim?
You asked, does Gavin Newsom agree with men not playing in women's sports? Is that right?
That's not me.
Oh, it's not her? Oh, where is she? So I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I did, but you didn't listen, and then you told me I was wrong, so I stopped engaging because you're stupid.
I'm flattered that he thinks I'm Mary Margaret.
So he says, Gavin Newsom now says men shouldn't be in women's sports, but he previously did not say that.
Well, we were just talking about.
Whoa, what did we change his mind? What happened? Oh,
changing.
Do you think? Well, the question is, do you think that was a sincere change of heart?
I do
or
think
do you think
he's telling
a cynical political calculation?
I do think he's telling.
Why did Gavin Newsom just a few weeks ago say he wants to see more trans kids?
I mean, what was the context of what he's talking about?
He was asked.
Does it matter? I mean, it does matter, but in what context is it a good thing that we want more trans children?
Oh, hell no.
I don't remember the specifics.
Okay, well, that's okay, right. So that's a big problem. If you don't remember the context.
I think it speaks for itself. I want to see more trans kids.
You know what probably the context is should more people feel comfortable coming out as who they are?
Okay.
And he's probably saying,
but they shouldn't be able to play sports.
What do you mean, boo?
Hold on, but Harry, so...
See, again, what do you mean, boo? Ricky, I applaud your enthusiasm, but I don't know. Be careful, man. Losers like this have a lot of influence. A lot of influence.
They should come out as trans, and he wants to see more of that, but he just doesn't.
One is too many. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. And there is no such thing as a trans child. There's a confused child who's been abused by the parents and the medical system, but there's no such thing as a trans child.
Want to let them play sports?
Well, those are two different topics. I mean, they're just.
And I believe there's gay kids, gay children, but not trans. Hey, look at that freeze frame.
He wants to see more of that, but he just doesn't want to let them play sports.
Well, those are two different topics. I mean, they're just two different
pretty
topics.
related, I would say.
No, they're not pretty related. They're two different topics and two different debates.
Here's my question.
Sure.
Gavin is a used car salesman, but hey, they know how to play their game. And unless you are somebody who is actively going in to buy a used car and be like, oh, okay, I know that these guys are going to do this, you're probably going to get swindled. That's why they have that fucking reputation, right? So I'm definitely worried. I'm definitely worried about Gavin Newsom in 2028.
Building on Mary Margaret's question. You believe Gavin Newsom is sincere when he flipped his opinion on transgenderism in sports and says that he no longer wants to see men in women's sports.
But JD Vance can't change his mind over the course of, 10 years, was it?
Come on, man.
But Gavin Newsom at the same time says he wants to see more trans kids. So therefore, we must conclude Gavin Newsom does not want the trans kids to be able to play sports.
Do you really think that...
That's logic, baby. That's logic, baby. I want more children to not be able to play sports. That is the logic. He doesn't need to explicitly say that I want more children who cannot be involved in sports, because the logical conclusion of trans people shouldn't be in sports, in the opposite gender sports, and there should be more of them, means that you want more children to not be able to play sports. That is just the logic of it. Even though he didn't say those direct words, there is no other way to interpret his positions than that, because of logic.
Gavin Newsom does not want the trans kids to be able to play sports.
Do you really think that Gavin Newsom wants trans kids to stay out of all sports? Like you can't play soccer if you're trans? No, he doesn't believe that.
So then he's lying about changing his opinion on men and
you're
women's
saying
sports.
that Gavin Newsom said that trans kids shouldn't play sports, period.
Well, that's
Gavin
what Mary
Newsom,
Margaret suggested. And that's what you agreed with.
Well, don't throw her under the bus. She's lovely.
That's what you agreed with, though.
No. Gavin Newsom is saying that trans people should play sports, but the role of trans men or trans women going into a different sport or the sport that aligns with the gender that they've now chosen, that's where he takes issue. But
so
I do
what
think he's
sports
being
are they
genuine.
going to play? You're going to say the trans women have to play in the women's men's league?
I think Gavin Newsom holds a similar position to mine, which is let's let these independent sporting agencies make the rules. I don't think the government should be involved.
So, okay,
and by the way,
then he supports men and women's sports. Harry, you can't have it both ways.
Wait. It's a woman. No, this makes perfect fucking sense. Of course. Of course.
The rules. I don't think the government should be involved.
So, okay,
and by the way,
then he
Michael,
supports men and women's sports. Harry, you can't have it both ways.
Wait. No. Gavin Newsom's a governor. He's saying the government shouldn't legislate this, right? And so I would
saying he doesn't support men and women's sports.
Can I finish briefly? Gavin Newsom is saying he doesn't want the government involved in this. Party of small government over here now wants the government everywhere.
I like appropriate government.
Well, no, you advocate for small government. Now you want big government.
I don't advocate for small government.
Oh, you don't? You want big government?
I advocate for appropriate size government.
Okay. Anyway, Gavin Newsom is taking the position.
It's a nice deflection.
All right.
Wow.
Enough torment for Harry.
No, you're right. You're right.
We got to go back to the mic. Question.
All right. Hello, Michael. I'd like to engage in a little bit of a friendly spiritual tete-a-tete with you. I have.
Okay.
I'll admittedly say that I skimmed your article about Christian Zionism, and I've heard your comments about Israel.
Yeah.
And as a Protestant, I have slightly different views toward the state of Israel and the Jewish, well, not the Jewish people, the Israeli people.
Little Freudian slip there,
I like the Israeli people. I think we might share that.
I don't know the Israeli people. I know about the fucking leader, and I don't like him. If that's anti-Semitic, then I guess I'm anti-Semitic.
That view.
How do you reconcile this anti-Christian Zionism, might be an extreme way to put it, with the biblical truth that we are grafted onto as Christians, the Jewish faith essentially, and the fact that Jews have had Israel as their ancestral homeland?
She's just from the crowd, so this is a crowd question.
For thousands of years. And can you acknowledge that
do you like the Jews?
Again, anti-Israel seems very extreme, but that's the phrase I'm going to use. Rhetoric that's starting to come from the right has contributed to the rise in anti-Semitism in recent months, recent years.
Well, and the last point, I think it can coincide. Anti-Israel and anti-Semitic sentiment can coincide. Not necessarily so, but it can. So that's true. I don't know that one is the cause of the other. Probably the cause would go, if more likely, in the other direction. When it comes to ancestral claims from indigeneity, the reason that I reject that is really more an historical and political opinion. It's because I don't think that just because a people was in a place a long time ago, it means they have a right to it now. If that were the case, we would have to give the Mount Rushmore back to the Lakota Sioux. Which
shout out to Billie Eilish, who is like at the Grammy. She's like, no one is illegal on stolen land. And then I think it's the Tonga tribe, Tonga tribe is like, you know that $50 billion or $50 million house that you live in? That's on our land. So should give it back. Guess whether or not she gave it back.
They have a right to it now. If that were the case, we would have to give the Mount Rushmore back to the Lakota Sioux, which is arguments that maybe some of my liberal friends would make them, maybe not. A lot of people on the left do, but I reject that. I don't really think that's a basis for international law. So I reject it as that matter, of course. To the point on Christian Zionism specifically, that is a religious position that's a relatively modern one. It really comes from the 19th century. It's a specific subset of Protestantism. Obviously, I'm not a Protestant. I'm a Catholic. I'm a mackerel snapper. Many Protestants don't hold that view either, but that's a specific view that argues that because God gave the land to the Jews in antiquity, they have a divine right to it now. Now, this is contrary to the traditional Christian perspective shared by Catholics and Eastern Orthodox and some mainline Protestants, which holds that the church is the spiritual Israel, is the new Israel. And so we like the Jews. They're great. They're wonderful. And
they're just wrong about everything.
Want to follow God. However, the specific land claims that are figured in the Old Testament are really fulfilled in the New Testament. So we don't focus on those specific land claims.
So, guys, we're only in round 2. We got a bunch left here, but we are coming up on that 2.5-hour mark. So, again, if you would like to keep the party raging, we just got to get Morty a treat. 99 cents will do it. Look at him. Does he not deserve a treat? For being so goddamn damn cute.
Then there's an added problem, which is the issue of Zionism, which begins as a secular ideology, though it's difficult to separate the religious from the secular when it comes to the Jewish people because they're a tribe. But the origins of Zionism really are secular, and it arises with nationalism, like in the revolutions of the 1840s, and the ideology that is really a 19th century ideology that I find a little bit modern. I don't believe that the only proper form of political order is a nation state. I think empires have a lot to recommend them. And so for all of those reasons, I guess I would say I reject every single aspect of what undergirds Christian Zionism, but I'm very philo-Semitic and I'm generally pro-Israel. So I'm actually in the...
It does kind of seem like he's a little bit less comfortable and just kind of like, I'm supposed to say this, so...
worst position of anybody. I seem to be taking the bullets from all sides here, but that's why. This view, which is prevalent among American evangelicals, has predominated in recent decades. But it's really not the historic view of Christians, and it's not the majority view of Christians worldwide. And so I would make one prudential argument to people who support the state of Israel, which is it probably would behoove them to give people an opportunity to support the state of Israel for practical reasons, reasons of international law, reasons of alliances that do not require them to adopt a novel theological view that's really a minority view. I think probably practically that is much better for even the state of Israel in the end.
I mean, they're definitely fighting back now. How proportionate? That's its own question. But I don't disagree. Don't disagree.
That was a little off topic from everything else.
We were just saying we weren't expecting it.
What do you guys think about Zionism?
Hey, that's all you, brother. Come on.
Hello. My question is for Harry Sisson.
Wait, do we have an agreement? Jim Molina, that we don't like international law? I don't like it either. It doesn't really make sense to me. Do we have an agreement? Did we find a point of agreement?
Hey, that's all you, brother. Come on.
Hello. My question is for Harry Sisson. I'm a huge fan of you. I actually follow your Twitter pretty actively. And I just want to go back to the ICE topic that we were on a bit earlier. Because Harry Sisson has some interesting tweets about Alex Preddy specifically, accusing him of... sorry, I want to apologize. He accuses directly Nick Shirley of being responsible for the death of Alex Preddy and Renee Good for his reporting on Minnesota. And so then, I just want to be super clear here that, once again, Harry Sisson has lied repeatedly about...
Okay. Well, again, I mean, I do agree with that. I think international law in itself is not a good concept, but the stuff that they're doing is not abiding by that law. And so even if the laws themselves don't have the strength or the justification, the notion that don't do that, we're agreeing. Let's take the win. Agreed. We agree. Yeah. See, that's what we're about here. Finding agreements, even if we disagree on a lot of stuff. There we go.
Super clear here that, once again...
Wait, does this include me?
And Harry Sisson has lied repeatedly about ICE. He said that the ICE agent
that
shot Renee Good said that she was a fucking bitch right after he shot her. That actually was another ICE officer, completely different ICE officer.
Oh, so much better.
Wait,
so much better.
Yeah, if you almost kill one of my friends or colleagues that I'm close with, I'm gonna say something like "fuck that bitch," and then
your colleague execute somebody live on camera and be like, "Wow, that's wonderful."
She was a fucking bitch for in that perspective for not complying, and then I don't think that she purposely was trying to run him over. But if you're gonna floor it when there's a cop in front of you, then
on motivation.
My question is for Harry: when an ICE officer gets killed because of your lies and your rhetoric, are you going to feel bad? Are you going to have issues sleeping at night, like you accused Nick Shirley of being?
That is absurd.
That's absurd. I don't like the way that you phrased that question because it's going to make me look bad. So I'm just going to act like, clutch my pearls.
Really, I think that was a really bad question. Like, genuinely, I think that was a bad question. So, Chris actually tweeted something similar as well regarding Nick Shirley.
You don't want to answer it.
Yeah, that's a bad question, but he said it too.
No. But we both agree on it. We both agree, and I'll stand by this, that Nick Shirley, his lies about fraud in Minnesota caused a surgence of federal agents into the state. And if that surgence of federal agents into the state never happened, and he never lied about these learning centers, these child daycare centers.
You're saying
so he's just talking about like cause and effect. Well, if you never went to whatever fucking CNN.com, then you never would have thought about this, and you never would have been out there, and you never would have. What are you doing, bro? Like, yes, it is correct that all of the events that led up to the death of Alex Preddy would have led to something different if they didn't happen. You're not saying anything.
We wouldn't be in a position.
No, that's not what he said.
I mean, it's kind of the Sam Harris argument. Well, if things were completely different, then things would be completely different.
Stupid.
No.
But hold on.
Well, hold on. What's your claim?
Wait. Hold on. I'm responding directly. So if that never happened, whatever. If that never happened, those people, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, would still be alive today, 100%. And they were murdered.
Well, if Joe Biden wasn't elected president, then Trump would have been president before, and he wouldn't have been president now, so he wouldn't have happened. So you should have voted for Trump in 2020. Do you see how stupid this logic is?
In broad daylight. And I think everybody in this room should be able to look at Alex Preddy, who didn't take out a gun. He was tackled by 8 ICE agents.
Wait, are you anti?
Why?
Second Amendment now?
Hold on.
Wait, so wait.
Nope, just anti using guns while you're in a scuffle with federal officers.
Wait, so you should be executed.
Wait. Are you guys under the impression that right-wingers are just like, yeah, whatever you want to do with guns, just kill random people, kill the cops, is that what you think? That people think? Because we don't think that. I mean, maybe somebody does.
For just having a gun, even if it's holstered?
He was legally carrying it. He had a permit.
No, he was not. Was it his permit or his license that he didn't have on him? And again, I don't think that you should necessarily have to have those things. But it is illegal
to carry.
He's not threatened. So wait.
The family said he never carried.
He should be executed.
Can you relax for the first time?
Hold on. He had a legal permit to carry. He never took out the gun. So wait, what do you mean? So he was.
Oh, so now they're gonna go with. Well, you think you deserve to be murdered? Apologize for those who have heard this before, but no, liberals, Renee Good and Alex Preddy did not deserve to die because of their actions, but death is one of the things that can happen if you engage in the activities that you that they did. Just like if you go hiking, you might break your ankle. That doesn't mean that because you decided to go hiking, you deserve to have your ankle broken. It's just one of the things that can happen if you choose to do that activity. So deserve to die is a fucking cope. It's fucking cope. Man, Johnson, I hate the intellectual dishonesty with the whole Alex Preddy situation, acting like he just materialized on the sidewalk with a gun and just happened to be in the middle of an ICE protest. Yep. Shout out to the Big Daddy Pod. Welcome. Oh, Dane, what's going on, brother? New name, Satan Redneck. Like it. All three need some time to go synthesize some vitamin D. Clean-shaven little mama's boys. Embarrassing. Monkey in the bush, boys. Tell me how you really feel, Dane. Welcome, sir.
He had a legal.
Remember, guys, so we are going to finish up this chapter unless somebody keeps the party raging.
Permit to carry. He never took out the gun. So, wait, what do you mean so? He wasn't a threat to anybody. He wasn't a threat to anybody.
How come
he wasn't a threat to anybody. He was tackled by 8 ICE agents on the ground and then shot in the back of the head 9 times.
Hold on, Harry.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Harry, you just said that Renee Good.
I don't want to hear from you.
Harry, you just said. Hold on, wait 1 second, Mark. You just said, Harry, that Renee Good was murdered by an ICE officer.
Yeah.
Nope.
Do you not think that being hit by an SUV is a justification for using deadly force?
If you're looking,
and I'll be the first one to say that Renee Good did not deserve to die, but the legality of that shot is way clearer than it is with Alex Preddy. But in both situations, unfortunately, lawful but awful.
At the footage, frame by frame, and I saw you get walked by Adam Mockler on this. Can you be quiet? Oh my God!
How did I get?
Okay.
How did I?
Yeah, but he's not a journalist.
Yeah, what?
Well, I'm up here. You're over there. I'm meant to be talking.
Harry, here's a question. Did Renee Good hit the officer with her SUV?
Wait. If you look at the frame
It's a
by
simple
frame,
question. You don't need a paragraph.
Michael,
for this.
this is a more
Is it
nuanced.
yes or no?
Well, I know if the first shot is accidental, then everyone is reacting to the shot at that point. If you're a cop in that situation and you hear a gunshot and you know that the person that you're trying to arrest has a gun, then again, I personally agree that there should be better trigger discipline. But by the law, that's how it works. You know that there's a gun. You're trying to arrest somebody who is resisting, and you hear a gunshot. Graham v. Connor.
You would agree that this is a more nuanced
I
issue.
would not agree with that. Did this
from 1989, the best year to be alive?
woman hit the
best year to be born? I mean,
So
officer with her SUV?
Her
Yes or
SUV
no?
bumped the officer, which still does not justify.
Bumped him with.
Agreed. Awful, but awful. They were awful. There is not the case that it is not the case that there was no other way that these situations could have played out than what they did. That's not the argument. The argument is, unfortunately, they did play out this way. So now, without the benefit of hindsight, and without the benefit of freeze framing and watching frame by frame, then you have to make your the situations based on the information you have. What training is going to give you the information in the moment? What training? How do you? Okay, so tell me the training that we should do so that a cop knows which gun a gunshot comes from when they're actively arresting somebody who has a gun. Because we would assume that they're not just emptying fucking clips into the dude for no reason. So it does make sense that after they say gun, that if you hear a gunshot, that is probably the person resisting arrest.
Wait, Michael,
That justifies deadly force.
If I tapped you on the shoulder right now, can you shoot me in the face?
If you tapped me with your SUV, I probably would. Yeah.
Yeah. What if she's going 3 miles an hour? What if she's going 3 miles an hour?
Do we have any more questions?
Welcome. And so yeah, now they're saying that because she was going slow, that it doesn't matter. That is hindsight. He didn't know how fast the car was going to be going, and for that matter, you don't either, because he shot her.
Do we have no more? Okay, here we go. We got to figure out who won that round. Who do we give
I
it
get to
to?
pick? I thought
guys,
your colleague actually asked a really good question. So are we
Mary
going?
Margaret, she comes.
Mary,
huh?
do you want to?
Margaret Olahan goes to the VIP. I defer.
I thought she asked a good question.
I am
done, guys?
Maybe I'll separately buy that fake Harry fan out there a drink afterward, but Mary Margaret gets to go to the VIP. By the way, Mark, I interrupted you. You had a point to make.
Yes.
I had.
All right, so again, we're gonna let this chapter. This is a new. I'll let you go. We'll let it go to the end of round 2. Then it's time for the after party.
Several points.
Whoa.
So the Alex Preddy shooting, you're saying he was legally carrying a gun.
Yeah.
But Minnesota state law requires you to carry your ID and a permit. I see you over there. I see you over there. They're not based like Tennessee where you can have constitutional carry. Thank you. So that's not really legally. But
so you're saying it wasn't legal? He wasn't legally carrying it. That's a good point.
But also, as a responsible gun owner myself, you basically are drilled into you that if you always carry a gun, that's fine. But if you only carry a gun in certain situations, it seems like you're looking for trouble. And I know personally, if I'm out carrying a gun, I'm the biggest in the world. Like 100, because if someone talks,
See, I know what you agree. You agree that if you're having a fucking gun on you, that you shouldn't just go start shit with random people. This is the level of understanding that they have of people who are on this side. Now, obviously, you know, when you bifurcate it, it's a false dichotomy. It's a spectrum. Not everybody is completely left or completely right or anything like that. But the point is, it's so fucking common for the left to have no fucking clue what the right thinks and still be very, very angry at what they think the right thinks. As we've seen tonight in this chat, you are wrong. And you're a racist, but I don't know what your argument is. How does that work?
Doesn't. In the world. Like 100, because if someone talks.
What? Really? What? Yeah. It's almost like you don't know shit about shit. I've never even shot a gun, and I know that.
If someone
I think
talks
that's a good
to me,
idea.
if someone talks to me, I let it go because literally anything when you're
These
carrying
ice
a
agents
gun,
can't.
there is a huge responsibility because
Yeah.
literally
Great point.
anything can become a deadly encounter. So it was incredibly irresponsible of him to go into that situation.
I do want to hold on really quickly. Two things.
true.
You can start to talk about.
See, again, the straw man. Did I already address the deserve to die? Were you? I mean, maybe you walked away. So, genuine question. Did you hear my analogy with deserve to die with hiking? Because if you did, then you're being dishonest because I've already addressed this. And if you didn't, I'm happy to restate it.
The nuance of whatever the specific law is in Minnesota about how you carry. But again, I still don't believe that if you could prove to me right now without a shadow of a doubt that Alex Preddy, who was, again, taking care of our veterans as a
irrelevant
nurse, if you could prove to me without a
he was also kicking and spitting on ICE agents. So, I mean, we can play the characterization either way. None of that is relevant to the legality of the shots.
Shadow of doubt that he was Satan on earth, I still don't.
Okay, so in case anybody missed it, this notion of so you think that because Alex Preddy did this or that he deserves to die? No, that is not the position. The position is similar to hiking. If you go hiking, you might break your ankle. That's one of the things that may happen if you engage in that activity. That doesn't mean that because you went hiking, you deserve to have your ankle broken. But it's something that might happen if you go hiking. That is something that you should be aware of. Wear the proper shoes. If you have a bad ankle, wrap it up, whatever it is. So this is nothing about who deserves this or that. It's a confluence of events. A bunch of things were happening, a bunch of people from different perspectives, and everybody has to act based on the incomplete information that they have. So no, if you leave your license at home when driving your car, you do not deserve to die. But if you leave your license at home and then you try to use your car to hurt somebody, then yeah, you might die. That doesn't mean you deserve it, but you might die. Okay, tell me why. Tell me where it doesn't work. It's 1-to-1. She can't do it. No, tell me why it's a bullshit analogy. Tell me the part of the hiking that doesn't make sense to the analogy that we're talking about. If you can do that, then we can continue. But as of right now, you're just saying nuh-uh. Hey, shout out to the Big Daddy Pod. Thank you, Dane. Are you on vertical? You're on vertical, so we'll show you the puppy. Thank you for the $5. Keeping the party raging. What does he say? Come to Alabama. I live on 5 acres. We'll get out back and ventilate some stuff. I'll put hair on your chest. You may need to borrow a chest, though. That is very true. So please help me, make me do push-ups because I won't do them without you. Thank you again. Everybody put Dane in the chat for keeping the party raging. Thank you so very, very much, sir.
Nurse, if you could prove to me without a shadow of doubt that he was Satan on earth, I still don't believe that makes it justifiable that he's executed in broad daylight.
None of it has to do with his character. It has to do with his actions. He could be the worst person in the world or the best person in the world. The way that it played out is exactly how the law is written.
An important point, though.
Hold on. And so I do want to point out, although I appreciate, and you may be correct on the Minnesota law about whatever he was required to have, even if you could prove to me right now that he was illegally carrying, I still don't believe that then somehow justifies, even if he's looking for trouble, him being executed in broad daylight.
It literally does. That is the law. If you are resisting arrest while you have a gun on you, you might get shot. That's it. That doesn't mean you deserve to die. It's just one of the things that can happen. Just like when you go hiking, it doesn't mean you deserve to have your ankle broken. It just means that's one of the things that can happen.
Okay. The gun was taken out by another ICE officer, so he is unarmed with, 5 or 6 ICE officers?
Did he aim the fire? Did they know that? Did the other cops know he'd been disarmed? Well, I didn't hear anybody say anything like clear or we're good or I've got the gun or any of those things. I heard gun. So now, again, you're introducing information that you know from after the fact. The officers did not know at the time.
firearm at any ICE agent.
I don't think that was 100% clean.
Did he aim the other firearm at any ICE agent?
There was a lot of stuff happening in that time, but also talking about rhetoric and Hitler, the left is just constantly dragging.
So where did he resist? Why do you think? How was there enough time? How was there enough time for them to take the gun off him if he was while they were still scuffling? If he just complied. Exactly.
Oh wait, Donald Trump said that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
Wait.
Hold on.
Wait.
Donald Trump said that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are fascists. So if you're using the same, Donald Trump called Kamala Harris a fascist.
They called him Hitler, and then right after he got shot,
then in your view they must be equally guilty. Can you name? In your view, they must be equally guilty. Then can you name? Yes or no?
Guys, listen.
All right.
That was a genuine question. What did they say? What did they say? Maybe I missed it. What did they say?
All right, we can't let Mark gang up on
Mike,
you. I think
answer
you
me a
guys
question. Can you name what's the one prominent political figure right now who called on a stage Donald Trump Hitler? That would be J.D. Vance, his vice president, who called him America's Hitler. There's been no elected Democrat to call Donald.
Shout out to Warehouse Junkie. Welcome. The designer of the Dilly Dilly tattoo design. Well, I'll fill you in with the whole story later, Warehouse. But we have to redo the poll. I'm kind of hoping for the Dilly Dilly, but we will see. Welcome to the party. Right. So if 6 dudes on top of one, you would think that they would very easily be able to arrest somebody who was complying, but that didn't happen. In the video, you can see that he's fighting, and then a gunshot goes off. At the point that the gunshot goes off, the cops do not know, except for the one that had it, that Preddy was not still armed. So it is only a reasonable assumption, which you must make within split seconds, that if you hear a gunshot, it must be the person who we know is resisting arrest and has a gun. Shout out to the big booty Latinas. Yes, sir.
Vance, his vice president, who called him America's Hitler. There's been no.
I mean, you could say that, but that doesn't change the law. I don't fully even disagree, but the law is the law.
Elected Democrats.
Buddy, there are a lot more people who called Trump Hitler.
Well, I just want to point out.
Wait, what elected Democrats?
If we're putting blame on calling him Hitler.
Hang on. All right, Mark, this is
Gavin Newsom
Mark.
did.
Gavin Newsom didn't call him Hitler?
He did. The Newsom press team just referred to the Trump administration.
Please, Mike, give it to me. We love Mike. Give some love to Mike. We love Mike.
They don't like
guy.
Because
they love.
I love listening to conservatives lecture liberals about gun rights, and the way you ditch the Second Amendment so quickly when it's not convenient for you is unbelievable.
Yet another straw man, as if the problem is, well, he had a gun, therefore, it's only fucking the first level of thought. There's no nuance capable of these people's minds.
To me, stop it.
It's unbelievable to you because it's not the fucking case.
I'm a gun owner. I have my concealed carry license. I have the right to carry a gun in the Constitution, same as everybody else. Alex,
who flipped? Who was ever saying that you should be able to shoot cops or that you should be able to have a gun on you while you're fighting cops? Is that a right-wing talking point? I've never heard that.
Alex Preddy left his house. He's protesting ICE. He's recording ICE. He didn't brandish the gun. He didn't need it. They threw him to the ground. They shot him. He didn't need it. He didn't use it. He didn't brandish it. They threw him to the ground. They beat him. They shot him 3 times. If that happened to a conservative, you would be and moan it, and you'd be absolutely right to. And I heard conservatives like you,
don't obstruct law enforcement generally.
Oh no, they just raid the Capitol.
Listen, he was
right.
Not.
They just raid the Capitol.
Oh, we're still using J6. We're still using J6. Now, Sam, I do disagree. I do disagree with this. We are all Americans. We should all have the right to own a gun. That doesn't mean that because I support your right to own a gun, that I support your right to use it in bad ways. It's almost like they're 2 different ideas. One is having the gun, and one is using the gun. Just like before when Jim asked if you forgot your license at home, does she deserve to die? No. But if you don't have a license on you and you use your car to try to hit somebody, then it might be the outcome that you get shot. None of that is flipping with okay, yeah, give receipts then. I will wait on the receipts. Listen, any responsible gun owner knows for a fact that you shouldn't bring a gun to a protest. They teach you in the class. Just that simple.
Selfies in the
They
Capitol.
just raid the Capitol and then they beat police officers.
To say
What
that
is?
Alex.
I'll let you guys handle this one.
Freddie was obstructing law enforcement.
Bro, he
when
kicked
they
in the
grabbed
rear,
him.
the tail light on a federal
listen.
law enforcement.
Therefore, he deserves death.
And then he
Therefore, he
Let me
deserves
finish
No,
back
I'm
to
just
my
saying he
point.
obstructed law enforcement. I'm just making a very modest point that he's denying for some
Well,
reason.
let me make a modest point for you, Michael.
What's the
and
Ashley
this is
Babbitt
also-
shooting?
That's not the standard of the law. Google Graham v. Connor, 1989. You're arguing your feelings. I understand that he wasn't actively trying to hurt anybody with it. That is not how the law works. That's not what the laws say. I don't know how you are unable to separate the notion that this was legal, and I don't think this was a good thing that happened. We hold both of those positions. This was a legal shooting, but I don't think it should have happened on a number of levels.
Also for Mark over there. You guys complained about Ashley Babbitt, who was trying to break into the Capitol, and she deserved to die.
She did.
Okay. Yes.
I just.
God damn! God damn! How dare you talk about Alex Preddy, but that girl deserved to die. Wow. Wow. That's liberals for you. That's liberals for you.
Shooting also for Mark over there. You guys complained about Ashley Babbitt, who was trying to break into the Capitol, and she deserved to die.
She did.
Okay. Yes.
I just.
Wait,
agree.
I mean, like,
I don't like to hear that.
Don't
She
have
was
shocked. You were
breaking
just
into the
defending the
floor of
shooting of Alex
house
Preddy,
at a
right? You
time
right
when
there.
Cops were being beaten.
As she's turning
and
away,
your
look at her.
daddy part of the.
Well, so, I mean, this is the other side of it. Big Daddy said, if someone is using a deadly weapon to harm someone, an SUV, why wouldn't they deserve to die? If you're physically fighting law enforcement, why wouldn't you also? I just mean that I don't think that there is any other way to rectify the situation than that person must die. I think there are, this is from hindsight, but now looking with hindsight and understanding while we're watching it frame by frame, it is clear that other things could have, played out differently where she didn't have to die. But that's not what happened. That's just not what happened.
You were just defending the shooting of Alex Preddy, right? You right there.
Cops were being beaten.
As she's turning
and
away,
your
look at her.
daddy part of the cop beaters. So don't lecture me.
I'm not lecturing you. And
Let's go, Mike.
Not only stupid, but always fucking angry.
Oh, you weren't lecturing us just a second
Anyway,
ago.
there's
Exactly, right? Liberals aren't happy unless they are mad. Dilly fucking dilly to that. Let me go full screen in front of the birdies. Dilly fucking dilly. Liberals aren't happy unless they're mad.
Actually,
We can
went
just
through the
retire,
legal
I think.
process.
I think
Yeah,
we're just gonna-
we'll just go
Should
at
I
it all
come
night.
up there? No.
Yeah,
But basically,
Yeah, you wanna bring us
I'm
up?
just
I need
to
a beer,
sum
though.
this up. To sum this up,
I
to
feel so
quote the
bad.
great Little John, "Don't start no won't be no."
Great
So,
point.
Alex
the great
Preddy-
philosopher.
Yeah, but this is different than the right to own the gun. So theoretically, if we were to say that Alex Preddy went to every single gun store in America and they all individually refused service, then that would be totally legal. But that still doesn't erase his right to have firearms. Am I, saying that I think it's a good thing that anything played out like that? No, but 2A shall not be infringed.
For Little John.
Inserted himself into
So
that
you agree
situation.
It's not a death
you
sentence.
agree with what happened to Ashley Babbitt?
For filming ICE agents is
So
not a
wait a
death
minute.
sentence.
You
That's
you
how it
agree
goes.
with
It's
what
all
happened to
proven.
Ashley
Okay,
Babbitt,
folks,
correct?
it is time.
Oh,
Did we
come
already picked the VIP? It is time for
I feel
round
so
three.
bad. We're just like all over the place.
All right,
My favorite
guys.
time.
So we'll see. We're about halfway through this. We'll probably get through the actual debate portion of round three. But again, keep that party raging. Morty is hungry, and I am puny.
Of the night is my topic. And my topic is America isn't stolen. Billie Eilish is wrong about that. But even if it were stolen, we would deport the illegals just the same. So Billie Eilish makes a claim at the Grammys.
Yeah.
She's
All right, so before they get into that, let's shout out Boss again with the big 5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir. Migrated over to the landscape side. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Box said, we don't murk them because we are better than them. Our fellow country folk deserve better. And again, I don't fully disagree with the notion of that, but you can't blame the people that are in that situation when she created the situation. That's the whole point. In both cases, yeah, it was bad. But the argument that Harry Sisson was trying to make, well, if this never happened, then that would have never happened, then that would never happened. Yes, that's just the chronology of what happened. But the choice is that they could not have died. They could not have died if they either didn't go from protesting to fighting cops, or if they just complied when their legal protest was legally being broken up.
Says no one is illegal on stolen land, which is not true. It's not true, because if you're on stolen land and you murder somebody, that's still illegal. That's still a crime. You can't murder people or rape people, even if it's stolen land. But the second reason that her claim was false is that America is not stolen land by any measure, any way that we think of international law or history, in anything resembling a global standard. By that standard, America is not stolen. So before I even go on with my diatribe, you guys are relatively more moderate, slightly more reasonable, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's levels to this shit, and they may heavily influence the blue-haired freaking out people, but they don't seem to be of that ilk.
You think America is stolen land?
I think two things. I think that the phrase "America, no one is."
Oh my God! Just answer the question.
Legal on stolen land shouldn't be. I think it's an issue when you take it so literally. I think the point is that obviously America was found.
You're saying that there are situations in politics where people say things, and you should take it seriously, but not literally. Except Trump.
Founded on, or we were all immigrants. We came over here.
We were not all.
Hold on.
I'm not an immigrant. My parents are. My parents are immigrants. I was born in Brooklyn, bro.
Hold on. Let me finish.
So I just disagree with that.
No,
premise.
okay. We're all immigrants. We traveled over here. We killed a bunch of people. We took land. I mean, all land is technically stolen land. All countries were founded.
I don't agree with that.
Hold on. All countries were founded on some amount of sin. I think the more important point of this.
Did you say sin?
With that.
Hold on. All countries were founded on some amount of sin. I think the more
some amount of sin. Is he a fucking Christian, or is he just throwing bullshit out like that? This again. Oh, what happened? What happened? Oh, what the fuck? Where are we? Hey, there we go. Shout out to Bugs with the $5, and of course that gets Morty a treat. But also, that means we hit the goal, guys. Thank you so very, very much. You know what that means. Actually, wait. Let's do this first. Bach said, no one is indigenous to America. Indians are just Asians who got here first, but who was first and who was last? It's important to me. All I know is that we're here now. Thank you so very, very much. And again, we have hit the stream goal. And so Morty gets a refill. Oh.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind on this door. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord
my hand is shaking like a motherfucker.
They already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the sinking journey of coming sin.
Hell yeah. Thank you so very, very much. And guys, remember, now that we've hit the goal, I gotta do push-ups, but also every new donation gets Morty another refill. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much.
More important. Oh.
Let's do it. And that very much appreciated. And yep, you guys paid me. You gotta pay yourselves too. Hell yeah. But for now, the party rages on.
Countries were founded.
I don't agree with that.
Hold on. All countries were founded on some amount of sin. I think the more important point of this is that I don't understand to the latter half why the demonization of illegal immigrants. The point of the
It's
phrase...
not a demonization. We just want to enforce the law.
Okay, but why? You still haven't answered that.
Because they broke the law. They say they don't seem to understand. Like, it's not an emotional thing. It's not, well, we hate them and we think they're mean. It's like, no, it's just in the exact same way that we're talking about the pretty and good situations. It's just the law. It's just the law.
That question from earlier. Why?
Because it's the law.
Okay, but there's a lot of laws we don't enforce. Hold on.
Okay, we should enforce them. Or if they're laws that aren't enforced and nobody wants to be enforced, then we should repeal those laws. But the laws are the laws.
We should enforce them.
Okay, well, there's a lot that we don't. Give me why do you believe, besides it just being a law, it should be enforced?
Because I'll answer that if you'd like me to.
Please.
Because a nation is defined geographically by its borders.
Okay.
The most basic right that defines a political community is the right to define who is part of it and who is not part of it. So it is beyond the laws passed by Congress that are supposed to be enforced by the executive, that are upheld by the judiciary. It is a basic tenet of any political community that you get to determine who's in and who's out. If we do not enforce that most basic law, we would cease in any meaningful sense to be a political community. Both parties agreed on that until very recently.
I don't believe that there's anybody advocating.
Oh, this guy. Yeah, that's all he knows how to do.
For not at some level enforcing immigration law.
You don't think anyone's like advocating open borders?
I don't think there is. I don't think that there's a single prominent Democrat.
No one's saying that no one is illegal on stolen land.
But hold on, no. But the second point of this is that everybody believes that at some level we should have better immigration reform. We're just going to disagree about how to do that.
Should we deport the illegals?
But hold on, no, because the point there is that
no. There you go. Then I guess we.
No. Hold on.
Just answer the question and then explain why whatever your answer is more nuanced than yes or no. Regardless of whatever nuance you're going to give, your answer is still going to fall in either the yes camp or the no camp. So just say the yes or no and then explain. These kids are so they're so used to the not even like the good kind of blood sport debate, the TikTok kind of blood sport debate, and so they can't listen. And they can't engage. It's just like, oh, I gotta get that. I gotta get my point in. I gotta get a point here.
No, because the point there is
no. There you go. Then
okay.
No. Hold on.
So he said no. We should not deport the illegals.
Hold on. I believe that undocumented individuals in the United States are generally a net benefit currently for the American people. No. People are gonna laugh. The Cato. Hold on. The Cato Institute.
The Cato Institute.
It's a right-wing think tank. Let me point this out.
It's a libertarian think tank.
Okay. The Cato Institute this week released a study that from 1994 to now, undocumented people have paid the federal government roughly $10 trillion in taxes.
Wow, I think it's a gazillion.
Hold on. $10 trillion in taxes, and they have used benefits from the U.S. government about $6 trillion. That's a $4 trillion surplus, and they analyzed why economically are they a net benefit.
Yeah,
economically, but how about culturally? What matters more to you, money or the cultural underpinning of what our country is?
Libertarians like open borders.
Hold on.
Especially
It's
the
not.
Cato
No.
Institute. Those numbers are wrong. But even
why are they wrong?
Why do you think they're
wrong? Because they actually are net takers. And if you don't want to look at the Cato Institute, you can look at the Center.
That's pretty cool. I definitely gotta, I want to implement some more different stuff. I mean, the fact is, we're reaching the upper limits of the number of push-ups I can do, and then Morty's not going to be around forever. So we have the thing like, the $5 side quest. So if you have an article or a video under 8 minutes, then you can pay $5 and we'll watch that And we're going to be doing some other stuff. So if you got any good ideas of stuff that you would like to do, stuff that you would be able to be engaged in and control the show a little bit, let me know. My ears are open.
Immigration studies.
I don't
one
believe
is
that they're
mass migrant, one is anti-mass migrant, but it's evading the question because we're talking about the law. Do you think that the American people have the right to enforce the laws duly passed by Congress to have their own borders and define who's in the country?
I think
yes or no?
Hold on. No, because
they use the slave argument. Well, we got all these jobs what's going to happen? That's literally the slavery argument.
Duly passed by Congress to have their own borders and define who's in the country.
I think
yes or no?
Hold on. No, because I think it's a dishonest premise.
It's a simple
There
question.
are so many laws. Two things. I think that we should.
I'm not asking about so many laws. I'm asking about this one.
Yeah, can I just say something really quick?
See, here's another peek into the way that these people think. Because of the fact that I agree with certain reality, certain facts of reality that Michael is saying these loser kids are wrong about, then I'm simping for Michael Knowles. I think I started the show off disagreeing with most of what he said, but, whatever. Big Daddy Pod said, what about 8 minutes of me dancing in a Speedo? I am definitely allowed to speed that up as much as I need to. But, yeah, you want to send the $5? We'll watch it as long as there's no copyright, as long as there's no TOS. We are good. Yes. So that is, I think we're going to start. I wanted to do the tattoo thing, so I didn't want to throw too much on you. But, so, for the banner during the stream, we have this stream goal, right? But when we start, it just says stream starting soon, whatever. And then I put up the thumbnail and I play the music. But I would love to have some type of, like even if it's an AI video or whatever, something to go along with this so that you're not just staring at that. Like, I know you know what the thumbnail looks like, but, something a little... Because I also want to get you guys, within those few minutes, hop in and start having a little bit of a conversation so that by the time I jump in, that we're already moving, we're already cooking. So, if you, so we'll probably start that on Wednesday. Morty's got, in my head, I have, so obviously we're playing this song. In my head, I have, like, me and Morty, like, running through, like, a dystopian city and, like, fucking, I don't know, something. But I just do, like, double time with Morty, and he'll jump on my shoulders, and he goes into the liberal, I don't know, something like that. So I'm not the, essentially, Morty is bae. And yeah, that would be really cool. So I need to, I'm down for that. But yeah, so we'll figure that out. But yes, in general, if you have ideas on other things that you would be, willing to send donos in, let me know. I'm happy to be the dancing monkey. All right.
How many laws? I think that we should.
I'm not asking about so many laws. I'm asking about this one.
Yeah, can I just say something really quick?
Can you answer the question?
Right now in the United States, we do not have enough native-born. I'm just giving one example before you speak. We do not have enough native-born U.S. citizens to work every single job. If every single undocumented person right now was deported this instant,
I'm gonna
hold on.
One second.
This is the slavery argument. Where did was it here? Yep. Slaves are an economic benefit too. Democrats, gonna Democrat.
Single undocumented person right now was deported this instant.
I'm gonna bet.
Hold on.
1 second. I'm gonna bet you in the front row $20. I'm gonna bet you right now $20 that he will not answer my question.
I'm going to answer your question.
What do you guys think? Put a 1 in the chat if you think he's going to answer the question.
Hold on.
You don't want to take that bet. All right, fair enough.
No. I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to answer.
I'm going to take the opposite. He's going to answer it.
Okay.
We got money on the table. Who's going to win? Michael Knowles, meaning that Chris will not answer the question, or Harry Sisson, or his little boyfriend, is going to answer the question.
Just please, quickly. Again, there's clearly, like, that example I just gave, if every undocumented person was deported from the United States tomorrow, our economy, just as one example, would fall apart overnight.
Simple question. Should we enforce the law to deport the illegals?
I'm going to answer the question.
You promised me that for about 6 minutes.
Who's that? Is that the white shirt?
It's very clear that in the current setup of the United States, we should allow undocumented people to have a process to get legal immigration status, and we should pass immigration reform to increase security.
Is it not? Yeah, it's just like that's why they argued for slaves. Like, well, we have our whole economy, and therefore it's okay to enslave human beings. The liberals love their cheap labor. They don't give a fuck.
Get legal immigration status, and we should pass immigration reform to increase security at the border and make it easier to get into the United States legally. I think the premise, the answer to your question,
my question,
I
no,
believe,
you're gonna owe me 20 bucks.
No,
you're gonna me.
Venmo, Cash App, buddy. I got you.
The answer is that we should enforce laws in a civil way. And currently,
the civil way is to enforce them. It's called the civil law.
I disagree. And there's so many.
It's literally what it's called. It's called the civil law.
There's so many good examples of U.S. laws that.
In case you missed it, this is from 10 years ago. 10 years ago when the video was posted. I don't even know. This might be a little bit older than that. But 10 years ago, this video was posted. And we were talking about, Trump and his border wall.
You have a very good point, though. There are a lot of Latinos here in this country that do agree that the immigration problem is a problem, and it does need to be addressed, and it does need to be fixed.
10 years ago.
Making those comments, those racist comments, do not help.
And if you kick every Latino out of this country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilets, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that you know.
Well, no, like I mean, but like no, Yeah, I don't know about. I work with Stream Deck, not the Roadcaster. That's just expensive, isn't it? God damn, you drop bank on that. Just in case you missed it.
If you kick every Latino out of this country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilets, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that you know what I mean, like what I'm saying.
No, honey. No. Well, yes, we do know what you mean. That you want illegals here so that you can cheap labor.
There's more jobs to be
in LA. They always
but they Latinos are not only the only people.
I didn't mean it like that. Come on.
Yeah, you did.
No, I would never mean it like that. Okay, like, I'm not part of this.
Warehouse, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. You have a good one, sir.
Argument with.
I think what you're saying is that Trump himself
needs to look
probably relies on a lot of these people that he's.
We got Real Black Betty. Welcome to the party. We are just reliving this amazing moment from 10 years ago. And the Zoomers on the show are making this exact same argument. Insane.
Kick every Latino out of this country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilets, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that you know what I mean.
In the sense that I'm racist. That's the sense that I mean. And now these two are making the exact same argument.
Way, and currently
the civil way is to enforce them. It's called the civil law.
I disagree, and there's so many.
It's literally what it's called. It's called the civil law.
There's so many good examples of U.S. laws that we don't enforce all the time.
Yeah. Will you answer my question, or is Harry paying me $20?
What is?
Should we deport the illegals?
I disagree with the premise of the question.
$20, buddy.
No, I have not. Kelly Osbourne 2026. Oh, I see in the thing. It says Ozempic. Let's see. What the fuck? Who is this? It's almost. It's just in that uncanny valley. That uncanny valley. She almost looks good, but she doesn't. Let's see a little bit better at that. Am I on the images thing? Yeah. Okay. There we go. Yikes! What is this? Let's go with this one. Why are they always so goddamn small and fucking bad quality? They always put those first. That's wild. I can't even fucking say. Give me a good one. Let's do too large. What in the fuck is this? That's not large. At least it's clear. Baby's dead. God damn. I mean, that seems to be the way to go. That seems to be the way to go. Hey, shout out to Real Black Betty with a $2 thank you. Hello. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much a treat for Morty and one more push-up that I've gotta do. Thank you so very, very much. Yeah, she's looking rough. Ozempic ain't gonna cut it. Yep. I mean, but they don't know that. It's gonna be another 10 years before they're like, well, maybe this is not good for us. So that stock's going up.
What is should we deport the illegals?
I disagree with the premise of the question.
$20, buddy.
What do you mean you disagree with the premise of the question? What? There is no what? Somebody help me out. Somebody legit. Somebody help me out. What is the aspect of that question that you could? What premise is there to reject? That there's not illegals here? That wanting them gone is not a thing? That's the whole sentence.
No, I believe. No.
Easiest money I ever made.
No. I believe.
Actually, that might be the.
I believe we should
blank
deport.
book was the easiest money I ever made. That was a little harder.
Hold on.
Actually,
I believe we should deport undocumented individuals who have committed violent crimes. Yes. That is
Should
why
we deport the illegals? Yes
no,
or no,
I think.
No,
wait,
no is an answer.
And again, we all can see what they think, but if they just don't say it out loud, then they're sycophantic fans. I just say, well, he never said that. He never said that. Shout out to Patrick. Welcome to the party.
That is an answer. $20 now. I believe
it's a more nuanced topic.
We should deport undocumented people who have committed violent crimes. Yes.
So
I think there are a lot. I think there are a lot of undocumented immigrants in this country who have lived here.
General question.
Hold on,
I'm not asking that question.
I don't think your general question is in good faith.
It is in good faith.
It's not in good faith.
Michael, until like 5 minutes ago.
You would concede
guys,
that
it's simple, but I don't want you to think I'm stealing your $20.
Oh my God!
Should we deport the illegal aliens in America?
He just answered
yes or no?
I don't.
Yes or no?
I just answered your question.
Yes or no?
Wait, Michael, believe
$20.
Oh my God!
Okay,
I don't think the answer is yes or no.
Michael, it's a nuanced question, right?
Yes, it is.
Because I think
Bill
you might.
Clinton knew how to answer.
What's the third option? So what they're trying to do is say, no, this is a false dichotomy. That it's not just yes or no. Okay, then what's the third option?
I think you might find
Obama, even when he ran, knew how to answer.
Wait. You might find some people in here who would agree.
Hold up. I forgot. Shout out to Real Black Betty. We've got to get Morty a refill. And like this part could be, something extra dramatic. There we go. Birdies, this is what you're missing. Come on over to the dark side, the light side, whatever one you like. Shout out to Real Black Betty. So fuck. 8, so we're at 9. 9 and 78. $78, guys. Thank you. So much. Yes. He's loving it. Thank you. So very much. Let's dive right back in.
Barack Obama, even when he ran, knew how to answer.
Wait. You might find some people in.
Again. Oh my goodness. All right, finish that up. Well, first we got to give him this one. Here, Mark. We got that. Now we got this. Let's go. Booyah! 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 Real Black Betty said, "I need a dog." Yep, it's a good thing to have. I fucking love them. 15 straight years. I got this motherfucker Halloween 2010. Halloween 2010. That's when we started. Thank you so very, very much. Let's keep the party raging on.
Here, who would agree that somebody who's been here for 30 years has never
guys,
committed
should we
a crime.
deport the illegals?
Wait, Mikey, you let me finish. I think you might find, maybe not in here, I don't know, but Republicans generally, you might find some people who argue and would agree with me that if you've been here for like 30 years, you've paid your taxes, you've never committed a violent crime.
So like, again, they don't understand that it's the principle. It's the principle. If you are saying, if you come to this country illegally and then do not bad stuff, then you're allowed to be in this country. Instead of the actual immigration system that we already have in place. And yeah, maybe it's not perfect. It's definitely not perfect. And it's sure as shit isn't made to handle this level of volume of illegals. But that's what it is. That's the principle. So this is Morty. This is Morty, a.k.a. the Overlord. Halloween 2010. He was 7 weeks old. King Dread said, deport them all. Deport them all, yeah. And again, first generation American. My parents are immigrants. But they came here legally.
Even if you have a speeding ticket, whatever. Yeah. If you've given back to your community, why would we deport that person instead of giving them a pathway to citizenship? If they're giving back to America, which is exactly what we want from immigrants, why would we deport them?
Because it's the law.
You voted for a felon. I don't care.
Again, just yet again, we come back to it is the law that this should be done. This is what the Democratic Republic has set in place. You know, well, why do we have to follow the laws? Because that's what they're for. Now, again, if you would like to change the laws, that is also a thing that you can do. But you've got to argue for that. Doing it through the process that we have to make amendments.
You voted for a felon. You can't talk about them being undocumented and breaking a law if you voted for a felon.
Yeah, also, Michael,
right, you right there. I see you.
Dilly dilly to Ricky Tan. Great point here. If I break into your house but refill the ice trays, would you call the police? You're goddamn right. Yeah, great example. I'm stealing this. I'm going to use that. Welcome. We also got Shane Lewis said abortion is eugenics. Bingo. Yup. Welcome.
Felon, you can't talk about them being undocumented and breaking a law if you voted for a felon.
Yeah, also, Mike.
Why? Why not? Oh, so just saying things. They just say things, and then they say another thing before they have to back up the thing that they said in the first place. And the dumb people are just like, oh, he's on a new thing now. And everybody else is like, bro, we see what you're doing.
Right, you right there. I see you.
Really quickly,
you
he's
voted
trying to
for
save his
a
buddy's
criminal.
money.
No. Triggered by the chat.
No, I do want to point out to your point. You said it's a simple yes or no question.
You voted for a criminal. You talk about them breaking law.
You vote for millions of criminals.
You don't care about Donald Trump being a convicted felon.
Harry has not had one sip of his tequila, and he is belligerent right now.
I will be very upset if that happens.
Belligerent. Okay, we need to figure out. Do we have another question at the mic? We do. Okay.
Really quickly. Sorry, Michael.
You're not getting it.
No, that sucks. But you know, if that's on the situation your parents brought you into, it sucks. I feel bad, but that doesn't change the fucking law.
I just want to point out. I just want to point out. Even Obama had a nuanced take on this. His take.
Well, eventually he undermined his.
Hold on. Regardless of how, let's say, Obama's immigration policy was enforced, he obviously had a setup where he wanted to only be focusing on people within like 100 miles of the border, because he believed that if you were within 100 miles of the border, you just came across the United States. He believed we should focus on criminals. But if you were, let's say, in Minnesota, for example, and you were undocumented, it was far more likely that
you're fucking scamming billions of dollars from the government. What the fuck are you talking about? This is the absolute worst example that you could use. The Somali community is specifically and exactly. Or sorry, box. Let me amend that. The the fraudulent community, heavily made up of Somali immigrants, some legal, some illegal. Those people are not by the border. They've been infiltrated throughout the country, and they are stealing not only our money, but again, our fucking culture. So, what are we talking about?
You were here with a family, you had built a life, and so we first wanted to focus on within 100 miles of the border. So,
yeah, I'm with that. I think, maybe, all right, you shouldn't, you can't vote while you're incarcerated, but once you're out, then you should get that and your right to own firearms back.
You know what I remember answering your point? Obama said that executive amnesty would be unconstitutional, and then he did it anyway. So I remember, you're right, he did have nuanced views in as much as they contradicted themselves. Yeah.
Okay, to your question of should we deport the illegals, even Obama would say that's a dishonest framing of the question.
What did Bill Clinton say?
It's a nuanced question.
Did Bill Clinton think it was nuanced?
We don't care what Bill Clinton
I don't know.
We don't care what Bill Clinton said. We're different.
I was born in 2002. Like, I don't care
what Bill Clinton said. We're a different party now. We have a nuanced take that would help the United States.
Hillary less than 10 years ago.
I would argue that Hillary in 2016 was different than Bill Clinton in his presidency. Hillary Clinton was not calling for social services to be defunded. But we in the Democratic Party have a nuanced view of immigration that is far better for the United States than you, who is just like, should we deport everybody or not? It's not an absolute.
Hey, Big Daddy Pod with another $5, guys. I don't want to do this many push-ups. We got a treat for Morty, and let's read this, and then it's a refill time. Big Daddy Plaid said, you voted for a felon, so you can't criticize criminals at all, is a perfect straw man. That's some hokey-pokey dancing crap right there. Agreed. Thank you so very, very much, and Morty knows.
Kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wanted fire, a mic on its guard. The chaos watches with an Aussie.
Trying to make sure I'm not, because I don't know if you can see, there's some that's like too deep that he can't get. Like, he can't get that.
I'm here to resurrect.
The search controlling your common sense. Yeah! Let's go! Come on, right here. Yes! Thank you. So very, very much so. Where are we at? I don't know, Box, you still here, buddy? Guamtech said, yes, Harry, we voted for this. Now conform to our democracy. That's the way it works, right? Hypocrites and liars. Yep. Trump was never convicted for so. I mean, he was convicted, but just on nothing. He was convicted on there was no crime that he was that's what I'm looking for. Charged with. Shout out to Mr. Alley Cat. Welcome to the party. It's not very common at all that someone doesn't know they are legal for 30 years. All jobs require the person to prove they are eligible to work. You'll find out quickly. And yeah, that's another aspect of this, is that I'm not saying that it's impossible for people to come here illegally and, do stuff that we would want people here to do, but they just happen to be illegal. That's not something we can gloss over. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how good you are for America if you undermine, again, the culture. It's the principle. These people don't understand principles. Insane. Welcome. Let's keep the party raging.
States than you, who is just like, should we deport everybody or not? It's not an absolute. It's not absolute.
Enforce the law when I want to. That's
no. You voted for a convicted felon. You voted for a felon. You voted for a felon.
And did we vote for a felon?
Another question.
All right, sorry.
I'm back this time for you boys.
Okay.
Early on, I think it was Harry, but it could have been either one of you.
You just confused. They all look the same.
We do look the same. It's all
generic white guys. Generic white guys do look very similar. Yes.
But you made the claim that right-wing political violence is more prominent than left-wing political violence.
Absolutely.
Which is an insane claim to make when in
Really?
September, Charlie Kirk was assassinated on a college campus debating people in friendly debate. And since then,
That's why I always just ask, okay, what was the felony? What was the felony? They can never answer the question.
have only seen a rise in left-wing violence. We see them openly chanting for people to be killed, including Donald Trump. But
speech
also
is violence
other
now?
people, including Nick.
Calling for violence has always been violent. Look at this fucking smug. Oh, I got you there. That calling for violence was never protected by the First Amendment.
Shirley,
it can
who
be.
went out
No, in some cases, but not that
to
case.
do journalism, independent journalism.
Nick Shirley's not a journalist.
And
Yeah, he's
he
not a
was
journalist. He's an
threatened.
idiot.
They told
I wish I saw a little bit of this part. I wish Michael Knowles would have been like, well, why not? What is the criteria that Nick Shirley doesn't meet to be a journalist? Like, you're just saying that. You're just saying that. Yet again, just saying that.
him he would get kirked.
Okay.
Numerous
Wait.
people-
Hold on. I'm gonna let Harry answer this. I want to let Harry answer this. I just want to say two things briefly. What happened to Charlie Kirk was absolutely abhorrent and wrong and terrible. I want to point that out. Number one. Number two. Nick Shirley is not a journalist. Okay.
Okay. Again, stated the claim, not backing up the claim.
Okay. I'll explain. If you let me, please. Look at these people freaking out.
He's not a journalist because he actually breaks
No,
news
there's
stories.
nothing about what Nick Shirley, the stupid video, nothing was uncovered, right? We've been going after this fraud in Minnesota for a long time.
So when you hear on CNN or MSNBC, when they're reporting news, this thing happened, because of the fact that they already know, then they're not journalists?
What?
No principles, just positions.
Biden DOJ literally brought charges against like 55 different people
And
in
prosecuted more than
Minnesota
Trump has.
relating.
Nothing to do with political violence.
All right, I know. I just quickly. Nick Shirley didn't expose anything that we didn't already know, and it was full of a bunch of lies, hate, and racism.
Look,
that's all I'm saying.
Look,
it's the truth.
Here. Look, we, both Chris and I, first of all, on a serious note, the day that Charlie Kirk was shot and murdered, we both got out there on every platform and said it is horrific.
Oh, wow. You're such a good person. You're such a good person for not celebrating the death of somebody. Is that your standard? That's your standard? I'm a good person because I didn't celebrate death. Jesus.
Horrific.
Wonderful.
We condemn it.
I am not
Right?
accusing you
We agree
two
with all
specifically.
political violence is bad.
Yes.
Political violence is bad. We disagree with it. We still disagree with it. We don't make jokes about it. We don't laugh about it. It was horrific.
No, exactly, Jason. The fact that I didn't know about it. Maybe they knew about it and just didn't care about it. I didn't know about it. So reporting things that is not widely known is the definition of journalism. So I just said an expose doesn't count as journalism. Okay, can you say more on that? What's the difference between journalism and an expose? Wanton said, I was skeptical of the username initially. However, IndianJesus is based. Thank you. Welcome to the party. It's people like you. That's why I specifically chose this name, because there's a lot of people who are like, how dare you do this? I don't need that. If you're a big boy or girl, whatever, and you can handle that people disagree with you and say things that you don't like sometimes, then you're in the right place, because somewhere we're going to find agreement, because we are trying to be critical thinkers, not team players. Being a team player is good in sports, not so much in politics.
Horrific. We all saw it on our timelines. It was awful.
Right.
Great. Now, on the topic of political violence, Melissa Hortman in Minnesota was murdered by a Trump supporter who told the New York Post he was a Trump supporter. And when Donald Trump was asked, why didn't you lower the flags for Melissa Hortman? Why did you do it for Charlie Kirk, not her?
It's just funny because they're really making this argument. So I'm like, wait, do they actually have it? Oh, no, of course not.
He said, who? When Nancy Pelosi's husband was beaten over the head with a hammer, Donald Trump Jr. posted a photo on Instagram mocking it. Donald Trump also mocked it, saying, how's Paul Pelosi doing right now?
Sounds very caring, asking how he's doing. The other thing about this, they try to make this comparison with the Pelosi thing, but you have to acknowledge that the video, the situation with Paul Pelosi, that was objectively weird. Like, that was just weird. And so the joke is how weird it was, not that somebody got hurt. But again, they're too stupid to understand. So, same thing. Person died and you said funny. So it's the same thing.
Stupid. It. Donald Trump also mocked it, saying, "How's Paul Pelosi doing right now?" Might I add, January 6th was the largest example
Oh, come on. Back to J6. And yeah, that's exactly. I have the argument ready. Actually, where is it? Yeah, I've got this one ready to go. Ready to go. Wait, can you guys see this? Yeah. So I have a YouTube channel where I call myself the Indian Jesus, despite the fact that I'm an atheist. I'm now going with non-theist. This is somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but also to filter out the people who are going to get triggered at a simple joke like that. I'm often accused of being blasphemous or using blasphemy, but am I correct in saying that calling myself the Indian Jesus is not, in fact, blasphemy because I'm not claiming to be the Messiah? Yes. Blasphemy is a notion of permanently hardening your heart and expressing that in ways by claiming that you are the Messiah and just not doing that.
What's Paul Pelosi doing right now? Might I add, January 6th was the largest example of political violence in modern American.
Harry.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Harry,
wait, can I finish this point?
It wasn't even the largest example of political violence at the Capitol.
It's the largest example of political violence in modern American history. What happened?
What about when the Puerto Rican nationalists shot up the House floor and shot five members of Congress?
That's bad. That's bad.
What about when?
Well, okay, wait, yes, it's bad, but you said it was worse. So now we're comparing the two events.
Wait, hold on. Let me answer a question.
Let me answer a question.
Let me answer a question.
This is all recent. I'm just saying.
I'm happy to talk about, condemn all of it. That was the largest example of political violence in recent American history. And by what happened to those people?
They were prosecuted, held without trial for 3 years. Sounds like cruel and unusual punishment. I'm pretty sure we have the right to a speedy trial. I got arrested when I was, it was just after I graduated college. I was living in a house with some people. And one of those people was a really bad drug dealer in the sense that he would go to class and go to work. And then as soon as he come home, he'd be like, he would tell whoever, like, yo, I'm home. So people would just in and out. And so our house got raided one time and I got arrested and they put a charge on me. Because I wasn't selling stuff, but I had weed in my own weed in my room. And then they didn't do anything and we got it dropped because I have the right to a speedy trial. And they took over 2 years. So we're just like, what are we doing here? I'm like, oh, all right, peace.
That was the largest example of political violence in recent American history. And by what happened to those people? They beat police officers. They got prosecuted by a proper DOJ, and then Donald Trump pardoned them. By the way, many of them have been convicted again or charged again on serious crimes like child pornography possession. Right? So you want to talk about political violence?
CP like that is definitely very bad. But is that the type of violence that we're talking about? Or are you just throwing shade because you think it'll help your argument? They always forget the summer of love. I think we did the Chaz and Chop. And I just don't know how to get through to somebody like this. I don't know what to do. I'm trying to get a better understanding of where they're coming from, so that I'm able to, so I'm able to meet them where I'm not above being like, oh, okay, you think this, let me bring you up to speed without being like, well, I know better. That's fine. But that was bad. The BLM riots were bad. Well, they were fiery, but mostly peaceful.
Look at your own side. Donald Trump mocks political violence, whereas we condemn all of it. Whether you're a Democrat, Republican, you should be able to.
We're so good. Aren't we just such good people?
Say what you want when you want.
Do Democrats condemn all of it?
Yes.
Because there was a very interesting article in a magazine I very rarely read called The Atlantic, which pointed out that as of last year, contrary to previous trends,
Seems like it.
political violence became predominantly a left-wing phenomenon rather than a right.
Is that a short joke?
Wing phenomenon. Now, this was based on evidence from a generally more left-leaning institute, obviously in the Atlantic, which is left-leaning. And what's funny about it is, even you...
Yeah. Yep, you're right. I missed it. Projection! You're telling me that your side is nonviolent because you personally didn't engage in violence or celebrating violence. What? Yeah, right? We call ourselves the good guys, therefore you must be bad. Liberal logic.
Using their own data, their data which exclude instances of left-on-right political violence, including one that I experienced myself when Antifa showed up and threw an explosive at a building when I was on stage.
Well, again, Brandon's talking about, low IQ, but the fact is, these kids influence other people. These kids influence our youth. And I know that, we need to, that's why they're there. But I think explicitly showing that, going beyond, they're just dumb liberals. Yeah, they're just dumb liberals. Yeah, of course. But diving into it specifically, what is the liberal logic that they're using? And what do they think? And how can we address that? It's difficult, but I think it can be done. Shout out to Marilyn. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. God herself. Welcome.
Including one that I experienced myself when Antifa showed up and threw an explosive at a building when I was on stage. It was great. It was okay. We survived. The poor cop was injured, but she made it out okay eventually.
Good.
That wasn't even counted in the data sets of political violence. The BLM violence, which killed dozens of people, wasn't counted in the data sets of political violence. So hold on. The point I'm making...
They also use prison violence of if there's a white supremacist gang in prison doing something, then that's right-wing violence. If there's a Muslim thing, because of the religious aspect, they count a lot of those as well. And bringing up the several love, that's not even touched. That's not even taken into account. I looked at numbers and they said what I like, therefore it's the truth. Not how it works.
Areas.
Go ahead.
Even using data sets, which by and large exclude left-wing political violence, even the Atlantic magazine admitted that today, political violence in America is predominantly a left-wing, not a right-wing phenomenon.
So but there's data undercounted on both sides, I'm sure. I've had political violence against me by Republicans in the streets. It was awful, and obviously I'm fine, I made it. But that was not counted in any of these studies.
If I may ask.
You can ask. Well, it was funny. We were in the bar in New York City. My friend
put a finger in a bottle.
And I were walking around. These guys came up to me. They were like, "Oh, Harry Sisson." They shoved the phone in my face. They threw a beer, and we threw some punches. It's fine. It's never. I've never talked. I never talked about it before.
Are you breaking news?
I think that is funny, but also you should not do that to people.
I mean, no. But you and I have also both been swatted before.
I've been swatted. I've had the FBI sent to the FBI sent to my house, my school, all that crap. It's been bad. But do you condemn what Donald Trump did by mocking Paul Pelosi's assault?
Again, no, because he wasn't mocking the assault. He was mocking the situation where there is a dude with a hammer in his underwear. That objective. So let's say that no one actually got hurt that night. Would it be untoward to be like, oh, what? A guy in his underwear? With a hand? What? This is crazy. Come on. The fuck? There we go. Beautiful face. No one have an issue with that, right? Because that's the part that we're talking about. Again, we can hold two separate ideas that it's not okay that somebody tried to hurt Paul Pelosi and that the way that happened is weird. Weird.
Yeah, I wouldn't mock Paul Pelosi's.
Okay,
assault.
great.
Wait, but that, hold on. But that was,
by the way,
wait, but that wasn't.
Hold on one second.
Do you condemn? Yes or no?
Do you condemn Donald Trump pardoning the police officers?
I don't condemn Donald Trump. He's the greatest president of my lifetime.
Well, that's
okay. So that's
weird.
the difference.
Yeah,
that's
wait.
Hold on, Michael. And then
no, I am applauding that, not because I'm just Trump all the way, no matter what, but perfectly landed a triggering comment there.
Do you condemn Donald Trump pardoning the police
I don't
officers?
condemn Donald Trump. He's the greatest president of my lifetime.
Well, that's
But
okay. So
fucking
that's
weird.
the difference.
Yeah, he's
That's
the greatest-
wait. Time
I
out.
do
Hold
not
on,
condemn Donald Trump in any way.
Michael. And then I'm going to ask the crowd as well. Do you condemn Donald Trump pardoning people who beat police officers?
Which people? You're talking like Alex
people
Preddy?
on January 6th.
You're talking about Alex
No, on
Preddy or
January
Renee
6th.
Good?
Oh, you mean after they spent years in prison without a trial? Then yes.
Do you condemn it?
If they didn't and they actually got a trial and got locked up, I would be okay with that. But they didn't.
Condemn Alex Preddy and Renee Good in their political
whatever.
behaviors.
Do you condemn
I
the
agree.
people who beat police officers on January 6th?
I think that
and pardon
January
them?
6th was
Okay,
one
you're
of
not
the
going to give me an
most-
answer.
Was one of the
$20
most
if you answer
mild
my question.
examples.
$20 if you answer my question.
Yes or no?
Do you
I'll answer your
condemn?
question.
Do you
Well,
condemn
wait,
Donald
what's the
Trump?
question? Then I'll tell you if it's
Do
20
you
bucks.
This is weird. Like, just say yes. Of course, I condemn the fact that we're in a way that's like, okay, I condemn anything that Trump did that wasn't in line with what our laws dictate. That's all they're trying to get out of you.
Condemn Donald Trump pardoning people who beat police officers?
I don't.
Can I wait?
I want to ask the crowd now.
Wait.
Hold on. I'm going to ask the crowd as well. Do you guys condemn Donald Trump pardoning people who beat police officers almost to death?
Yep.
I don't care about you. Yes or no? Yes?
A Trump supporter is the only person who died.
I want to point out. Wait.
Thank you.
This guy over here
you.
said who died on January.
I wonder, all they were talking before about nuance. I wonder if there's some nuance here, or if they're just looking for a clip to farm. Does Harry condemn the people assaulting law enforcement in Minneapolis today? Of course not. He was just doing. It's so tiring. It's so tiring.
6. I want to point out there's been 4 Capitol police officers since that day who have taken their own life in relation. Hold on, can I finish?
That's not the question he asked.
Hold on. In relation to that event, because they had a bunch of MAGA people telling them that they were part of a deep state conspiracy. They had nowhere to go.
That's not political violence.
They had families. They took their own life. So that's number one. I don't think it's reasonable to say that
you're blaming you're now expanding the definition of political violence to include ex post facto suicide.
I'm not. He made a
I
claim.
think you are.
No, he made a claim that the only person who died at January 6th, for example, was Ashley Babbitt. I think
that's true.
Correct. I think it's dishonest to not talk about the police officers who have PTSD.
Why is it dishonest? Did they die on that day? You can say, okay, Ashley Babbitt was the only person that died. But let's talk about, on top of that, the fact that, in my opinion, people, did whatever. They can't just be honest, because any ground that they give up is the only ground they have. And so if you show anything, then that because of the lack of logic, then it all just crumbles. It all just crumbles because, okay, well, this doesn't make sense. And then you said this before, and then you said that, and it all falls down.
And then took their own life.
So you don't condemn, and furthermore, Michael, you don't fully condemn political violence.
And I also want to point out,
you don't fully condemn.
I ain't saving shit.
Political violence.
Hold on. I want to point out.
No, I don't fully condemn political violence in as much as.
Y'all agree with that?
No, I don't. I mean,
someone clip that.
War can
clip
be
that.
justified.
Oh, okay.
Violence.
Political violence. That's motivated.
He fucking said it. Clip that. That's all you're here for.
Y'all agree with that?
No, I don't. I mean,
someone clip that.
War can
clip
be
that.
justified.
Oh, okay.
Violence.
Yeah, don't listen to the actual answer. Just clip the part that sounds good for me.
Political violence that's motivated.
Officers shooting criminals in certain cases. That's justified political violence. The death penalty is justified political violence.
2 weeks ago.
I'm not in favor of the death penalty, but as far as the argumentation, hey.
2 weeks ago, a man named Andrew Johnson, who was found guilty of assaulting a police officer on January 6th. He had a prison sentence of, I think it was 2 or 3 years. He had not started his prison sentence yet.
Was he in jail the whole time, or was he hanging out at home?
He was pardoned.
God damn.
It's so loud. He was pardoned by Donald Trump.
I know, you're right.
He was pardoned by Donald Trump, so he never served his sentence for assaulting a police officer on January 6th. He was just arraigned in court.
It'll be anarchy.
Because he molested an 11-year-old boy 3 times with subpoena text messages.
That's fucking gross, but it's also not political violence. So disingenuous at every fucking turn.
Of him telling this 11-year-old boy, quote,
oh, that's what it is. We'll all get up. It'll be anarchy. Breakfast Club.
I was a January 6er. I'm going to win a bunch of money because I'm an American hero. I'm going to leave it in my will for you. And he was basically trying to, obviously, he was a predator, right?
Okay,
and so my point being is that Donald Trump pardoned this guy. This 11-year-old boy.
He didn't pardon him for child abuse. Good grief. He pardoned him because it's overzealous prosecution of political discourse.
So then I'll be like, okay, so how about he gets pardoned for the J6 stuff and we prosecute for the other stuff? Yep. And this is the same aspect of in the Renee Good situation where her girlfriend was like, "Why are you using real bullets?" Like, bitch, what? Bitch, what? Why would you even think that federal law enforcement would go after violent criminals with fake bullets? What? I don't even know why your mind would go there. And so they think this game, oh, we're LARPing. Yeah, I saw a particular video of just some random protest. It doesn't really matter what it was. But the framing was like, so like some chick was like walking and this was the angle. And of course they always chant some fucking bullshit. Right? And she's going on and she's mean mugging. She's like, no one's stolen land, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. We're the left and we hate Trump. And the fucking face that she made, it's like, bro, the LARP is so fucking cringe. You're not a warrior. You're walking down the street with hundreds of other people. Holy fucking shit. Exactly. They're brainwashed. And because they have a platform, they are going and brainwashing other people, specifically the fucking children, the youth. Luckily, it seems like, Zoomers are not really buying that shit by and large, but it's bad. I paid for my land. Well, I mean, technically, my dad owns my land, but I'm renting it to own, and then it'll be my land. Tony said the far right excuses violence when done in Trump's name, but condemns all other violence. What violence was excused? Did I miss something? Which violence was excused? They're so dumb, it almost seems like a troll. This comes up over and over and over and over. Especially like if I'm on panels and stuff with someone on the left. A lot of people on the right are very quick to be like, bro, you don't even believe, you're just trolling. No. They genuinely think this way. They genuinely operate this way. Yep. Oh no, you're good. You good. All right, let's dive back in.
Pardon him for child abuse. Good grief. He pardoned him
he's
because
arguing
it's
out
overzealous prosecution of political
it's
dissidents.
almost as if
That's
someone,
a completely disingenuous
No, it's not, because if somebody is willing to assault a police officer on January 6th, it's almost like they are more likely to commit violent crimes within all of our communities. This 11-year-old boy. No, they commit less crimes.
Okay, I'm with that logic. So far, I'm with you. If you're going to do a riot, then you're more likely to do other violent crimes. Okay, and then
I am talking about.
And you don't want to deport him, and that's why I won $20 from Mary.
I spent $20 on that. He answered the question.
I'm talking about a Donald Trump support,
and only if it helps their narrative. Otherwise, if it doesn't help the narrative, what do you mean? That was 2 weeks later. No principles, just positions. Seeing and shitting. Yeah, they did do that. A lot of people did do that. Most of the people that were there didn't, but a lot of people did, and they spent a lot of time in jail and were denied their right to a speedy trial, and so they were pardoned.
I'm talking about a Donald Trump supporter who, at the direction of Donald Trump, showed up to the
with COVID or from COVID.
The Capitol, beat a police officer, got pardoned, and then molested an 11-year-old boy, and we're defending it. What are we talking about?
I don't think anyone's defending it.
Why do you defend it?
Exactly. What did I say? Let's pardon him for January 6th, and then we just say, well, now you're a fucking PDF, so we're going to get you on that. Hold on here. Shout out to Dexter. Welcome to the party. Yeah, exactly. But the sad and scary part is they're not trolling and they're not alone. There's a lot of them. All right, give me 1 second here. Just got to get some more water. Let's do. What is this?
How many do you think are in the country illegally?
We got Morty.
Over 20 million. And I say that because we've used the number 12 million for the last decade and a half. And we know that at least 10.5 million came to the border under President Biden. The majority of them released in the country. Plus, we know we got over 2 million known gotaways during that 4 years. So, in my opinion, I've been doing this since 1984. There's over 20 million illegal aliens in this country.
That's before I was born. He's been doing this since before I was in diapers, when I was still in Papa Lutch's sack.
And is your aspiration, if you could do this, to deport all of them?
If you're in the country legally, you need to go home. And I'm hoping not to deport everybody. I'm hoping people are going to do the right thing and self-remove. And according to recent studies by several nonprofits, between 1.4 and 1.6 already left. And I hope more do leave and do the right thing, because if we have to go seek you out, get an order of deportation, and seek you out and formally deport you, there's a statutory bar anywhere from 5 years to never coming back to the United States under another legal program.
Yeah, so just leave on your own and come back in the right way, and you're good. Because if you get caught, then you definitely ain't coming back in at least for 5 years.
So get your affairs together, leave on your own, and make other options available to you in the future. For instance, if you have a U.S. citizen child, they can petition for you someday when they turn 18. But look, there are millions of people standing in line, taking their tests, doing the background investigation, paying their fees, that want to be a part of the greatest nation on earth. And the millions of people that President Biden released in the country are cheating the system. They're cheating the millions who are trying to play by the rules.
I mean, look, I know I am described as an exceptional alien. My immigration status to the United States, which always struck me as a little rude, if you don't mind me saying.
I'm calling you exceptional.
Mr. Homan, I think exceptional's fine, but calling me an alien always seemed a little terse.
Why? I don't understand why people get upset about that. Like, when we talk about aliens and like space, it just means a being from another place. And so on Earth, it just means that you're from a different place. It's not derogatory. I mean, we could go into that, but on its face, just words.
I go through a big, rigorous process to get a visa. I've got a home in LA. I've worked in America on and off for 20 years, but it's a rigorous process to go through all the form filling, as you know. So I understand why people who go through that process to become citizens and so on, they feel aggrieved that people who just march in over a border, and we have the same issue in the UK, as you know.
Yeah. All right. If you would like to see the rest of that video, just drop the link in the chat. And of course, guys, if you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So make sure you subscribe. And you know, YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus party ever again. All right, what did I miss here? Mr. Alicat said this whole line is disingenuous. Of the thousands charged on J6, they found a couple that have other crimes too. It is doubtful this is above the average for a random 1,000 people. Yep. If you have a group of people, any 1,000 people, then you're gonna have pedos in there. That's just statistics. That's just how it works. Unfortunately, there's a lot more of them than we would like to believe. But yeah, no. They're not trusted the whole mess. Yeah, all right. All the fucking illegals, they need to get due process. But our Americans, our countrymen, nah. Shout out to Homan. Yeah, I sped it up a little just to see what was good. I think Mean Pierce has large green eyes. Oh, I already X'd it out. I didn't see it, but green on a woman, green eyes. Oh, a woman with green eyes cuts through me. All right, let's finish this up and head to the after party.
We're defending it. What are we talking about?
I don't think anyone's defending it.
Why you can defend his garden? Do you believe that boy would not have got molested?
Hi, is this question about stolen land and immigration?
Wait, are you asking what your own question is about, lady? Choose a dim plan, but create sanctuary cities to protect illegals. Let millions of illegals in the U.S. stir hostility against ICE, pressuring them to make mistakes to stop ICE from removing future voters. Yup.
I think it was supposed to be.
It was supposed to be. You can ask whatever you want.
Question on that I really, really want to ask.
So I come from the great land of the chieftain Elizabeth Warren,
Mm.
and I would like to know.
How?
Hey, first of all, please describe to me the
Hey,
agreements
how?
that the
Yeah.
Puritans
Hey,
had
how?
with the
Yeah.
natives that were there that was not stolen. And B, probably even more important, and this goes right to you, Harry. What I want to know is Maura Healey is our governor,
Yeah.
and she has asked citizens of Massachusetts to take illegal immigrants into their homes.
Oh, Harry, you're gonna take an illegal immigrant. I do agree. Oh, no. I don't fully agree about Piers. I think that he does a good job of I'm parroting somebody else, but I forget who it was. But he's very good at wrangling the cats, and so it is very Jerry Springer-esque. But they do talk about the relevant issues. Or is it the best people to be talking about that? Sometimes, maybe not other times. But I do think his show is important because it has that air of like the legacy media that has that level of legitimacy, and the air of legitimacy, yeah, and it gives a place for not fake news. There's levels, right? To people who are used to that type of thing and aren't watching like podcasts and stuff like that. Dick said illegals have gotten preferential treatment for at least the last 25 years. Let off crimes at huge rate for decades. Yeah. Shout out to Massachusetts. Just her voice is so hard to listen to. Yeah, she's a little shrill, but hopefully she'll ask her a question and then the men and the boys will come back this weekend.
In Massachusetts to take illegal immigrants into their homes and house them because they don't have enough housing for all of them. So I just want to know, answer my question first. Not all land is stolen land. And second, Harry, are you willing to house the illegal immigrants that you want to have in this country? Please answer both questions.
Well, I'll start with your latter one. You're gonna have to repeat the first question again because
we do not live on stolen land completely because we have had agreements.
Wait, I'll just answer your question.
So hold on. The last question for him. What's the?
He's such a cuck. Like this woman, you're on stage. She's like, well, I'm like, okay, well, how about say it with your fucking chest. Say it with your fucking chest.
Because we have had agreements.
Wait, I'll just answer your question.
So hold on. The last question for him. What's the question for Harry?
I know the question.
The question is, are you willing to do what Maura Healey asked the citizens of Massachusetts to do and house illegal immigrants in your own home? Because she asked us to do that. I wasn't willing to do that, but I was wondering with you and your great heart.
And that's exactly the point I'm about to make. You don't
have to, but if you're following the logic that you're espousing, then you should. That's the issue. It's not with the notion that you can choose to house illegal immigrants. I mean, at least not for this question. The question or the point that she's making is that you don't follow your own fucking bullshit.
Very easily entertained. You with the White very easily entertained. So you're making the point I was about to make, which is it's voluntary. She's asking citizens to step up if they want. Nobody's forcing you. And by the way,
we get that casino money.
We already have programs. Be quiet. You right there. Be quiet. I know I'm getting to it.
Not should people do it. Will you do it?
I'm getting. Just be quiet. I'm getting to it. If you listen.
Again, that same kind of thing. If you're getting to it, just get to it. Why do you have to point out the fucking person? Because you're triggered by the chat.
If you listen.
He says he's going to get to it. I'll believe him for now.
Okay. So you don't have to. It's voluntary. By the way, we already have programs where people have sponsors in the United States of America. Those are programs that existed under Donald Trump and Joe Biden, now Donald Trump. So you can have a sponsor. This is nothing new. What your governor is talking about is nothing new. So I don't know why you're taking particular objection to that.
Because she's encouraging.
It's not about the governor. It's about you.
She's calling on people to do it as an active measure.
It's voluntary, correct?
It is.
Okay, great. No problem. So the government's not infringing on you. The government's not infringing on you whatsoever. It's voluntary.
Again, nobody's saying that if just for somehow you're on the same page as Harry right now, he's thinking that the question is, well, why are they making us house illegal immigrants? And he's like, well, that's totally fine. Your undocumented neighbors, You don't have to do it. So it's not a big deal. But if you're not willing to do it, and the people who are pushing this are not willing to do it, then that falls on the rest of us. And it clearly, people don't want to house illegal immigrants. So if you're pushing that idea, you should live by what you say. Practice what you preach. Yeah, some big booty Latinas.
Terry. And unfortunately, I will not be taking anybody in because I have a 1-bedroom in New York City. It's very expensive. So
hold on, you
I
have
know.
a 1-bedroom?
Yeah.
You don't have a studio?
No, I do not.
A lot
of
New Yorkers have studios.
Well, it depends on where you live.
It depends on where you live.
Yeah.
But if you live, where do you live?
That's relevant.
Well, you don't need to say. I don't want you to
it.
get doxxed.
I could say it.
But you have a 1-bedroom.
Yes, I do.
A lot of people have studios in New York, so you have an extra room.
No, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't have any space. Unfortunately, for now, I don't.
No principles, just positions. How can you be calling on other people to do a thing you are not willing to do yourself?
Don't have any space. But if you have space,
but you do have space
in your home, and you want to play into a program that we've already had for a very long time,
you can do it. You can do it. We should let all these people in, and you guys should house these illegals.
You can do so, but nobody's forcing you to take anybody in your home. Nobody's forcing you to take anybody in your home.
The closest he's ever been to an illegal is a McDonald's drive-thru. Dilly. Fucking Dilly.
Wow, to hear I live in a 1-bedroom in New York and I don't have any space. That's a mansion
Well,
in New
you're
York.
from New
Hold
York.
on.
You know New York.
I am,
There's no
yeah.
space in New York.
Yeah, exactly. There's not a lot of space, but there's enough space.
My 1-bedroom's
bedroom's
a shoebox. You know
Is
that.
it okay, man? I don't.
Well, you've
think,
never seen
I don't
it, but-
think these migrants. I don't think they need a lot of space. You know, you
Okay.
give them a nice little bed anyway.
Little air mattress. Hang a little curtain. You're good. You got the bedroom. That's your bedroom. But the whole other living space, you've got a kitchen, you got a bathroom, you got all those things. What's the issue? Like I said, I once counted 14 beds in a living room of a 1-bedroom in the Bronx. So he could do it. He just won't do it. But says you should do it.
Do we have another question?
Is it technically stolen land?
Can you speak up a little bit?
Yeah.
No, it's not stolen land.
Yeah. Is it technically stolen land if you can't protect it?
If you can't.
Yeah, great. Okay, so, and this actually ties in with the previous question. Yeah. So, yeah, I totally reject the point you made even at the top of this, that we're all immigrants and all the land is stolen and it's all sin.
Yup. Shout out Jason. White liberals want to send illegals to black neighborhoods, not theirs. Remember Martha's Vineyard? They sent 50, not 50,000, not 500, 50 people to Martha's Vineyard, where they have fucking mansions. And they're like, oh no, we don't have the space. You literally do, though. So what do we do? Oh, we're just talking shit and virtue signaling.
No, I don't really agree with any of that. Some of our ancestors are immigrants. Some of them were settlers. There's a distinction between those two things. The land was acquired in America through a variety of ways. The question was about the Indians and the Pilgrims who came on the Mayflower, which is a great cigar company, by the way. So some of my
leaves me speechless.
Ancestors were on there, and I think that the narrative from the left that the Pilgrims came, the English came, and they just ran roughshod over the poor, sweet little Pocahontas. I think that actually does a great injustice to the Indians, because these were real men. They were real statesmen. They formed alliances. The English Pilgrims actually helped the Wampanoag Nation, Chief Massasoit in particular, to create a great political polity. Massasoit allied with them against the Massachusetts when the Massachusetts wanted to wipe the English out. Unfortunately, it all fell apart in King Philip's War when the Indians made a mistake. But these are real people. So we acquired that land through treaties, through some wars, treaties that followed wars.
It's doing,
but wars.
So,
you know,
some war part is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Well,
Anyway.
I don't know if you guys are history buffs. The Indians,
right? Exactly. It's not stolen. It's conquered. Just love said, there's not stolen, it's conquered, and natives should be happy because without us, there would be no modern medicine or anything we take for granted nowadays. Casinos seem like a pretty good deal.
also acquire their territory through the war.
Logmaster, thank you, brother, so very, very much for hanging out and dropping the bread, my sugar daddy. Thank you, sir. Everybody, please put FMG in the chat to show your appreciation.
That was my original. That was part of my original.
But
claim.
I don't think
most places were founded through some amounts of sin.
But I don't think that's sin necessarily.
He keeps coming back to sin. I would be very much like, wait, what are you calling a sin?
Necessarily, wars can be justified, and this goes back to antiquity. They obviously can be justified. So the American country was founded through treaties, through wars, through purchases. Obviously, we doubled the size of the country in the Louisiana Purchase, and
I said that.
It is recognized by any way you slice international law, including the law of conquest, which is recognized all the way up to 1907 in the Hague Convention. It's recognized through the doctrine of discovery. It's recognized through the United Nations, the United Nations Charter. So there is actually no way. I mean, it's kind of a funny thing to debate Billie Eilish, but some of the libs very seriously claim this is stolen land.
Well, look, we're not
they have
one of those
land
libs. We're not going out there and saying stolen land.
Yes.
But I fundamentally believe on this topic of Billie Eilish that there are probably more important issues out there than what Billie Eilish says at the Grammys. I think maybe we should be focusing on
Cope, because what Billie Eilish is saying at the Grammys is exactly the same thing you're saying on your streams and videos and stuff.
On housing prices and grocery prices and things like that. You'd rather talk about Billie Eilish.
No.
Or the Epstein files.
We talked about that.
Yeah,
there was a whole segment on the files. What are you talking about?
Double program it. But
I would love to.
The point is, it's not just Billie Eilish. Many Democrats, in fact, I think who claims that this is stolen land?
Do you think this is the majority position?
Rashida Tlaib, Ayanna Pressley, Ilhan Omar.
Do you think this
all of them
is the majority position in the Democratic Party?
I think it is a growing position, and I think it's a broad
look,
position.
as somebody in the Democratic Party,
so you're
I can
saying
assure
America's not stolen land?
I'm not of the view. I'm not going to go around saying that America's stolen land.
So you don't think it's stolen land?
I'm not going to go around saying that, no.
Did he ask you what you were going to say, or did he ask you what you think? Now, I get that you don't think, but come on, brother.
I'm not asking what you're going to say.
No, sure,
you don't think it's stolen land. Do you think America's stolen land?
I don't know.
Here we go. You say it's not a mainstream view. Half of you.
He just said he doesn't know. That doesn't mean he's taking the view.
Gotti. Oh, how do you not know? What is it? What is, again, with the other thing about should we deport the illegals? And they're like, well, I reject the premise. What do you mean? What do you mean? How do you reject the premise? Unless they are literally going to be like, well, they're not illegal. They're unhoused neighbors. But like, fine. For the purposes of getting that answer on how you feel about this, should we be getting rid of your unhoused neighbors? Yes or no? It's not complicated. You can have nuance as to why it's yes or why it's no. Or maybe you'd say, well, yes to a certain extent, or yes to a certain type of illegal immigrant. The Tonga tribe already did that, and she was silent. Don't talk about it, and they'll forget. What's the word in Russian where they fucking lie and expect you to play along? I have not heard of this. Can I copy this? Where we at? Paka? Nope. Interesting. Yeah, definitely Takiya for Islam. What is happening here? Hurry up! Vranyo. It specifically means obvious, shameless lying, where everyone knows it's false, but everyone is expected to pretend it's true. The lie isn't meant to convince you, it's meant to test compliance. Often described as, we all know this is bullshit, but you will act as if it isn't. Yikes. That's wild. That's wild. I did not realize that. So let's see if this will post. There you go. You learn something new every day.
Here we go. You say it's not a mainstream view. Half of you.
He just said he doesn't know. That doesn't mean he's taking the view.
He doesn't.
I think again. I do want to point out.
He's just dodging the question. You're saying I don't know because you know what your answer is and that people aren't going to like to hear it.
I do want to point out to the question, the point I made earlier is that like when I see that, I don't again take the position so literally. I think.
Oh, but when Trump says fight like hell, like, well, that's political violence. Shut up.
I think the point of saying no one is illegal on stolen land again comes back to at least some of our roots are based as
they are based. I agree. They're very, very based.
Some of our roots are based in immigration, and we shouldn't be demonizing a bunch of people just because they don't look like me who came to America just to have a better life.
Is there a distinction between legal and illegal immigration?
Is there a distinction?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I think that.
Because you're conflating now.
And you just made a disingenuous point because you tried to conflate illegal immigration, which is what people take issue with immigration more broadly.
No. I think the point was
earlier
I think the point was it matters why people come
worth it
to the United States. And if some of us in our past came looking for a better life, we were at least some of America was built off immigration. We should remember.
Yeah, but that's legal immigration. That's why he just stopped you and asked about the difference. Legal immigration is by and large a good thing.
That based on the American dream, even though we would probably agree that our immigration system has been broken for a long time, we need some massive reforms. We want people here the right way and legally right now, because that system is so broken, it is
okay. So then stop encouraging people to do it the wrong way.
Cause people to be here either on expired visas or be here
what is broken about it that caused illegal immigration?
Part of it's, part of that is that if you request a visa, it may take, you might have a court date in 8 to 9 years.
The problem is we don't take enough people.
Wait, that's not what I said.
Hold on, you're claiming what's broken about it is we don't take enough people, but we've been taking legally 1 million people a year.
I didn't say
it's more than that.
I didn't say too many.
I didn't say it's that we don't take enough. I said that it takes so long. Even if you have a justifiable reason and you want to follow the American dream, like we all supposedly believe in,
so we shouldn't take more legal immigrants.
I believe that we should Joe Biden.
So you do think we should take more legal immigrants?
I do believe we should take more illegal. Jesus Christ! I do believe we should take more legal immigration. Joe Biden tried to pass.
Nobody. Well, by and large, that's not the argument. Like, yes, there is a lot of people say we need a moratorium on immigration, but that's specifically because of the Biden administration. It's not the long-term goal to shut down all immigration.
Massive immigration bill.
I was just confused because you just said you weren't saying.
Hold on. Joe Biden tried to pass a massive immigration bill that would have increased the amount of legal immigrants.
I know. I'm glad that failed.
Why? It was a bipartisan bill.
Yeah, but that's just because you're calling them legal. The principle, yet again, they can't understand. It's the principle that we want people here who have followed the law. Just because they came here and in the wrong way, and you give them the title of legal, that doesn't address the issue. We'll just make them legal, then they won't be illegal anymore.
Stupid. Republicans
obviously not bipartisan enough.
It was written by a Republican.
Hey, quick question. So throughout this entire time,
I love this guy. Sorry, go ahead.
Who's up there? Oh no.
Yeah, no, I love it. Go ahead.
So throughout this entire conversation of immigration, I keep hearing from Chris and I believe Harry as well that we need to deport only violent criminal illegals.
Yeah.
It is insane that on a public platform you would be willing to put your fellow countrymen aside for foreigners who do not have any right to be here. And this is the reason. This is the reason I say that.
Oh, I saw this part. So this is we're gonna let it run a little bit longer because this is a very interesting point that is being made, and very interesting to see how they again just don't get it. They don't get it. So again,
insane that on a public platform you would be willing to put your fellow countrymen aside for foreigners who do not have any right to be here. And this is the reason. This is the reason I say that. This is my reasoning. My reasoning is I'm sick and tired of seeing articles of like Tren de Aragua rapes a woman in this state, MS-13 rapes a man in this state, or woman, or whatever it be. They're freaking crazy. My issue is all of these people, you can't say violent criminal aliens because we didn't know they were violent before we looked into them.
So by nature, if you're saying we'll let illegals in and get rid of the violent ones, that means that they have to cause violence, likely on an American citizen, and then you kick them out. Why would you do that?
I have no idea who these people are.
I'll answer.
30 years.
That's a great point.
Hold on.
I like this guy. He's a bad point, though.
I want to say two things. You say like cast your fellow Americans aside. I think at all levels, immigration helps American citizens.
He doesn't understand that, no, on an individual basis, if an illegal immigrant is found to be violent, that means they have aggressed Again, likely someone who is an American citizen, or at least here legally.
I thought that this Cato
focus on his point.
I will focus on his. Hold on. I will focus on
Molly
his point.
Tibbetts.
because
you know
undocumented.
No, you don't. Who said that? Who said Laken Riley? Who's Molly Tibbetts? Exactly, because she was a woman killed under Donald Trump.
Oh, so now I care about that because I was not informed of that. I know you think you did a thing, Harry. But are you saying that if you're not aware of every single person who has died from an illegal immigrant, that you, don't care about illegal immigration? Maybe it has something to do with the fact that there's so goddamn many of them that we can't keep up.
So you pick on the woman that was killed under Joe Biden.
By an illegal, you mean.
Wait.
By an illegal.
By an undocumented immigrant.
Yeah.
Right? So she
an illegal.
She was listen to what I'm saying to you. Listen to what I'm saying to you.
The illegals.
Ooh, we got to give a projection of that. You got to listen to what he's saying to you.
Didn't all just disappear
Hold on,
Trump entered office.
Hold on, Michael. You specifically. You know Laken Riley's name for a political reason. I ask you, who's Molly Tibbetts? A woman who was killed. You don't know.
Oh, and so you don't know her name for a political reason? Projection and virtue signaling.
The illegals did
for a political reason. I ask you, who's Molly Tibbetts? A woman who was killed. You don't know her because
now we do, and now we think that's bad, and this is exactly the argument that we're making.
It happened under Donald Trump, and you don't care if it happens under Donald Trump.
No, you are just so fucking fried that you think everything is about my team, red team, blue team. No. You're right that, yes, they can highlight every single person who dies from an illegal immigrant. So we know a number of examples. But those examples are specifically meant to invoke the notion that it's not just Laken Riley. It's not just Molly Tibbetts. It's them and also everyone else that comes after that harms an American citizen. Stupid.
President, and I want to. That's lovely. And I want to point out. You don't know who she is. You don't know who she is.
To this.
You don't know who she is. I got you. That means you don't care because you don't know about a random person.
To this point, you don't care that she was murdered. You don't care that she was murdered.
And that's you were supposed to just kind of let that sit and let the lefties kind of think that, but you made the jump for them. Maybe it's because your audience is so stupid. But I didn't know this person's name, therefore I don't care about murder? What? Right? Say her name.
Federal law.
You just said I don't care. So do you care or no?
Yeah. See, why are you pausing? Yes, of course.
Well, you don't. No, you don't care enough. Excuse me. You don't care enough.
Over here is still evading.
You don't care enough because you didn't know her name. Regardless, you didn't know her name. You didn't know who she was.
Okay, so Harry Sisson, do you care? Do you care that my best friend Akon died? He was hit by a car on his bike on his way to work and died? You don't care about that? Oh, you didn't know. And then upon hearing that happened, you'd be like, oh, now that I'm aware of that, obviously, I care about it.
Okay, but disgraceful. You're disgraceful.
I'll answer. So many Americans are killed by illegals.
Undocumented immigrants commit significantly less crime than the native-born Americans. It's not even.
Exactly. There's so many, we can't know all of their names. Oh, Jesus.
Many Americans are killed by illegals.
Undocumented immigrants commit significantly less crime than native-born Americans. It's not even close.
And that's my point. It doesn't matter. What does that have to do with the fact that if you are saying violent, then they have to do violence?
Regardless of the economic data that shows that undocumented people support the United States fiscally for a variety of reasons, it's also...
So it's okay, specifically, as Dude in the Hat said, to cast aside your fellow Americans because of the money.
Two separate studies, undocumented individuals are less likely to commit violent crimes.
Look how confident. Like, come on, bro. Less crimes
than native-born U.S. citizens.
Yeah, but they still do crimes, right? So shouldn't we minimize the crime in general and just deal with the criminals who are already citizens and not bring in more criminals?
Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Two things. I said violent crime, number one. I said violent crime. So sure, if they're
Which
in
is
the
what we should be focused on.
right, which is what we should be focused on. You talked about how people are dying. People are talking about Lake and Riley. We obviously all think that violent crime is unacceptable, but undocumented.
But you're willing to accept it.
Individuals are less likely are less likely to commit violent crimes than native U.S. born citizens.
We're doing a lot of filibustering here.
Don't
I'm
even
going
know
to
they're
distill
here
down
and
the
doing
point.
the crime.
Jacob's question is, why would you throw your native fellow Americans under the bus because you say...
Right, exactly. Sassy Mo said Americans were committing crimes way before immigrants came in. So why then would we want more crime? That seems like exactly the reason why we should secure our borders, so that we can make sure that the Americans who are committing crimes are being addressed properly. Do you not think that Americans should be prosecuted for committing crimes, or
we should deport the violent criminal illegal aliens, but we only know that they're violent criminals once they have committed the crime. And the premise here is that none of these crimes, not a single one of them, would have been committed if the illegals had simply been deported in the first place.
You voted for...
That's the point.
It's mind-numbing to me that you keep bringing up certain crimes by certain people, but you again voted for a convicted felon.
He said it's mind-numbing. Oh, brother. That explains so much.
It's mind-numbing to me that you keep bringing up certain crimes by certain people, but you again voted for a convicted felon.
Because they have no right to be here. We have to
You
deal
voted
with
for
the
a
people
convicted
who
felon. You clearly don't care about...
Yep, I was bringing up the stand-down orders, and there would have been no interaction between ICE or CBP and any of the people that have died if the local PD was there doing crowd control.
You're totally distracting from the point.
It's important. It's a philosophical view.
Focus in on this point.
It's a philosophical view.
But we're talking about a specific issue.
On this crime, right?
On this one, I genuinely think they don't understand. On this one, I genuinely think that it's not. They're not being evasive. They're just stupid.
We have to deal with the American citizens who commit crimes. We can't just deport them. We have to deal with them.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
The illegal aliens who are here, who go on to commit more violent crimes, we don't have to deal with them. So every single violent crime that an illegal alien commits is unnecessary. And to Jacob's point,
and preventable.
Why would you open yourself up and your fellow Americans up to even one of those violent crimes, or rapes or murder, when you don't have to, and it's against the law?
Wait,
anyway?
you were part of the people that opened us up to the crimes of Donald Trump.
You're trying to...
Is Donald Trump an American, or he's not an American? I don't know. I mean, all this time listening to Harry Sisson, I forgot. I don't really know. I feel like we just addressed that.
Because
you say because you don't care about the beginning. The beginning of the come on.
Totally ridiculous.
The beginning of the question is, why would you open up your fellow Americans to this, suggesting that illegal immigration or immigration as a whole is this
Nope, not immigration as a whole. What the fuck? Immigration as a whole is what?
Massive disservice.
No. Illegal. For someone who is so obsessed with the crimes of other people, you don't seem to understand what the crimes that we're talking about. Yet again. Okay, and what does that have to do with what we're talking about? The point is, we have Americans who are going to be criminal felons. That is, there's just too many people here to expect that there would be zero criminals. That's a part of having a community, a country that we need to deal with. Why, again, would we bring in more? Oh, because of the money. That's right. You guys, let them bitches die because they're bringing in money. Gotcha.
Disagree.
We're speaking about illegal immigration.
I disagree with the premise. I disagree with the premise of
What's
the question.
Premise?
The premise being
Put a 1 in the chat if you think he's going to steel man the premise. Put a 0 if you think he's too stupid.
Immigration.
I disagree with the premise. I disagree with the premise of the question.
Premise?
The premise being the suggestion that illegal immigrants are somehow much more likely to be committing.
Nope.
Violent crime.
That's not, you're straw-manning that.
I know.
That's not the premise. I just told you the premise. The premise is any crime that is committed by an illegal in America is unnecessary. Why would you therefore support illegal immigration?
Because
that's the premise. Do you disagree with that?
We don't want people to come in illegally. We don't want illegal
So you want to
immigration.
deport the illegals?
No.
I don't know. My family is decently wealthy, not that I live with my parents anymore, but we don't have illegal immigrants, so you'd have to ask them.
No, but listen, because again, Michael,
I would assume it has a lot to do with the money, but still don't see how that makes it okay that Americans die before we deport somebody. I told you. I don't think that I don't think that they are deflecting in this part. I genuinely think they just don't get it. They don't get it.
This is Michael. This is why it's nuanced, right? We don't.
Projection. You're right, Harry. It is nuanced. There's a difference between saying illegal immigration overall is bad and saying any illegal immigrant that causes violence could have been prevented if they weren't physically there. Retard.
We want everybody to come in legally. Follow the law. We actually care about the law over here. Follow the law.
Oh, which word are you missing there? Which word are you missing there, Sassy? And I bet you don't even know, right? You don't even know the issue that I have with this statement. Straw man after straw man after straw man, not because they're bad people, because they genuinely do not understand.
Come in legally. We don't want people to come in illegally, but we recognize that the immigration system right now is broken. There are people who are facing gang violence in their respective...
Dogma. They seem relatively intelligent otherwise, but because of the dogma, the belief, Trump bad, it forces their brain to do mental gymnastics and act like this and say shit like this.
But we recognize that the immigration system right now is broken. There are people who are facing gang violence in their respective countries that want a better life for their kids. I'm sure that everybody in this room can put themselves in the shoes of an undocumented immigrant who's being targeted. Their kids are being targeted, and they would do anything to save their family.
Is anybody going to answer Jacob's question or no?
You know how they could be not targeted if they're not in a country illegally?
It's nuanced. That's why I'm explaining it right now.
It's all nuanced.
But just
Is
to be
anyone
clear,
going to answer
to be clear, we want legal immigration. We recognize the system is broken. We wanted to fix it. Joe Biden introduced a bill. Donald Trump shut it down.
You're right. That bill would have exacerbated the problem.
Wait, how so?
I think it does because it would have given more illegal aliens a path to citizenship in the United States, and it would have encouraged more mass migration.
Wait, so encouraging people to become legal citizens is bad now?
Yes.
Yes, if you're just calling it. If you're not changing, again, the principle of you're not supposed to be here. Just because you call it legal doesn't fix anything. You fucking retard.
Wait, so now, okay, so
we don't want to reward the crime and create more of it.
Hate again, first-generation American. My parents are both immigrants, and I 1,000% agree. And so do my parents.
Send them
You
back.
just hate all immigrants, legal or illegal. Is that my understanding?
Where did you get that from?
Well, you just said that we shouldn't give undocumented immigrants a pathway to citizenship, making them legal. So do you...
Right, we should not reward their crimes, and you don't fix a problem by just redefining the problem, which is what that law would do.
If they've been in the United States for 30 years, they've given back to their community by working a job, they haven't committed a crime, why shouldn't they be rewarded citizenship?
They can go back and apply to become American citizens
with the broken system as it stands right now? What, are they going to go face...
Yeah. Again, you just said that we all agreed that the system was broken. So when a system is broken, you just don't follow the rules, or do you try to fix the system? And changing the legal status by just changing around the words does not address the principal issue.
Gang violence?
They're all facing gang violence. Man, we got a lot of hypotheticals here, huh? We should enforce the law.
Wait. Didn't your hypothetical start with if there's an undocumented person here and they happen to commit a violent crime, then therefore it's an atrocity?
Yeah, that was the question that neither of you will answer.
Okay,
yes.
because again, I disagree.
Okay, you won't answer it. I give up.
Except for the fact that they're illegal, right? And some of them are committing violent crimes against Americans. But that's okay with you because you want to be a good person. I'm just such a good person. No one's illegal on stolen land. I don't care if my countrymen die.
Who won that round? Do we believe it
I was being sarcastic, but I mean, hey, at least you own it.
Was the liberals?
Thanks,
We got
Mike.
Thank
one.
you, Mike.
Thanks,
We
Mike.
didn't even get the other one. That's great. Okay, and who thinks it was the conservative side? Okay. All right. Are
Shout out to you guys. I did not expect that we would make it through this entire thing.
we going to pick a VIP for it? Are we going to get a VIP over there? I defer. Jacob wants it. Who gets it? Who gets it?
I want. Oh, he didn't ask a
Who is?
question.
Yeah, I don't know. I got to go with my my guy in the I forget his name, baseball cap. I'm sorry,
Jacob, right?
Jacob. Is that Jacob?
Jacob's
I'm
getting
sorry,
VIP.
Jacob.
Listen,
I talked
listen.
to you. I should remember your
Jacob's
name. I
getting VIP.
apologize.
Jacob was very nice to us all day when
Yes.
we were at your
He was nice to you?
He was nice.
I gave him explicit instructions to be a huge jerk. Okay.
Jacob, you've been great.
In my opinion, nobody wins a bar fight. There are only losers.
Oh,
So the
all right.
question is, who lost the hardest tonight? Which is related to who's buying the next round, which is not related to, but it is coincident with.
Do we really need to see? Do we really need to see? We know that they are not going to say that these fruitcakes won anything. They didn't win nothing. So, again, it's very important to, even though to us, it's like, oh, these guys are so stupid. These guys are so idiotic. The fact that they have as much influence as they do is why Michael Knowles brought them on the show and why I've decided to cover it. We got to, they might not all be this bad, but they're all in that realm. And if we're ever going to be able to reach these people, we have to better understand what is going on up there. And still not fully sure. I'm still not fully sure. Oh boy. Oh boy. It is time, guys. It is time. What the fuck? Oh, all right, guys. You have paid me. Now it is time to pay yourselves. We have 85. All right. 42 push-ups. If you can't do 42, do 35. If you can't do 35, do 20. Guys, you paid me. Now pay yourselves. Hey, one time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Again, if you guys are new here, please do hit that subscribe. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. Always hanging out with the Overlord. All right. 42 push-ups. Here we go. All right. I need you guys to let's get some positivity. Let's get some positivity. All right. You can get that one. You can get that one when you get home, baby. All right, here we go. Get the camera for the verties. All right, you can see that, right? Okay, here we go. We'll take off the watch. All right, 42. Light work. Light work. Light work. 42. Light work. Let's go. A little stretch. All right, 42. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Oh, fuck. Let's make it to 35. Oh. All right, 35, 35. 7 left. 7 left. I'm puny. All right, I'm sorry. 7 left. Let's go. One, 2, 3, 4. Oh, fuck. 5, 6, 7. Ah! Made it, baby. Let's go. 42 push-ups. Woo-wee. Oh, man. Oh, man. Did you talk shit? Or did you have, did you talk shit or did we have positivity? Let's see what's in the chat. What y'all saying? What y'all saying? Robert, thank you. Angry amputee, always a pleasure having you here. Yeah, I don't like him. But I did it. Yeah. Yep, but unfortunately, again, if they didn't have any influence, then we wouldn't need to pay attention. Shout out to Quantic for the song. This is what we want that video for. And you guys come in the stream early, chit-chat with each other, hang out, listen to the music, and get the party started. On time, feeling inspired. That's what we're doing here, guys. That's what we're doing. Yeah, this entire live chat, Shadow Man, I feel honored to be in such company. Probably. That's usually how it goes. What the fuck? This game. I still have the original plastic on it, so I think it's getting, like, dust behind it. I need to, whatever, but... All right, guys. Thank you so very, very much. Let's give a big shout out to all of the donations. Starting with the bottom, we had a Big Daddy Pod. We had a real Black Betty, and again. Now we had Big Daddy Pod again. Thank you so much, Dane. Fox was going hard. Now we had Big Daddy again, and Box again. Thank you. We also had Rick from Oregon over on the vertical stream. And of course, you guys already know the sponsor of the stream is the Funk Master General. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out, guys. I know that you could be doing anything else in the world right now, and yet you are here hanging out with me and Morty, and that means the world to me. There's so much other stuff that you could be doing, even if you're not chatting, if you're not doing, just by being here and making this what I've always wanted it to be. Really does mean a lot. So thank you again. Come and join the Discord. It is absolutely free, and there are extras if you are a channel member. So also hit that join button after you subscribe if you are a gangster. Guys, thank you once again. This is Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming. The second coming of common sense. Where's my thing? God damn it! This is not working. All right. Until next time, guys. Is this still playing? No. All right. Until next time, guys. We are out of here.